Morning, everybody. Oh, heat wave day. Heat wave day. What do they say? 29 degrees? Not in my world. Not in my world. I love to just go and sit in a cold bath. I just do not like the heat. For other people, though, I did tweet the other day. It'd be interesting to find out how many people are taking the day off because they'll go, oh, I don't feel very well. You know, it's like having a sick horse. You can't sort of appear somewhere. And today's quite hot. Wednesday is apparently going to be the big one. And then we go back into the wind, the rain and all the other bits and pieces. We've just got to get through the few days, which actually isn't so difficult. Not so difficult. So we say farewell to Sarah Harding at the age of 39. She knew because it was spreading throughout her body. The one thing you can say about Sarah Harding is she never not enjoyed herself. I mean, she must have had about 3 different lives. You know, within the business, you know, she lived every day as if it was the last one. And the papers are full of her today because she even said after she was picked first of all, oh, I'm loony and I'm this and all the rest of it. And she went out of her way. She literally embraced the whole sort of showbiz culture. It was all out there for them because Girls Aloud were having hits. They had their tours and everything else. And I think they were a bit like Little Mix, only they looked a bit more sophisticated. Whereas Little Mix, you know, again, they've all got their makeup artists, they've all got the people who tell them what to dress, they've got the people who give them the songs to sing, and then they tried to make it, after they split up, they had a bit of a messy split where, you know, people didn't talk to each other. But I suppose you must get, you know, absolutely round the bend if you're sort of with people all the time and you think, I wish you'd just go away and leave me alone. Then she went into the Big Brother house. And we saw sort of another side of her because there was a girl, I think was in Geordie Shore. I can't remember her name, but I mean, she was covered in tattoos and they just brushed up against each other like sandpaper and everything else. But I mean, she was in this building loads of times. I've lost track of how many times over the years Sarah Harding had been in this building. You know, either she'd come in from a club or they'd come in for their interview. How they ever did it, I've got no idea. Because I think they were managed by Louis Walsh, weren't they? Didn't Louis Walsh look after them? Originally, he looked after them. And then I think, because they literally had hit after hit, the one thing she couldn't do was dance. And she admitted that. She said, I can sing, she said, but I can't dance, whereas the others are trained dancers. And that was the problem. It was a bit like, I suppose, in the Spice Girls, Victoria Beckham. She could neither dance nor sing, and so they shoved her at the back. Now she's the most successful out of the group. Sarah Harding, they reckon, left about $8 million, which is, probably about £6.5 million, which seems like an awful lot of money. I couldn't quite work out how she'd have made that much, because the solo career, I think for most of them that tried to do it, was not there. And I've always said in the music business, and especially the music business, because I've seen it happen over 40 plus years, is a group can be very successful, then they try and make it solo singing back in the charts. And, you know, people like Louise Redknapp, it just doesn't happen again. They've had their shot at it, they've had it, and people just move on. People aren't... The only people who sort of didn't happen like that was ABBA, who come back with an album with more interest generated through an album, last one being, 40 plus years ago or something. And people go, well, why are they so successful? And you go, listen to it. Listen to it. That'll tell you everything about it. That will tell you everything. So there's that. Rebecca Adlington has got married, swapping Olympic rings for a wedding ring. Crusties want people to stop washing to save the planet. I don't know. I mean, I did have a couple of crusty rolls the other day. I'm presuming that's what they were talking about. So you've got to stop washing to save the planet. I don't think so. And who is Britain's most annoying sports star? Lewis Hamilton, apparently. Irritating beyond belief, according to a recent survey. The Bay City roller, Les McEwen, he left an estate worth £1.5 million. Which, I mean, they were campaigning for years to try and get money back from the Bay City Rollers, and it was all tied up in legalese, and they never got what they really wanted. They went out there and they worked, they were having hits, but the first hit that they had, the Keep On Dancing, wasn't them singing. Wasn't them singing at all. It was somebody else. It was session musicians, and which was a shame. Lucy Siegel, who reports for The One Show, said there's no doubt about it. If you cut your water use, you'll be doing the earth a massive favour. I do hate people who tell us what to do. I do. It does become slightly annoying. Mind you, I was even more shocked, and I didn't think I would be, because I see it on a regular basis, that they're thinking of flattening Grenfell. And I'm looking at it, and I see it as you come in. If I go into town to have breakfast and come out of town again, it's on the left-hand side as you come off at the Shepherd's Bush roundabout, the first one, where you go left and then go down to the Shepherd's Bush roundabout. And they say over safety concerns. And it's been wrapped for ages. The producer came up with a brilliant idea. He said, why don't they grow plants up the side of it and make it a living tribute? Which I think is a good idea, because they've done it before. There's a hotel, the Athenaeum, and they've got one complete wall just down on Piccadilly, which is all plants growing on there, and it looks quite nice, just down from the Hard Rock Cafe. And so they could do that. I mean, I just don't think that they should pull it down. I think it's too soon. I think it's way too soon to take it down. It stands there as a living memorial to those people who lost their lives. By taking it down, you know, I would worry that the council will be... I mean, there's a school next to it. There's a lot of... It's going to be a lot of upheaval in that area to get rid of it. What are they going to... I mean, normally on buildings like that, they blow them up, don't they? They call in the pit, and then it goes down, and they take all the bricks away. Well, you can't do it for this one. I mean, it's too big. Far too big. So, and they haven't consulted people either. I'd worry that they'd sort of knock it down, and would they put up a garden? I don't know. Or would they literally say, oh, we're going to put up another block of flats or something? And I'm thinking, but what about the memory for all the people who lost their lives in that one? It's a shame they didn't consult anybody, but I don't think it's going to be happening anytime soon. I'm just taking a guess on that one. David Walliams invited his celebrity pals and his mother to his birthday party. Happy birthday, Idris Elba. And, but what's the other one? Oh, yes, bosses hope letting staff bring dogs to work will persuade them back to the office. Oh, no, you don't want loads of dogs all over the place. Definitely not. We do have a dress down day. A lot of companies, banks and stuff do that, don't they? Where they sort of say, we have every day as a dress down day. We haven't had a day where it's a dress up day, actually. Roger says, wasted an hour yesterday watching Celebrity SOS. Kerry Katona looking 10 years older. Oh, she's out of the programme already. She never lasts about 5 minutes, does she, Kerry? You know why? Ant Middleton shouted at her. And apparently that was just about it. And I'm thinking, it's a programme about the SAS. What do you think they'd say? You know, if it was the SAS, if you'd all like to get up in the morning, breakfast, everybody, tea and toast. Yes, if you want to stay in bed till later, she's a waste of space. She's far too bone idle. I don't know why they bother putting her on these programmes. I really don't. It's just you can almost tell, can't you? Her, Jordan, Gemma Collins, none of them will manage to do anything at all. But they give loads of publicity and that's it. And I didn't think she'd last on an SAS programme. Jordan pulled out of a music festival. I'm so sorry. I know she can't sing. A whole new world. Yeah, flat as a bloody pancake, unlike her bosom. But she was there. Well, she wasn't there because her horse fell ill. Phew, that was a stroke of genius, whoever came up with that one. So she didn't go and sing. I'd love to know what she was going to warble to people. You know, because she's not a singer. Cheryl was down there. Cheryl put a bit of effort in, and that was good, although because people had had a lot to drink, I have asked around to find out whether or not she was live or Memorex, or was she auto-tuned. You know, I like to know all these things. I'm fascinated by it. And so she made a return to belt out her hits. To be honest with you, it's a bit past it now, isn't it, really? She was wearing a pink sequined leotard. Oh, I've got that one. That's nice, actually. With sort of cutouts, and I've got the whole jacket. She wore dramatic eye makeup and styled her luscious locks, for that read, fake hair, into a half up, half down thing. In other words, a little bit indecisive. Apparently she's back. Well, she did Mighty Hoopla Festival. I mean, that doesn't mean you're back. It's all very sweet, dear, but it's, you know, it's not really a lot to go, is it? There isn't any new material. But apparently she put an animated display on as she performed lively choreography and beamed throughout her set, oozing confidence and endearing charm. Not how some people see her, of course. Not how some people see her. But anyway, she was there. There were loads of other people. I couldn't tell you. I should imagine Joe Swash probably wandered in and out, as he is prone to doing. And there's a lovely picture of David Beckham's hair, which appears not to be on his head. He's in the swimming pool. Because you know that the Beckham family are obsessed with pictures of themselves. They don't actually do anything. Dave doesn't really do anything. I don't know what she does. We just know that Harper is the most gifted child in the entire universe. And it's Dave wearing a pair of Speedos with half of them pulled down. It's such a staged photograph. They must think we fell out of coconut trees or something. And his hair is really bizarre. The footballer's muscly body can be seen in the snap. And as I say, they were saying he'd actually gone to sleep. No, if he'd gone to sleep, the water going backwards and forwards would have pulled him in and he would have drowned. So quite clearly not asleep. But I mean, pulled down is a little bit tacky, but then that's Dave and the family, isn't it, really? He must be due another tattoo. I see there's a bit of a space on his wrinkly body to get another little tattoo. Shane says, I wish I'd kept my vinyl record collection. Oh, you and me together. You and me together. If we'd kept all the stuff from our childhood, like your records, your toys that you played with and stuff like that, you'd be sitting on a small fortune. But of course, the whole idea was toys were meant to be played with, records were meant to be played. And so they then, it's keeping the actual, and books. Books. I knew a very well-known theatre critic, and he collected first edition books. And he sold the collection for £1 million. They were all first editions, and if he could get them signed, they were signed as well by the artist in the featured within the pages, which I thought was absolutely brilliant, actually. Very, very clever. We take all your texts and emails, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Jack says, I don't know if I can deal with a heat wave today. I start a new job. Well, the heat wave, it's going to build up today. By Wednesday, it'll be up to 29 degrees, and it'll be the "Oh, I'm melting." And so there'll be loads of pictures of people sitting on beaches, eating ice lollies. The only people making any money will be the ice cream men, who'll be sitting there with, fridgefuls of lollies and ice cream, which they just pour into the machine, and then you go, and then you stick a flake in the top of it, and that'll be £5. Thank you very much indeed. That's how much it costs nowadays if you go to any of these concerts. What were the prices like at the Hoopla thing? High. They just rip people off, don't they? I think it's absolutely amazing that people even pay it. But if it's a hot day, you can't bring in your own food, can you? See, I would have done. I'd have had it shoved in pocket. Do they search you? They don't search you. Do they? Oh, not for that. Oh, for drugs. Dear, honestly. Hardly likely at my age, honestly. Do you do drugs? Yep, I do metformin, and I do this one. Yeah, I rattle around with all the tablets that I do.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Monday morning. It's the 6th of September, and the animal lovers are back. Guess who? Yep, Geronimo. They think Geronimo was mistreated. And I have to be honest, when you look at Geronimo being dragged towards the execution van, you began to think, yes, probably. Britain's medal tally at the Paralympics puts it at the all-time top of the table. I mean, how fantastic, wasn't it? I mean, just medal after medal after medal. Brilliant. 3 and 4 of you do not know what your spouse's pension is worth. Isn't that funny? Most people keep it sort of secret, because a lot of people don't have joint bank accounts and stuff like that. They have single bank accounts, which is probably safer in the long run, just in case the relationship goes a bit sort of belly up. And they wouldn't know what the pension was worth. In fact, women knew very little about their husband's finances years and years ago. The husband would go out to work. The women didn't go out to work in the early days. And the father would bring home on the Friday the wages, give it to the woman of the house, housekeeping. They go, mother, that's the housekeeping. And out of that, she had to do the budgeting and get the food in and everything else and pay the rent. And then, she'd give him a little bit for, tobacco and stuff like that. Interesting, isn't it, really? When you actually think about it, that's how it used to be. Now, nobody thinks anything about women going out to work. I remember when we used to do phone-ins on LBC and somebody said, I've just seen a woman driving a bus. And I remember thinking, yeah, and I did a feature for Living Television, which was on jobs that were held by women traditionally, but men were doing them. One of them was a personal secretary, and it was a man doing it. The other one was he was a nanny, and he was a bloke. And then we had people who, and they did it on the television as well. We didn't. We did it first. They then picked up afterwards, and that was people who would get off a flight if they thought or they heard that the captain flying was a woman. Seriously, I mean, it was that ridiculous. And we did speak to a couple of people on the programme who said that if they got to the airport and they got on the plane and it was a woman going, hello, my name is Jacqueline, or whatever it happened to be, they would get off the plane. And they did it on television. And they showed you. And then some of the blokes at the end, the captain came out. She was young, very pretty, very nice, very smart in the uniform. And they were going, oh, we didn't think we'd make it in one piece, and all this kind of thing. I mean, the percentage of pilots who are women today, I should imagine, must be... Do you know what it is? More than 40%? Is it? 3%? Is that all? I wonder why. It pays good money, actually, to be a pilot. 3% of women. Come on, girls. Get out there. Go on, frighten all the men. Well, I think we're just going... Wait a minute, I'll just do my makeup. I think we're just going into a dive, actually. Brace yourselves, as we say in the business. Amazing, isn't it? Steve says, Kenny in Manchester, just back from Neighbourhood Weekend Festival in Warrington. He said, for a slice of pizza, £8. He said, I didn't pay it. He said, but what a joke. I absolutely agree with you. You can buy, you get about 3 whole pizzas in Iceland. I mean, you know, as you remember, Joe's bratwurst was £10. £10 for a sausage that would cost you, if you bought it, probably less than £1. Something like that. You can probably get 4 of them for about £2.20 or something. Dreadful rip-off, isn't it? Dreadful rip-off. Still struggling, Steve, with the long COVID, says John, despite both jabs, but great to join you on the 4 a.m. spike. Go on, you've had both jabs, and you're still suffering with it. I mean, I've had both jabs. My next door neighbour, it turns out, has got COVID. So one of my other neighbours said, well, go back inside. Don't sit out here affecting people. Honestly, it's terrible, really. Roger says, I had a huge collection of 7-inch and 12-inch records, sold them to an American collector for £5,000 in '94. I gave mine to Hospital Radio. All of them. I've still got a few little records which are sort of sentimental value. Nothing particularly special or anything like that. The Who and Tommy, because we use the theme for opening UBN. LBC. Honestly, can you imagine opening with that one? Very strange. Steve, I don't like Joe Swash. Well, no, he's not the most popular, but his hair's hilarious. It's got its own agent and everything. He says, I noticed David Beckham's teeth were whitened on ITV's Soccer Aid on Saturday night. What was David Beckham doing there? He loves turning... He obviously doesn't have enough to do in his life, does he, really? Mark in Romford said, I've been searched going into a cinema, as some of them don't allow you to bring your own treats in. You have to pay the crazy prices at the kiosk. Really? Yes, I'd heard about that. I always, if I'm going out to something like theatre, I always take a couple of packets of fruit gums, something like that. I mean, pick and mix at cinemas is extortionate. Yeah, and so the hot dogs and the popcorn, you know, for something that must cost pennies, and they check your bags. Can you take water in? Yeah, you can take water in. I mean, to be honest with you, they go, oh, would you like a giant Coke or something? No, I don't. No, thank you very much indeed. I drink water. Nachos not in the cinema, do you? Really? You live and learn. £8, says Jack, for a slice of pizza. You can get a massive Costco pizza for that price. Yes, huge pizza for that price. which is very true. A lot of other people talk about the heat wave and how we're going to cope with it. Well, you're probably not. I mean, I feel sorry for people who've got to come in by train or something like that, or they'll all be packed because the kiddie winks. Some of them are back to school. Some of them are not back to school till this Friday, which I thought was a bit strange. But nevertheless, front page of a lot of the papers today, Sarah Harding. It's funny, actually. She makes the publicity after she dies of cancer. Nothing you can do about it. By the time it had been found, it was spreading, and she was just one of those people. But as I say, she must have had about 3 or 4 show business existences because she lived life to the full. You know, she was what's commonly known as a good party girl. You know, I think they called it in the early days a ligger. A ligger was somebody who would literally go from party to party to party. And you go, how do you keep up things like that? I mean, where do you get the energy from? We were talking, Joe and I. He went to Glastonbury twice. He looks back at it now and goes, how on earth did I ever manage that? I agree. But who knows? You know, she wrote her book, Hear Me Out, when she knew she was dying of breast cancer. And she said, go to the doctors, because it's not as straightforward as you think it was. I mean, if she'd gone to the doctor sooner, who knows? Maybe, just maybe, she'd be excitedly planning that 40th. In the book, she longed for one more big night out, dancing on tables. She said that's what she wanted. She was party girl. I mean, she was told in December it would be her last Christmas. Now, she actually ended up with quite a few months, whereas for some people it depends whether it's secondary cancer, also. I mean, when you think about it, we're that far down the line and we still don't have a cure for cancer. We still can, you know, we can make people comfortable. Secondary cancer is always a difficult one. And breast cancer, like in men, prostate cancer and testicular cancer, the biggest killers of men. Do men go and get themselves checked? No. No, they don't. What you have to do is you have to go to the doctor. You're supposed to... men can check themselves, but I reckon 95% of people listening at the moment wouldn't have the faintest idea how to do it. You do it in the shower, when you're a little bit warm. She knew that she was dying, and she knew she didn't have much time left. The trouble is she didn't know how much time. They just said, this will be your last Christmas. You won't make it to the next Christmas. But her mum's done a nice tribute, and lots of other people have said nice things about her. But shortly, I think after starting her treatment, she arranged for her former Girls Aloud bandmates to come together. And so they had a secret reunion. It was the first time they'd been together in a room for almost a decade. Because, as I say, it's very difficult to keep these groups going. Look, already Little Mix, one's departed. Will the other three survive? I read in a paper the other day, not. But they might do. It depends. Girls Aloud had nearly 10 years. That must drive you crackers. Here they are again. Oh, look, somebody's got more publicity than me. Yeah, every day. If we're on tour, we've got to do that. Oh, it's dreadful. Somebody says, please share some of your secrets for keeping your voice in top form. Don't smoke. I heard somebody the other day on LBC. Was it the other day? Was it this evening? I think it was the other day, actually. I was out in the car. And I heard this person, and he said, oh, so-and-so. He said, I'm 58. I'm at 58, you sound like 90. Couldn't believe it. And I was tempted to phone up the presenter and say, ask him if he smokes, because it sounded like he did about 500 fags a day. Sacha Baron Cohen has made a wicked return as Ali G, about one of the most unfunny people I've ever seen in my entire life. No, that's not true, actually. There's quite a few others on the television. Borat. What was that, for God's sake? And then Richard Madeley dressed up. Do you remember as Ali G? Is it because... And you think, oh, for goodness sake, honestly. Pitifully awful. Here we go. 19 soldiers facing the boot. Why? Druggies. Biggest drug scandal. They've tested positive for cocaine and cannabis. They come from the Yorkshire Regiment, the 1st Battalion, have been binging on drugs at home and at their barracks. And one of them was a Lance Corporal, the biggest drugs bust in the Army's history. The other place where they had it was down at Windsor. They had lots of problems with sort of drugs down there. And figures for 2019, how many people do you think were dismissed for failing drugs test? How many people were dismissed? In the Army, yeah. 100, good guess. 660. 660, which is 580. It's an increase from 580 in 2017, because they're so easy to get hold of, drugs nowadays. 660 were dismissed. Not good, is it, really? What else we got? We got Marcus Rashford is calling on voters to write to their MP to urge them to back recommendations to end what he calls the child hunger pandemic. Well, not surprised, you can't afford to go out to these festivals. £8 for a slice of pizza. They do slices of pizza around here of an evening time. And you look at it and you think, they've been sitting there for most of the day. I wouldn't touch it. No, not much cheaper either. And down here, they've got cafes. Well, I see these cakes sitting in this window day in, day out. What their shelf life is, I've got no idea. You saw a fish and chip pizza in a window last night. A fish and chip pizza? I've never heard of such a thing. A fish and chip pizza? Was it good? Did you buy it? Oh, you looked at it. How much was it? Do you remember? No. So it's fish and chips on a pizza? What, a piece of fish? Little bits of... Oh, right. A fish and chip pizza. Well, there you go. If anybody's heard of that, do let me know. Filming of Netflix hits Bridgerton has been halted indefinitely by COVID. And here they all are. The good and the great turn up to David Walliams' birthday. The only person who wasn't actually there, because you've got Anton Deck and Amanda Holden, Elizabeth Hurley, and, interesting, Simon Cowell was not there. I wonder why he was not there. Do they get on, or does he go, I'm not, I don't want to do things like that. Yeah, probably got a bad back. Singer Alexandra Burke found herself at the centre of a favouritism storm on Celebrity SAS Who Dares Wins. People have complained about Ant Middleton's relationship with the X Factor winner. Well, Kerry Katona didn't want to be shouted at. Seems a bit stupid, really. Obviously knows very little about the SAS. Perhaps, she wouldn't survive anywhere, would she? Imagine if she had to stack items in a supermarket. She'd never make it. She'd never make it at all. Bird feeders in gardens pose a threat to some species. Good Lord. People spend 250 million on bird food and stuff like that. Yeah, well, I don't know. It's called Killing with Kindness. Apparently the great tit population has soared 40% in 25 years, whilst weaker willow tit numbers fell by 82%. So, titwillow, titwillow, titwillow. It's 4:30. Let's get there.
Sometimes things that are your type on paper don't always turn out to be for you in real life. That's why T-Levels, which mix classroom and on-the-job learning, can help you decide what to do next while you're doing it. Designed with employers, they can help you get the jump into work, an apprenticeship, or university. With subjects covering software production and design, construction, and health and science, to name a few, search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Still trying to work out how anybody can afford to go to festivals nowadays. £8 for a slice of pizza, not even a whole pizza. As I say, you go to Costco, you get a whole chicken for £4. I mean, you could feed the 5,000, and then you've got to buy a ticket to go into these places. I'm told for Reading Festival, it runs into a few £100. The one that Joe went to the other day, I think, was about 50 or 60 quid. That was what festival was that one called? Mighty Hoopla, the one that, thank God for music lovers everywhere, Jordan never showed up to, because luckily her horse became ill, and Jordan knows so much about horses that she decided to pull out of a festival. I would have thought just leaving it in the capable hands of a vet would have been the answer, but there you go. That's always Jordan, always looking for an excuse out of things. But seen out with the fiancé, still waiting for details of the wedding, aren't we? Oh, we're always waiting for that one. I love this story. This is a cute one here. This is a marriage made in heaven. And it's a story of Rose Childerhouse and James McPherson. And they played Mary and Joseph in their school nativity play. And 30 years on, they've got married. Isn't that sweet? I love that. They got married near to the family home in Farnham in Surrey. Rose says it feels like it's been a long time coming, but it was worth the wait. You imagine, do you think they'd have remembered playing Mary? I mean, I played one of the Three Kings years ago. I had to sing the song because I could sing. But I couldn't actually sort of swear to God that I remembered anything apart from looking back at the actual video that we took of it, cine film, of me walking up. But because there was no sound on it, it didn't help. Grab a Domino's 11.5-inch cheeseburger pizza for £18.99. My godfathers. You can make a pizza for £1, literally. But they've got one here, or you could a dirty burger pizza with onion rings, smoky bacon, cheese, spicy beef, jalapeno and burger sauce for just £2.80. Don't waste any sort of leftovers. So it's an 11.5-inch cheeseburger pizza for £18.99. That's Domino's. Or Morrison's 10-inch for £2.89. I'd rather go Morrison's. I mean, honestly, Domino's, hello. £19 for a pizza. They only, as I say, a friend of mine got a restaurant. He reckons he can do a 12-inch pizza, if not bigger, for £1. £1. That's how much profit. And then £19 for a pizza? I think not. I think not. Way too much money. Way too much money. Evidence of the world's oldest beer has been discovered in a 9,000-year-old pot buried with the dead. That lot of blooming use it's going to be to them. What do they want with beer? But, of course, the pharaohs had food, nuts, all sorts of things, honey. It was all buried with them. And I suppose it's that they could have something to eat in the afterlife, which doesn't really sound good. Chemical analysis of one of the pots unearthed in southern China shows traces of beer fermentation. Wow. Researchers from the Dartmouth College in the Americas believe that the beer may have been part of an ancient burial ritual. Yep, have a drink, now we bury you. But they did have everything. They had their chariots. They had, basically, some of them were even buried with their servants. Supposed to be an honour to be bricked up in the prison. What would I be buried with? Podcasts. Loads of podcasts. A microphone, a set of papers, a microphone. It'd be so funny if you were sort of doing something like that and then, thousands of years later, people break into your tomb and you go, hello, I've been waiting for you to turn up here. Unfortunately, you've now let all that dirt, because all the dirty air comes out because it would, and half of the chariots in Tutankhamun's tomb, sort of the wheels fell off and stuff like that. But still amazing. Still amazing. I love stuff like that. Let us use it. How not to waste those leftovers. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure about leftovers. I'm not a leftover kind of person, which is a shame. Embryos can be frozen for 55 years. 55 years. Steve, maybe at £8 a slice of pizza is why so many young girls at festivals are stick thin. No, I think it's just the fact that they're just very lucky. Brenda, the producer, says, up here in Cork, listening to you, delighted to be joining the Spike. Yep, the Spike is there. The Steve Allen Spike, infamously talked about and hardly ever experienced by other people. It's just ours. It's just ours. Do you know that people now prefer a mid-afternoon snack to 11s? We used to have 11s at home. Your mother would make a cup of tea in between cleaning and something like that. She'd say, do you want a cup of tea or do you want some orange squash? Orange squash, please. And you'd be very lucky to... Yeah, it's still the same. A couple of biscuits, and that would be with it. But most people want this mid-afternoon snack. It's about 3:48 is the time that people want it. Little difference between the proportion who prefers savoury and those who go for something sweeter. I'm not bothered, actually. Research for this particular company found crisps to be the most boring snack, followed by toast, bananas and digestives. Toast could never be boring. Who would ever say toast was boring? Only people who didn't know how to make toast. Can't think of anybody else, really. Toast is just delicious. You can have toast all the time. If you don't feel very well, have toast. Have it without any butter on or margarine or something like that. Who's doing the editing of TV Biz today? They're getting older and older, all these people here. Fans of Celebrity Gogglebox are in for a treat, as a host of stars have joined for a one-off Black to Front special. So Mr. Motivator will be there. Together with Rusty Lee. It's amazing how people are using Rusty Lee now. She was dropped from television years ago because of, let's just call it an indiscretion, shall we? That will make it easier. Diversity stars Ashley and Jordan Banjo, plus Perry Keeley will be there. And so they've got loads of other people. Somebody else was doing a thing. Who was doing a thing? Somebody was doing a podcast with Rusty Lee, famous for her laugh, but she was on the television years and years ago, and there was a bit of an altercation with a company that had given her a product to use on the programme, and she plugged it. And, of course, that was totally verboten. But we do like Mr. Motivator. Yes, we love Derek. He's fantastic. Also, Silent Witness actress Amelia Fox seems smitten with new boyfriend, Jonathan Stadlen. And despite their best efforts for the third year in a row, the Soccer Aid England team were defeated by the World 11. But they raised a lot of money. I think they raised more than £13 million. It's not bad, is it? It's not bad at all. Yeah, it is a record. They had Wayne Rooney there, Lee Mack, Kem Ketinay, Stephen Mulhern made an appearance as the masked winger, whilst Alex Scott and Maya Jama provided coverage. That must have taxed her, I should imagine. And we won't mention Joel Dommett's goalkeeping blunder that led to the World 11's first goal. OK? So I'd mention that now and get it over and done with, just in case anybody else wants to sort of pick up on it. I mean, if you go in the goal, that's you really have to sort of make sure that you don't let goals in. Otherwise you lose. And so that's what we did again. But I mean, 13 million quid, you can't complain about that, can you? What else we got? 50 chain stores a day closed last year. 50 chain stores. I didn't know there was that many shops in the entire universe. 50 of them every day closed, which is unbelievable. And a mobile phone customer who rang EE to get a new SIM was offered a £40,000 cocaine deal. I mean, hilarious. It's like the scam callers who are calling from a call centre in Pakistan or India or somewhere like that, and they're trying to persuade you that they are the Inland Revenue, and if you don't pay this money, there's going to be policemen turning up on your doorstep. And, of course, the hilarious people keep it going for ages. And then in the end, the other people shout obscenities at them because they're bent crooks. 50 chain stores a day. In total, 8,739 shops shut across Britain within the 6-month period, though the number of closures has fallen compared with the first 6 months of 2020. Good Lord. Mind you, because we're doing really well in Twickenham. We've got loads of shops opening and things like that. We've only got a couple of empty shops on the high street. No, we do have a pound shop. That's remained open because everything's a pound. But it's not. Not everything's a pound nowadays. I thought it was, but it isn't. Yeah, it is. I mean, yes, they call it Poundland, which doesn't really sort of say. But they used to have a 99p shop in Kingston. I was so excited, 99p. I used to go in there and get Jiffy bags. I used to have Jiffy bags. Don't know why. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Another one here says Dave Beckham was on the pitch Apparently because he's a UNICEF ambassador for 20 years. How riveting. What does he do? What does he do? But, Steve, says Conrad. Pizzas, Papa John's here, 10 quid for 2 any size pizzas on Tuesday, 8 quid for a slice, stroke sausage at a concert. Joke rip-off. I can't imagine who'd pay £8. I can't imagine. Although we have a Vietnamese food shop in Twickenham, and they charge about, for a bowl of rice, it's like 6.5, 7 quid for rice. It's sort of rice with chicken or something. I've never actually, I looked at the price of it, I thought, and we've got these new bubble bars. Have you seen these? Bubble bar. You have bubble tea. Have you ever had bubble tea? I've never had it either, but they're sort of quite, no. You've not had it either? No. I don't even know what it is. Somebody said it's tea with bubbles in it. And I went, yeah, I understand that bit. But I mean, are they sort of permanent bubbles, or do you suck the bubbles up a straw or something? Bubble tea. There you go. Known as pearl milk tea, bubble milk tea, tapioca. Oh, yuck. How disgusting. Most commonly consists of tea accompanied by chewy tapioca balls. Oh, dear. Or it can be made with other toppings as well. Oh. Bubble tea has many varieties and flavours. So basically it's sort of a cup of tea with balls in it. Kind of sums it up, doesn't it, really? And so they're called bobber or pearls. 2 most popular varieties, black pearl milk tea and green pearl milk tea. But it's so expensive. It's so expensive. And all it is tapioca, is it? Ugh. Shan't be bothering with that one then. I thought it was like proper little bubbles. You know, like bubbles of air or bubbles you get in Aero or something like that. Not bubbles of tapioca. So that's what bubble tea is. Don't bother. Don't bother. We've got a shop that just sells bubble tea. The Vietnamese shop does bubble tea and something else. Came from Singapore. We should go back there. Can't think of anything but just tapioca balls. We hated tapioca at school. Frog spawn. We hated it.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Welcome to Monday, yuck. I can say yuck because the weather's going to be a bit yuck for those people who hate the sun. Because we haven't had much sunshine this year, have we? Although I was trying to think whether last year we got much snow, and I don't think we did. I think up in the Grampians and in Scotland and places like that, they got snow. We didn't get much of it, though, did we? We just got a pretty little dusting of it, which I was looking for a deluge. But we didn't get it, actually, which doesn't matter. Venice. You know Venice? They're going to install turnstiles and charge an entry fee for day trippers. They've already banned the big cruise ships because they're way too big to bring in to Venice. And so now they're going to install turnstiles and they're going to charge people for going. I know, it seems a bit ridiculous, doesn't it? I suppose it's roughly the same as here. The congestion charge that we were promised faithfully was only going to be temporary. Well, they've suddenly realised what a fantastic boost to the economy it is, so they're going to keep it going for as long as possible. It's going to finish next February. What, the congestion charge? Yeah, right. Yeah. How much would you like to put on that one? How much, do you want to go £1, Joe? Do you want to go £1? What, they're going to finish the complete congestion charge? The increase. Oh, the increase. Oh, right, yes. Having sort of milked it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Susie says, bubble tea's awful, it's tapioca. I never liked tapioca. I thought it was going to be... I just thought it was going to be little round balls of air or something that popped in your mouth. You know, like you get the plastic and you push... I thought... A bit like sherbet, a bit like space dust. Have you ever had space dust? That's quite good. That sort of explodes into your mouth in an explosion of taste. And quite nice. Now I know it's tapioca. It just seems blooming expensive. You've been to Kettner's, says Nicholas. Yeah, it was years ago. Do you remember the pianist Matthew Ross? I don't, no. I couldn't even tell you if I only remember Jimmy from Joe Allen's. And Steve, 2 lovely days by the Monmouth-Brecon Canal and a sunny Friday afternoon in Porthcawl with chips, says Chris. Oh, how lovely. Chips. I love sometimes when I'm waiting for the car in the morning, you get people who've obviously been to one of our late-night kebabby shops, and they'll have a portion of chips, and they walk back eating chips, and as it wafts past me, I always think, oh, that's quite nice. Anyway, yesterday, was it yesterday? Yes. Unfortunately, a dear friend of mine died. She was quite old. She'd been in hospital. She'd come out, and she wasn't very well No, not my neighbour. No, she's fine. She's good. Anyway, so I went out and I sent them text messages to the family just to say, terribly sorry to hear about the passing of. And I got a sympathy card. Now, I don't generally send sympathy cards because nowadays, because we've all got telephones, it's a lot easier to send a text to somebody saying, I'm thinking of you and all the rest of it. So I sent two. I sent one to the lady's son and one to the family as well, saying, thinking of you. And then I decided to buy this card, which I'm going to send today, actually, just so, people know. And the words weren't too schmaltzy. They really weren't. And I then decided to go to Marks and Spencer's, pick up a few little bits and pieces. So I, holding my card, I walk into Marks and Spencer's and I'm sort of thinking, what do I need to get? Little sausages or something? I didn't know what to get. Anyway, two of the staff in there, who I've known for ages and ages, came rushing up behind me going, what is that? And I thought, they wanted to know what my aftershave was. They wanted to know what the aftershave was. So I said, it's Creed. Now, I hadn't put any on since the morning, so obviously it sort of has little bursts every so often, and it's Creed Aventus. And so I said, it's Creed Aventus. And they went, it's really, really nice. And strangely enough, I had a little bottle, my scent lingers. Thank you, dear. I had a little bottle with me, so I keep a little bottle in my bag for work, and I've got one at home in the bathroom. And I said, it's not cheap. I said, I only got it because my friend Danny Milo was wearing it years ago, and I went, what is that aftershave? And he said, it's Creed Aventus. So he got me into it, and I've been stuck with it ever since because it's so expensive. A little bottle is about £160. That's the small bottle. The bigger ones come in a bit more expensive. But so I said to them in Marks and Spencer, I said, it's Creed Aventus. I said, I can give you a little squirt. So the gentleman in there, I gave a little squirt to. He said, and I sort of put it on his neck and all the rest of it, thinking that's a heat spot, so that'll go quite well. So, of course, he'll be going home and his wife will go, what's that? He'll go, it's Creed Aventus. Where'd you get that from? Yeah, where'd you get that from? Anyway, so I'm still clutching my sympathy card, OK? And I go round, I've got my little basket, and I pick up a bottle of Prosecco and a few little bits and pieces, and I put the bag through. Now, if you, because we have self-service tills at Marks and Spencer's, but if you buy a bottle of booze, the assistant has to come over and verify the fact that you're over the age of 5, so that you can buy booze. So we did that, and he's a little man. He doesn't seem to make the best of him. Anyway, neither here nor there. And so I put all my stuff through, and then I put the bottle through, and it always goes bing, 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 which means he has to then come over. So I've got everything in my bag, okay, except the sympathy card, which is still in the basket, because I'm waiting till I've paid, and I'll put it in the bag. And so he sees that I've put everything in the bag, except the sympathy card. OK, so he goes, do you want to do the card? I said, no, I didn't buy it here. And he said, oh. I said, it's a sympathy card. I said, you don't do sympathy cards in here. And he said, how do you expect me to know that? I thought, so what he was doing, he was accusing me of trying to thieve. And I said, I didn't buy it here, I bought it somewhere else. I said, because you don't sell sympathy cards. And then he said to me, I always remember, he said, you've got a bit of attitude. Excuse me, Sonny Jim, and so I said to him, you should know, that you don't do sympathy cards. He said, how was I supposed to know? I said, but you're supposed to know that. The card says sympathy on the top of it. Have you ever had a look at the stock in here? Obviously one of those idiots. And so then I put the card into my bag and I paid. But it was a case of, oh, you haven't paid for that. You're obviously trying to thieve it. He accused me of attitude. Me! The most placidly, lenient person who you would ever meet. Timid, shy, wouldn't say boo to a mongoose. But I'll be saying boo to him a little bit later on today. Oh, look at the cheek of it. I said, you're accusing me of trying to thieve a card that you don't even sell. It's like, if ever I bring in a bag, I've got to make sure that the stuff in there has been paid for. I don't want them to go through it and go, oh, well, you didn't pay for that one, did you? Whereas I saw somebody the other day giving away a free carrier bag, and they're 10p, their carrier bags. I always pay for it, or it could be 15p, because I'm not bothered about paying for a bag. Some people don't like paying for carrier bags in shops, but I'm not remotely bothered. I buy loads of them, which is good. The National Trust coffers swell, but they still lay off nearly 2,000 staff. They have in their kitty at the moment about 400 million. They're not short of money at all, the National Trust. You know why? Because people want to join it, because they've got such lovely buildings and everything else. But they laid off 2,000 staff, nearly 1,700, something like that. Shane says, tapioca tea, I don't think I'd like that. I'm not real keen on green tea either. No, I tried it. I tried green tea when I had my heart surgery years ago. The surgeon, who was Tony Blair's surgeon, said, you always say, I always try and make small talk, like, will I live much longer? And things like that. And he said, you should start drinking green tea. So I thought, I should start drinking green tea. I should be a good boy, managed to give up the sugar for the diabetes and all the rest of it, so I can do green tea. So I went out and bought green tea bags, put them in a cup. It was the most revolting, disgusting thing I've ever tried in my entire life. I thought, there is no way, no matter how good it's going to be, am I ever going to wander onto green tea? I just decided that I didn't like the taste of it. And somebody said, you should try different ones. So I tried different ones. I did sort of push the boat out a little bit, and I decided at the end of it, no, I'm just going to drink Earl Grey. And so but I didn't this morning. I just had water this morning, which I thought was very good of me. Very good of me. And Mark says, you sound like a nightmare in shops. You think, right, well, you'd have put up with that, would you really? I'm writing an official complaint letter. Nobody messes with the Allen, I tell you. A-L-L-E-N, thank you, for those people who can't spell. Logged into the Spike watching TikTok videos. I make TikTok videos, says Waj. Do you know, I don't think I've ever seen... I've never also been on to... What's the other one? No, I've done Facebook. No, I've done FaceTime. I tell a lie, I've done FaceTime with friends of mine. I'm generally in the shower when I do it, and then casually let the phone slip, just to get them going. Never works. And, no, is it Instagram? Is it and Instagram is what? It's just pictures, is it? Oh, right. Is it open to anybody? Oh, right. It's open to... Oh, right. How exciting. Oh, I'm very pleased. Yeah, you must get me on. I don't know how to do it. Do you have to pay for it? It's free as well. Unbelievable. And so if I know somebody's on Instagram, I can put their name in and I can follow. Oh, that'll be nice. That'll frighten them. And I shall be doing that. I should... Yeah. Oh, that's very... Oh, thank you. What, today? Oh, by Jove, I tell you honestly, the week starts better, even though I'm going to be dead by Wednesday because of the blasted heat, I should imagine. And it's also, I forgot to mention, actually, do you know whose birthday it is today? It's Zora Suleiman's birthday. And she kept that pretty quiet, so I immediately gave her 4 Satsumas. She'd normally have 2 or 3, but 4, yeah, one for each decade. And so I never said that. The troublemakers in the studio said that, but she kept it really quiet. Isn't it funny? Years ago, you wouldn't work on your birthday. Now it's considered quite normal. She's probably going home to jelly, ice cream and a magician or something like that, she hopes. But so, happy birthday to her, and if you're celebrating your birthday today, I wish you many happy returns of the day.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have you company. I'm trying to be cheerful, but the weather's going to really depress me. Seriously. The moment anybody says to me, oh, it's great, it's going to be sunny, and I know lots of my friends love the sunshine, they sunbathe. My neighbour Lynn, she loves the sunshine. She can't get enough sunshine. Lindy loves sunshine. All these people love sunshine. Except me. I'm the Mr. Misery in this kind of thing, because I just get uncomfortable. It doesn't seem to sit well. Steve, it's my birthday too, says James, in London. So many happy returns of the day. We don't know how old you are, but we'll keep it a secret for you. Waitrose do their own Earl Grey green tea. I don't like green tea. I've tried it. I don't like it. It doesn't do anything for me at all. People say, well, you won't get better then, will you? I think, well, actually, I'm sounding about as good as it's going to get, I think, at the moment. Boris is facing a mounting cabinet revolt. And the Royal Cash for Favours storm. Will Charles finally axe his aid? This will be the 3rd time... It's Michael Fawcett, isn't it, I believe, that he's sort of made cock-ups. I think twice he's sort of stepped down, and I wonder really whether or not Charles will finally axe him. The Royal Cash for Favours storm. I mean, you would think that the royal family would sort of check very carefully. We had this the other day where somebody was told if they paid so much money into a charity, they could get to meet Prince Charles. And all the rest of it. And then I think the other one was a CBE or an OBE or something, and that cost £1.5 million, which means effectively you can buy your way into the royal family. But Charles was aware of an investigation. This is after he is aware. Whether it goes any further, because they've said he's stood down temporarily. There you go. He's temporarily left his job as chief executive of the Prince's Foundation. I mean, he's basically the man who puts toothpaste on Charles's toothbrush. You know, and they will do what they want to do. And Michael Fawcett, you know, offered to step down. He's a former valet. He now runs the charity. You know, but they seem to surround themselves with maybe some of the wrong people. And this one, we're not sure where he's going. This particular guy, Mr. Mahfouz, was given a CBE by Charles in a private ceremony at Buckingham Palace in 2016. Now, I thought that it's decided by number 10 Downing Street, the CBEs and the OBEs. So you write in to the Buckingham Palace, to the number 10 Downing Street office, and they will then decide whether or not. I don't think it's decided by the royal family, but this one here, Michael Fawcett, they said, needs to keep to his side of the bargain and sort out the honorary OBE immediately. He was then upgraded. He later helped to upgrade the proposed honour from an OBE to a CBE. I mean, a spokesperson for the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office said all nominations for honorary awards are subject to the same rigorous scrutiny and probity checks to assess the merits of each case. This process is followed in all cases. I mean, something's gone horribly wrong here, hasn't it? Honestly, what with Harry being the wayward child that nobody cares about anymore. I mean, Michael Fawcett began as a footman to Queen Elizabeth II, rose through the ranks to become Prince Charles's assistant valet, which means he basically does everything. Everything that Charles needs doing. I mean, I'm told that if Charles goes for a shower, he just literally walks through the bedroom, dropping items of clothing, and the valet will pick stuff up. Then you've got the person who runs the bath, because apparently the royal family are totally inept when it comes to running baths and turning on taps, and somebody else does it, and it's all sort of done. They lay their clothes out. There'll be his pants, his socks, his trousers. You know, it will all be done. You know, everything will be. But Charles doesn't need to worry about getting the iron out and doing things like that, because he wouldn't do any ironing. You know, I suppose the nearest thing would be Andrew, but we don't talk about Andrew anymore, do we? Because he is persona non grata in the royal family. So I'm still trying to get over how well we've done in the Britain's medal tally. I mean, phenomenal. The valet's job, here we go, if you think you'd get, and it doesn't pay very much, incidentally, is to ensure the clothes are ready to wear. That means making sure shoes are shined, suits pressed, uniform brass properly polished and placed, ceremonial ribbons in good condition. The valet is responsible for ensuring the clothing is cleaned and repaired when necessary, and lawned and items returned to the royal sock drawers. I mean, basically, you're wet nursing them. I mean, I can't see the Queen going, do we have any bubble bath? You know, I don't think she'd be saying things like that. Yes, matching socks. But they don't need to worry about it. If they then start running out of socks, more would be ordered. They just go to wherever they go to get their socks. Must be a royal warrant on, Primark. Oh, Charles, you can get 10 pairs for £6, you know. No, he'd be having all good stuff. It's like the person who cuts his hair. They've been cutting his hair for donkey's years. That's why he looks a bit old-fashioned, because it's an old-fashioned hairdresser's. But he's been doing that. And I should imagine his socks and pants would come from the same place. You know, you've never seen Charles pushing a trolley round Marks and Spencer's, have you, going, I don't know, what do you reckon, William? Briefs? Boxers? Trunks? Or Aldi or something like that. They don't do that. I mean, the Queen's never been shopping in her life. You know, she doesn't know the pleasure of sort of shopping in Waitrose and deciding which pickled onions to buy. They don't do that. She's never stopped at a traffic light. They go straight through traffic lights. They have the outriders, and they will stop the traffic on either side. Whether your light's green or red, you stop. And they just go sailing through. She doesn't know what it's like to sit there on a motorway, which is not good. Steve. 27 degrees today, which means 30 degrees at LHR. It's always hotter there, says Roger. I'll sit in the car with the aircon on. Oh, I love aircon. Love aircon. Will somebody tell Marcus Rashford, do not have them if you can't feed them yourself? He's done well, though, Marcus, hasn't he? He's got a book out as well. He's really done something. I appreciate the fact that, you know, anybody could have done what he did. Anybody could have done it. It's just that he did it. He did it. Today, 26 degrees, double it and add 30, approximately, with a give or take. So 26, 52, 82 degrees today. Oh, blow. Sunny intervals and light winds. Oh, God. Tomorrow, 28 degrees. So it's 56 plus 30, 86 degrees. And then on Wednesday, 29 degrees, sunny and a gentle breeze. Pfft, not where I live, it won't be. You watch, it'll just be sunny and people will love it. People will love it. So 29, so it's 58 plus 30, 88 degrees, so just under 90. Mind you, this is piddly, isn't it, temperatures compared to Dubai? I mean, Dubai, I should imagine today, must be peaking at about 40-something, today, 42 degrees. Well, I mean, I couldn't cut. Seriously, I'd be having a breakdown every 5 minutes. 45 on Sunday, 45 degrees, 120 degrees. I think not. Shan't be going there on holiday anytime soon. I mean, it's all right because everywhere you go in Dubai is air-conditioned, but at some point it's like Vegas. You've got to venture onto the strip, and that's when you suddenly realise. There's loads of people selling bottles of cold water. They've got a big bucket with ice in it, and they've got the bottles of water in there, and believe me, you need it. Luckily, we actually had a car over there. We sort of flew, but we rented a car there. And, of course, you don't need to ask for air conditioning because it's in every car. You know, gone are the days where you'd open the windows. Remember years ago when you'd be sitting in the motorway or on the motorway, there'd be an accident and there'd be a hold-up, and you'd watch the temperature slowly creeping up, and you think, oh, no. So you put the heater on to try and draw all the temperature off. Steve, I used to take milk in my tea, never understood the flavoured teas until I stopped taking milk. The other day, someone on my vessel made me a ginger tea with honey. Says Harry, I'm hooked. Oh, ginger tea with honey is very nice. In fact, honey in tea anyway, but I mean, I don't have that either. Average Spanish temperature, 27 to 35 degrees. It's too much. It's too much for me. I'm so glad I finished at 7 o'clock this morning because, you know, the sun will not have reached its zenith in the sky, and I'll not be suffering with that. And I just switch on the aircon, and very shortly I'm sitting there freezing to death. Which actually I don't mind. And Sam says, I hope you gave that shop assistant your most withering Paddington stare. Honestly, what an insult. Do I look like somebody who's going to be stealing, you know, a sympathy card? I don't think so. Steve, Dennis in Grantham. Oh, God, poor soul, honestly. Imagine somebody's got to live there. He says, you often mention Joe Allen's. Tell us more about it. It's a restaurant. I go there. OK, not at the moment because it's not opened. And he said, here in Nowhere Land, we've got nothing like it. Well, no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. It's called sort of modern American. It's, you know, they do burgers, they do all sorts of things. They do. Yeah, it's a showbiz restaurant. You don't go there for the food. You go there for the atmosphere, and because, you know, I've been eating there for 35 years at least. Biggins opened an account for me, so I have an account there. Whether or not after the pandemic I've still got an account, I've got no idea. I need to speak to Kathy on there. Prices, same as most places in London. Same as most places. You know, you can rack it all up with sort of booze. But, you know, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what an average meal is supposed to cost in London. I mean, years ago it was 20 quid. Now you're looking at probably 50. 50 a head, I would think, would be about average. But yeah, it depends what you have to eat. But that's nothing compared to some super-duper top restaurants where you'd be looking at 120 quid, 130 quid a head. You know, going to some of these posh chef places, you can pay a fortune. 85 quid for a steak in Tom Kerridge's place, and you only get a few chips as well. I'd expect a barrel load of chips. I really would. If you go to it's not called Five Guys, is it? Is it called Five Guys, the burger place? You get more chips than you can shake a stick at. Seriously, you'd say on a portion of chips, and it comes with enough for about 10 people. Large chips is 3 portions, isn't it? Because when I got it, I couldn't eat all of it. And I thought, that seems an awful lot of waste of chips. But we had a burger. And I didn't think that was... Oh, yeah, Tom Kerridge. He charges for fish and chips £32.50. I feel a bit sorry for the fish because it's just sitting in the middle of the plate. And there's not enough chips there. I couldn't cope with that amount of chips. I'd have to ask, could I have some extra chips, please? There's no mush. I wouldn't want mushy peas anyway. Producer likes that. Shane in Sydney said, not too bad here. 17 degrees and sunny. It's your winter though, isn't it really? I think. And Conrad says, Steve, Charles might call into the LBC radio and ask, where does Steve Allen buy his throwaway socks from? Well, actually, I get 2 places. I was getting them from Costco. And then I got from Marks and Spencer's, and now Marks and Spencer's have sort of pulled themselves up a little bit because their socks went off. They became quite expensive, and they weren't very good quality. So I stopped buying them, but I've gone back to buying them there now. But I normally keep in some from Costco. I've got a thing about socks. I like socks and pants. Big Andy says, you should have shown the shop assistant some sympathy. Yes, I'll send him a card. That'll be good. Also, it says, I had a young whippersnapper, Jobsworth, accost me at the supermarket over 2 litres of milk I'd bought elsewhere. Luckily, I had the wee receipt handy in my pocket, says Kim, and I made sure he read every tedious last word. No big issue, but attitude so unnecessary. Exactly. That's like going in there and sort of standing there at the till with an elephant, you know, and them going, I'm sorry, will you be checking the elephant through? And you go, you don't sell elephants. It was that rude. And also, I should have gone back and said to him, excuse me, have you ever heard that little phrase? It's a little one that maybe you should remember. The customer is always right. OK? Even if they're not, you keep your big trap shut.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
But isn't it hopeless? Every time you go to install something on your telephone, it goes, you know, sign in with your Apple ID. I can't remember what it is. I've got no idea. So what I'll have to do is I push the forgot password. I'm doing that more and more, actually. And it says the Apple ID is the email address or phone number you use to sign into iCloud, the App Store and other Apple services. None the wiser. None the wiser. I don't know. I'll have to find out from somebody. Because I'm trying to download Instagram, mainly because I've never had it. And people keep asking me. They say, oh, you know, have you sort of got Instagram? And I have to go, no, don't have anything like that at all. Graham, over in Thailand, he says, I finally got around to reading Elvis Costello's excellent autobiography. He used to live where we used to cut up from the river on our daily walk and mentions 3 places we used to walk past. I shall email you the extracts. Yes, Graham used to be over here. He's got a lovely place now over in Thailand. And he's been listening for many, many years. Many, many years. I'm sorry it wasn't Joanne Webb, by the way, a minute ago. We got a bit confused. But even I thought her voice had changed dramatically. So it's Anne-Marie Walsh. I'm so sorry. Steve, Camilla does all the ironing. I know that for a fact. My neighbour's cousin's brother partner's mother said so. They don't need to do it. They've got an army of staff. An army of... Well, it must be very strange, mustn't it? Handling the royal underwear. You know, I mean, I always think so anyway, because I remember some years ago when a pair of Queen Victoria's knickers came up for sale. And I remember thinking it was like Billy Smart's circus tent. I think she was like a 55-inch waist or something. She was a fat little thing, honestly. They were huge. I mean, seriously, I mean, you could have had the kids camping in them in the garden. And I often wondered, you know, who in their right mind would want to own a pair of... They were like bloomers. They were... Must look charming, I should imagine. But Steve says, Roger, I do remember having an old Escort, and if stuck in traffic, used to steam up like an old kettle. I had a Mini once, and it was very big. It had a push button to start it in the middle. I've got a push button on my car now, but it's slightly more sophisticated. And I was sitting in traffic, and I could watch the temperature gauge creeping up. It was a hot day, and I'm thinking, oh, for goodness sake, no. Nowadays, you rarely, it was an old Mini, yeah, you rarely see people boiling over on the motorway, unless they forgot to put water in the engine. I mean, I don't do that. It goes in when it goes in for the service and everything else, and Nigel does that. That's what he knows about these sort of things. I can't. I'm useless on anything like that. I mean, I really am useless. Somebody said to me, you know, how does a car work? Pfft, don't know. Petrol goes in one end and I can put air in the tyres, and that's about it. Anything more than... And then, yet years ago, when I had little cars, I could do the oil. I could do the dipstick and wipe it off and then put it back in again. And I could even change spark plugs. I mean, now, you have to... It was it's not only a little bit beneath me, I don't understand it anymore. It's far too complicated. And my engine's sealed. You've got to take this big thing off before you can actually get to the engine. Ridiculous, honestly. Steve. This weather's lovely if you like sun and warmth, but will people think about their dogs when walking them? I saw one yesterday, sat outside a cafe for almost an hour with a couple in full sun. Then a man walked past carrying his medium-sized dog as it was exhausted, says Jude. Do you know what they do round our way? I mean, they probably do it in your little town or your little neighbourhood. A lot of the shops put bowls of water out there for dogs so that they can have a little bit of a drink, because they get a bit thirsty in this weather. Definitely. Steve. And, I love this one from Helen. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, I mean, some programmes on that channel you're talking about, zero audience. Zero audience. I know. I mean, how it's even keeping going, God alone knows. I was once stopped on the way out of a supermarket. Steve, says James. They thought I'd not paid for a bag of rolls that was hanging on the back of the trolley. I showed them the receipt which confirmed I had purchased them. I was mortified. Then went back to the customer service desk and requested a full refund on my whole shopping. I went elsewhere. Oh, blimey. Yes, I mean, that's what we'd all like to do, but if it's a convenient supermarket, probably not very likely, is it, really? And another one here. You should have shown somebody else talking about the shop assistant. I don't remember the Walker Texas Ranger played by Chuck Norris. I remember Chuck Norris, but I don't remember anything really. Steve, says Brenda, you'll get sick after reading this, but I love the heat so much I wear fleece pyjamas. Right. When I was in Abu Dhabi in my sister's apartment, I asked her where I could turn on the heating. Well, you got an illness or something? You must have an illness. In Abu Dhabi, yes. Another one here. Oh, talking about this bubble tea. It sounds disgusting, doesn't it? I mean, I'm not going to be trying it anytime soon. Not now I know it's tapioca. Tony in Reigate says, rumour has it Prince Charles goes commando to save the staff from underwear embarrassment. Be easier to install his own little washing machine, wouldn't it, really, I suppose? You know, these are the royal pants. I mean, I don't know. Whenever they go away, somebody else does all their packing and all that sort of stuff. Steve, with the rude shop assistant, you should have asked for proof he was old enough to verify your purchase. Oh, he was. Definitely. But it was this sort of insinuation that, you know, I've been going in there since they opened it. You know, and would I steal? Absolutely not. Good God in heaven. I might speed in the car occasionally, but there you go. So bubble tea, it's been a hot or cold favourite in countries like China since the 1980s. So it's tapioca pearls that sit at the bottom, and these delicious fruit or tea infusions. Apparently they come shooting up and can be chewed as you swallow down. It sounds disgusting. I wouldn't want that at all. Tapioca, ladies and gentlemen. So that's what bubble tea is. But it's actually been hot or cold in most countries. So it's just but there's one little shop that's open. It used to be where an insurance company was. It's only a little tiny shop. It's called the Bubble Tea Shop. And they sell, that's all they sell, is bubble tea. And I've seen people queuing to get it. Do you think they know it's tapioca? That you can buy tapioca really cheap. You can make it yourself, couldn't you, I suppose? You could put some Earl Grey in there and stick some tapioca in the bottom. Sounds disgusting, doesn't it, really? Mary said you should speak to the manager at the branch. I just thought it was a case of, you know, he should know what they serve in Marks and Spencer's. You know, I'm not asking, you know, of sort of, you know, food. Because for food, you can see a card you wouldn't. They do cards, but they don't do sympathy cards. Honestly. Steve... says Mark, I see that Steph's packed lunch returns today, 12:30. Yep. And it'll be finished by about 7 o'clock in the evening, I should imagine. The most boring programme under the sun. Far too many guests on it, mainly because she's as boring as heck. Seriously, I've never known anybody who is so dull on a programme. It's an hour and 40 minutes. Oh, they've cut it down. No, it's still the same, is it? An hour and 40. Seems like more. They put unfunny comedians on and camp chefs. And that's about it. I mean, God knows what the taxi bill is. It must be an absolute fortune. But it really is the most boring programme. Dreadful. Steve, I had a Mini that always overheated, and when stuck in traffic, I used to put the heater on to draw the heat off the engine. Me and the kids were always melting, said Sid. Me too. You'd open all the windows in the car. They were slide windows. It didn't even have a wind down. It was sliding windows, because I changed a window at one time myself. I mean, I was quite good at doing things like that. Had to be advised on it. But Minis got very hot, and you'd put the heat on, and you'd sit there, the sweat would be pouring off you. But nowadays, I mean, I haven't seen any cars. I see cars broken down on the motorway. I never laugh. I used to, but then I thought, maybe if God's listening, he might go, right, I'm going to pay you back for laughing at those people who have broken down. Yes, because I think he might spike. I've got a sneaking feeling that, you know, he would be one of our proper listeners. Him and Gabriel and John the Baptist, I should imagine. Would it be fantastic if you could ever prove that? Well, mind you, nobody could disprove it. So I think that's actually quite a good idea. Why is it when they do motor racing at the very end, they get bottles of champagne and spray it over everybody? Peasants. What a wasteful thing to do. And it's never a cheap champagne, is it? It's always something very nice indeed. Mary says, with the Foreign Office saying everything was adhered to re Prince Charles, was this while Mr. Raab was on holiday? I don't know. I just know that an awful lot of people seem to sort of do what they want to do nowadays. Trelawney says, hi, Jason. Oh, how sweet. Right, you're now, I'm afraid, if you're too stupid, we lose you. So there you go, 0523, and you're going to be disappearing very quickly. Oh, look, there's Steph pretending she's got a personality. 1 day to go, yeah. 1 day more, another day, another destiny. How boring, honestly. It is the dullest programme on the television. And, yeah, they've got Tony Beak on there. He's not camp, is he? He's not camp. And a few other people who's, just dreary. Oh, he's on everything. What's his name? Chris Kamara. Every time you turn on the show, there's Chris Kamara again. God in heaven, do us a favour, mate. Start saying no to some things, can you? And then there was that deeply unfunny comedian who's going out on tour again. Russell Kane. I mean, seriously, how he ever has the audacity to put himself up as a comedian is totally beyond me. You might as well stick Winnie the Pooh and Paddington Bear up there. They'd be marginally more entertaining. So David Williams, Boris Mountain, will Charles finally axe his age? And Dame Jenny Murray. Bit of a blast after discovering that the woman's replacement is paid more than she was. More. But then, do people worry about things like that anymore? I mean, I'm quite sure that there are people at LBC who earn more than I do. I don't know them personally. But no, I mean, but obviously at the BBC they get a bit funny about it, because apparently her replacement's earning about $245,000 a year, whereas I think Dame Jenny was on about $100,000 a year. Well, that's what they said in the papers, but I'm sure it would be more than that, because she'd been around the block, quite literally, a few times. But once you... I mean, how do people discover what somebody earns? I mean... Oh, the BBC... Oh, of course, the BBC have to declare... that was it. So the BBC discover how much somebody... right. And so they have to declare it. Oh, thank God we don't have that here. Thank goodness. Otherwise, that could be very embarrassing. Can you imagine? People going around, have you seen how much people earn? But then, I mean, I'd be hated. Seriously, I'd be so hated. Because I have a deal that I get meal vouchers as well, so I can get a free cottage pie or something like that, and a pudding on a Tuesday, provided there's an R in the month, and I'm okay. But no, it's never bothered me in the slightest. Isn't that funny about, what people earn? Because you think, well, that's what the job pays. I remember somebody saying to me when I was sort of, I went on to night, so I'd done, anyway, and somebody said, oh, you must get less money for appearing overnight. I thought, no, it doesn't work like that at all. It works on what your value is to the company. And obviously my value is very good.
Sometimes things that are your type on paper don't always turn out to be for you in real life. That's why T-Levels, which mix classroom and on-the-job learning, can help you decide what to do next while you're doing it. Designed with employers, they can help you get the jump into work, an apprenticeship, or university. With subjects covering software production and design, construction, and health and science, to name a few, search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Welcome to 3 days of heat, culminating on Wednesday when it'll reach up to about 29 degrees, I think. And then we get back into the miserable rain and wind and everything else. OK, so that's not good, is it? Not very good at all. 25 minutes to 6. So will Charles finally axe his closest aide? I bet not. I'll put a penny on it. I'm not willing to risk anything else, actually, now. Because they tend not to get rid of people. Although Charles is now being urged to cut the ties with the aide in the Cash for Knighthood storm. And this is Dr. bin Mahfouz, who got the CBE from Charles. And Michael has stepped down as chief, only temporarily, they've said. That was the key word. The moment I saw that, I thought, wait a minute. Yeah. Michael, blah, 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 cleared it. In 2003, he was cleared of financial misconduct following claims he'd been involved in selling royal gifts and pocketing some of the proceeds. And he resigned following the report's publication. Then he picked up an undisclosed cash severance package, as well as an agreement to work as the Prince's events manager. Then he got chief executive of the Prince's Foundation in 2018. I mean, he comes with a bit of checkered history, but the royal family relies so much on people like Mr. Fawcett that they almost make it impossible for them to get rid of them, because he'll know everything. All he'll do is write a book. That's what he'll do. I mean, he'll be another sort of Harry person. But it's a shame, really. It's a shame that, there's so much sort of... But it's always been like that. If you wanted to sort of gain access to the royal family, then you would pay money into the Prince's Foundation, and that would get you an invitation to dinner. And if you got an invitation to dinner, and there's loads of famous people get invitation to dinners. Loads of people. But he's resigned twice before and sailed back into royal service. Now his fate again rests in the Prince's hands. And it'll be interesting. Is it a scandal too far for the man that Charles really can't do without? He can't. He would rely on him, and he would. It's like Harry, Harry and his sort of deluded little world that he lives in. I'm so glad he's in America. They were saying, he wants to come back to talk to the Queen. Shouldn't imagine she's got anything to say to him at all. Nothing at all. A man who betrayed the royal family together with his new wife. Very exciting. There's a local store in Pennsylvania that has an old man that checks every receipt on your way out the store to make sure there's no theft. Takes the poor man to check everything. Yeah, I mean, they stopped a guy the other day in a car on police interceptors. And what did he do? He'd been reported from a local supermarket. He was thieving DVDs. When they actually stopped the car... It was a rundown little car. It turned out he didn't have a licence to drive. He didn't have any insurance. He basically was just a tea leaf. And so they said, well, stealing DVDs. He said, I haven't got any DVDs. So they decided to take him back to the station. In the back of the car, on the floor, were all the plastic cases that the DVDs were in. He'd been able to open them, but they couldn't find the DVDs until they managed to finally break open the boot, and there they all were. There they all were. He'd been thieving to order. That's all he did. He was a thief. All these people get caught, but what he had was a bag. It's commonly known as a going thieving bag. And what it is, it's a bag made out of metal, like sort of, it's lined with sort of metal. You put the stuff in there, then put that inside another bag, and that means it doesn't set off the alarms, which is how he got the stuff out. He was able to just walk out of the shop straight away. Now he's spending time as a guest of Her Majesty, which was really nice. Paul says, I went shopping for lingerie the other week, but when I went to the cashier to pay, he said out loud, these knickers won't fit you. I was shocked. Yes, well, we all would be very, very shocked, actually. I never understand. Isn't it funny? Women go out and they buy bras, obviously, but most women are wearing the wrong size bra, because most people have never been measured for a bra, or a bar as well. Walk into a bar. Also, Betfirm caps losses for young gamblers at £500 a month. Wow. And climbing out of a car, Elizabeth Debicki, who's got the Diana down to a T. She looks at this is part of Netflix's The Crown, which is getting better and better, they tell me, by the day. A female RAF parachute instructor has died after her canopy failed to open on a training jump. God, my worst nightmare. My worst nightmare. I can't think of anything worse. The woman, believed to be in her early 30s, had jumped alongside tandem jumpers, a novice parachutist attached to an instructor, and may have been recording their descent with a camera. Gosh, can you imagine? Also, teenagers will be banned from Botox treatment in a crackdown on botched cosmetic procedures. They have programmes in America now. Have you ever seen them where they go, cosmetic surgery mistakes and things like that? And people have had all sorts of work done, and it turns out that it hasn't actually been very good at all. And so then they have to go to, an expert who can try and correct the problems that they have. And it's very difficult. Keith says, in the 60s, when Longleat first opened, we were driving the big queue through the park. I was driving a big old Ford Zephyr, engine light on red, boiling up, Pride of Lions brushed past the car, mother-in-law screaming in the back, husband calmly filming through a crack in the window. Was I glad to see the exit? That was the big thing, wasn't it, Longleat? You could drive through the lion enclosure. The worst thing was there were monkeys in there, I think. Or the monkeys were another, and they would rip your car to pieces. Once they'd actually found out you can dismantle a car, they'd take the aerials, they'd take everything. Monkeys, they're very, very destructive. They have to put signs up on there to go, there is the danger that they will dismantle your car. And they did in many an occasion. Used by children, the vapes as strong as 125 cigarettes. Good Lord above. We've just got another vaping shop opening in Twickenham. That means we've got about 4 of them now. I mean, they can't all be making money on business. I mean, some of these shops that open up nowadays, you think to yourself, why would you want to set up a vaping shop in an area where there's another 4 of the blooming things? How many vaping shops do you need? I went to Richmond the other day, and I think I found 2 vaping shops there. We got hairdressers. We got more hairdressers you can shake a stick at. Everywhere you go, hairdressers, because it's easy. So the latest BBC annual report reveals Miss Barnett, Emma Barnett, who made her name on something, and she was paid, I think Dame Jenny, the longest-serving presenter of the Radio 4 show, this is Woman's Hour, she was paid just over £100,000, they say here. Miss Barnett is thought to be on a far higher salary. They reckon between 240 and 249,000, although this included what she was paid for her 5 Live show before she joined Woman's Hour, as well as fronting 30 editions of Newsnight. Poor old Jenny Barnett, she must be spitting blood, honestly. 100,000, and then along comes a young whippersnapper, £245,000. Yeah, she's doing more work, I think. Definitely. But also, Dame Jenny admitted that although she's a regular Radio 4 listener, she deliberately switches off just before 10 o'clock when Woman's Hour starts. Not bitter in any way, shape or form. Nothing at all. Happy birthday today to Pippa Matthews. She's the younger sister of the Duchess of Cambridge. She's 38 today, and Idris Elba is 49. So many happy returns of the day. And Zora Suleiman. We don't know Zora's age, and it would be impertinent to even ask. Everybody else they tell you about. Also, the BBC's Casualty in 1986 was first broadcast. It's now the longest-running prime-time medical drama in the world. Have you ever seen it? I've never seen it either. Isn't that funny? The longest drama. It's just... You've seen about 3 episodes. Yeah, Kieran's seen about 3 episodes. It's not very much, is it, really? Yeah, 35 years. I mean, I've seen a couple... It's filmed in an office block, I believe, which they sort of... When we went on a tour of studios years ago in America, they had one thing, and we went through a door, and we were in a hospital. It was really quite funny. There was the corridor, and there was the beds and everything else like that, because they sort of like showing you around. But over here, I think it's an office block where they film it. I'm enjoying The Bill. They've got some reruns of The Bill going on the television, and they really... Why they ever axed that programme is totally beyond me. It was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. What was the other one here? The Queen came face-to-face with the nation's tears. This is 1997. Now, you remember this, don't you? Very well, because we talked a few days ago. It was potentially one of the most difficult days of her reign, but in the space of a few minutes with the Duke of Edinburgh at her side, she lifted the cloud of tension and apologised for staying at Balmoral so long. 6 days after Diana's death, she finally put herself among the people. But that was mainly due to the press. In fact, it was absolutely to do with the press. They said, "Where are you? Where is the sovereign? Why is she not down here in London?" Acres of flowers. And so reluctantly, she had to come down to London to admit that they'd made a mistake. They shouldn't have stayed up there, but they were on their holiday, and they don't see the death of a person as being something as important as, say, losing the royal yacht. And so they stayed up there, but it was the papers. Why is the flag not flying at half-mast? An absolute outrage and a disgrace. Against tradition. She was, basically the leader of the country, although she doesn't write anything. It's all done for her by sort of, Boris and his little minions. But it was a case of not even flying the flag at half-mast. It was the biggest funeral. Put it this way, Margaret hardly got anybody turning up for her funeral. And the Queen Mother, again, hardly anybody at all. So it was all Diana, and the public turned out. And I think outside Kensington Palace, 30 million quid's worth of flowers. £30 million worth, rotting in plastic bags. They should have just left them out there, or sort of, got a pot plant. Would have been much nicer, I think.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Very interesting. They're serialising in the Daily Mail today Miriam Margolyes's book, and she talks about lots of celebrities. It's not unsimilar to the Kenneth Williams' book, where people would check the index to see if they were in there, to see if he wrote rude things about them. It's called This Much Is True. And she's been in countless times we're in conversation over the years. But she talks about sex. In fact, she talks about sex quite a lot in her book. But she talks about, people who she loved. Bob Monkhouse. Now, I interviewed Bob Monkhouse only once, and he was quite charming, quite charming. But the one person she hated, she said the nastiest person I've ever worked with was Terry Scott. Now, Terry Scott had a show on the television with June Whitfield. She said how June Whitfield put up with him, I cannot imagine. He was horrid to the chorus girls, tried to grope and kiss them, and if they wouldn't play, he rubbished them publicly. Of course, he would have behaved himself with June. Well, he did pantomime down in Richmond years and years and years ago, and Terry Scott would go and drink in a pub called the Cobwebs. And before the pantomime, he'd sit there in this old fur coat. Seriously, because I went in there and somebody said, Terry Scott sitting over there, and he would have his beer with a whiskey chaser. He obviously enjoyed a few sort of bevies, but she hated him. It's funny that, isn't it? Because Kenneth Williams was exactly the same about people. Some people who they thought he liked them, he turned out he didn't like them at all. He was just sort of being particularly nice. But then the moment he wrote the book, Acid Drops, that was the moment that, and also, I mean, double acts who didn't get on with each other. They didn't socialise with each other because, as we said before about Sarah Harding, when you spend practically your life with 3 or 4 other people and you can't get out of that circle because that's the group you're in. So when Jessie Nelson left Little Mix, it was a case of she'd had enough of the touring, she'd had enough of this, and yet, strange enough, she's still in the business. I can't quite understand what the difference would be. But there are loads of people. I think Greg Wallace and John Turode, they don't hate each other, but they don't socialise. People assume, I think, that Morecambe and Wise socialised all the time. I think the Widows, I call them the Widows, I don't know why, because they were both lovely, socialised more after they died. But lots of double acts didn't get on. They just came together for the appearances. I think it was the same for Cannon and Ball. They had a period where they didn't talk to each other for ages and ages. People had never understood why they didn't. But it was just the way that it went, actually. But I mean, I don't think Sarah Harding had spoken to the other girls for it seemed like ages. It was quite a number of years, because eventually you get to that stage where, you're just fed up with them. I get like that here. I'm fed up with them. Yeah, they think the same. There's 2 of them next door, and they get fed up with me on a daily basis. But, I don't care. See, big day at Kennington Oval today, final day of the England v India 4th Test. All to play for. Cricket whites, the sound of leather on willow. Will you be watching, says Chris in Chelsea? Absolutely not. I can't think of anything worse. Seriously, I never understood people who are into bowls, synchronised swimming and cricket. I mean, cricket is the dullest... Oh, well done, you. Yes, very, very good. Lovely. It just doesn't interest me in the slightest. I used to play it when I was at school, but then, of course, I was also in the rugby team, and nobody tried to tackle me, let me tell you. Otherwise, they'd find the rough end of a pineapple. Yes, exactly. I'd run away up the green. But no, cricket never bothered me. I mean, you used to put it on, put your pads on, and all the rest of it. You'd stand there, and then some bloke would try and kill you with a blooming leather ball. No, thank you very much indeed. I used to say, look, just stick me out there. I'll be out, in the middle of the field or something, doing nothing at all. Yeah, and then the ball's coming. Stephen, the ball's coming your way. Yeah, whatever. Never liked it. And rugby, we only played in the winter. We played rugby in the winter, freezing blooming cold, and expected us to play rugby and then go back. And at my little school, cold showers. I ask you, we had to warm our hands up on the radiators, which were stone cold anyway, to try and do your top button up of your shirt, because your fingers were so frozen to death. Cruelty it was, cruelty. But made us what we are today. I'm still a bit bad with doing buttons on shirts, actually. Now, I never do a top button up. Maybe because I think it looks ridiculous, honestly. Absolutely ridiculous. What else we got in the papers for today? All the... very shortly... Oh, what was the thing I saw the other day? The people who hate Christmas, they're right misery guts. They don't like Christmas at all. And somebody was doing something. So Costco is selling Christmas stuff. They're selling Christmas stuff on QVC. And the papers were full of adverts for Christmas things. Yeah, we looked at Waitrose range. They've already brought out the Waitrose range for Christmas. So all these poor people who hate Christmas, they must be so miserable at the moment, which makes us very happy. 110 days to go. It'll whiz through very, very fast. Very, very fast indeed. But it doesn't really matter. But it's sort of people who go, oh, it's too early for Christmas. But they're selling Christmas cards in our charity shops in Twickenham. Where are we up to? September. They're selling Christmas cards. I looked in a couple of charity shops the other day, so I like to have a look in the window, see what rubbish they've got on sale. And they've got Christmas cards up. You know, I don't send Christmas cards now, not really. Well, because I used to send loads of them, and I used to buy a big box of Costco Christmas cards, which were lovely, and you get about 50 cards in the box or something like that. And then after, because some of them are just a bit useless. You know, they're not as good as some of the other ones are really nice, and some of them are terribly naff. And I thought, so you send a Christmas card to somebody and they go, oh, it's from Steve, and put it on the mantelpiece. You think, I'm sorry, that's a £2.50 Christmas card. That's a lot of money. So I thought, there's no point. You know, some friends of mine said they've actually stopped selling Christmas cards. Instead, they were doing a donation to charity. Lies. Total lies. They weren't doing any donations to charity at all. They just weren't sending Christmas cards. But I do like receiving. Funny that, isn't it? You'd never guess in a million years that I'm that sort of person. But I do like a nice looking Christmas card. But I like trad ones. I like traditional. So I like to see a robin perched on a spade in the garden with snow on the fencing, or choristers around a tree or something like that. I like anything like that. Anything that is sort of, you know, of the season. But sorry, a snowman. Yeah, a snowman sitting in the middle of a field looking a bit dejected. And then I watched that dreadful film with Michael Keaton in, which was about a snowman that comes to life. Oh, rubbish. Rubbish, rubbish, rubbish. It really was. But I tell you what I watched the other day. Remember I was telling you I watched Mrs. Miracle, which was the woman... Oh, I can't remember what her name is. Somebody will tell me what her name is. But she made a Christmas film, Mrs. Miracle, and she seems to have magical powers. Well, there's Mrs. Miracle 2, which I bought, which came out in Germany, but it's obviously got English. You know, she does speak English in it. You can click onto the German version. Not that I wanted to, but, you know, I clicked onto the English version. And that's a nice little film as well. It's where she sort of joins a department store, and they don't know has she been through HR or something like that. Nobody seems to bother, but she just seems to bring happiness. She's not with us anymore. But it's a nice little film. Mrs. Miracle 2. I think there might even be a 3. I'm sure I saw something on it, you know, Mrs. Miracle returns home or something like that. No, there's not. Because in the end, she walks off into sort of the night, and it's snowing and all the rest of it. She turns around, she winks at the camera. Flirt. Spoiler alert. And it's all lovely. It's the sort of place, and I suddenly realised, I worked out why it is we like all these films, because you know what they showed on television the other day? They showed the blooming Railway Children again with Jenny Agutter. And I sat down and watched it, even though I've got it on DVD, and I've got a couple of other versions of the Railway Children. And it was as good as ever. It was the sound quality, where it sounds as though they've overdubbed the voices on it so that you hear the sound and everything else goes into the background. And Jenny Agutter was absolutely brilliant. You know, apart from the daddy, my daddy bit, she sort of, oh, please don't laugh, she says to the doctor, because she wants the doctor to come and see the Russian man at their house and all that. Oh, please don't laugh, because if you saw him, you'd know that he was really very sad and he's missing his wife and children. And Mother says, can you come quickly? And then at the end, after her father gets released from prison, because it turns out he didn't do what they said he did, she then goes, she just get the voiceover. I think we shall go to the end of the field where we first saw the railway. I don't think we're needed in the house at the moment. I'm sitting there, the tears are flowing, I'm being a right wussy wuss. Because and I've seen it a million times. It's ridiculous, isn't it? We've all got films that we watch. All got films. Lulu says, love that woman that brings happiness. Yes, I like things like that. I mean, I sometimes like to believe in things like that, but of course, it's not really. Not really. Daily Star today. Tony Beaker's teetotal. Well, who cares? Boring person, honestly. Perhaps he'll be turning up again today on that dreary programme. Haulage firms are offering a £5,000 signing-on bonus to new recruits to apparently beat the devastating driver shortage crisis. They're talking about how bad it could be at Christmas. I bet it won't be. It's only for people who go, oh, I don't know. My children were in tears. We couldn't have roast potatoes. And you start thinking, oh, God, life doesn't get any worse, does it really? Piers Morgan almost knocked himself out after being stunned by our front page story about him. He said, seeing the headline about his free speech win over a publicity-shy ex-actress. That's the way they describe Meghan Markle. And, what have we got? Marcus, A&E. I watched a very good A&E show the other day, and it was helicopters flying in to sort of pick people up who've had, like that, like whirlybirds. Really good, actually. Lots of pictures of Cristiano Ronaldo in for a rude awakening after saying he loves the Manchester sunshine. Only for 3 days, love. Only for 3 days, love. And he's 36. Here is lots of pictures of him sort of, with his shirt off. My body's like that. My body's very, very similar. Very similar. Top 20 dishes of food that you get creative with. Ramen. Do you know what ramen is? Do you? Oh, I've never even heard of it before. Oh, like a noodle broth, OK. Burritos and paella. Or a Greek salad. I like a Caesar salad myself, I really do.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Welcome to the 6th of September. Welcome to 110 days to go till deck the halls with boughs of holly, fa-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. And for people who hate it, you can't get away from it at the moment. I mean, even Waitrose have jumped in on the bandwagon. The charity shops have all got the Christmas cards out. It gets earlier and earlier, and the reason it does is because it becomes a bit of a competition. What time will Selfridge's Christmas department open? Will it be before Harrods or after Harrods? Costco have got their Christmas stuff out, a lot of it. And QVC have days and days and days of selling Christmas lights and little bits and pieces because people like to get it over and done with. I suppose, if you could order your food now, people would be ordering their food now. My friend Ian says, I've just looked up Mrs. Miracle. Have you seen the first one? That's got Dawson from Dawson's Creek in it. I have seen it. I've seen them both. So Mrs. Miracle, first one, and then Mrs. Miracle 2. And it's lovely. She seems to fit in quite well, actually. Her name, I think, is Dorothy Roberts. She was the mum in Everybody Loves Raymond. And I loved her in Everybody That, but I do love Christmas. But I never had a good one in my life until I met my new partner here in Blackpool. So when I see Christmas stuff in the shop, it makes me feel amazing, says Sherilyn Osborne in Blackpool. Well, there you go. Somebody was talking about Blackpool on the telly the other day, Sherilyn, and I can't remember who. Oh, that's right, because it was the John Inman's family used to live up in Blackpool. Doris Roberts. Not Dorothy Roberts, Doris Roberts. But she died in 2016. But she was lovely. She was really lovely. She received 5 Emmy Awards and a Screen Actors Guild Award during her acting career. And she's buried in Pierce Brothers Westwood Village Memorial Park and Mortuary. Sounds exciting, doesn't it, really? Yeah, if you fancy a day out for it as well. Born in 1925, St. Louis, Missouri, in the United States. Did she have any children, though? Was she married? Was she? Children. Michael Kanata Jr., spouse William Goyen, up to 83, then Michael Kanata up to 62. So she married twice. I thought she was great in it. I mean, I didn't like Everybody Loved Raymond. I thought he was a bit drippy. I know it's a cult following in America, and it seems to be on my television every blooming day. And I watch this and I think, oh, get rid of him. What a boring person. Channel 4 every morning. Nearly said a rude word. I'd hold myself back there, actually. Steve, they are building a new fuel station at Costco Watford. And Brian says, can you tell us the Christmas beauty pack for ladies, you said? Sold out, I think. I think it's gone already. They sell very fast, all these things, very fast. But most of the shop, if you go into a department store and they've got a makeup counter like Estee Lauder or something like that, they always do deals at Christmas. If you buy one of these, then you can buy that for this price. So that's it. Jack Frost is the film about the snowman with Michael Keaton. It's a great film, you heartless swine. It's the biggest pile of rubbish I've ever seen in my life. Stick a man inside a pretend snowman suit. Ghastly. Ghastly. Bowls is great, Steve. Oh, here we go. You've got lawns and crown bowls. You've got so many variations. Then you go to the clubhouse for a cheese sandwich and a cold cider. Says Jack, my dad and granddad played. I love watching and I'm 20. You're mad as a broomstick. Mad as a bowls. That's for people who can kneel down. And the one that we used to watch on the television used to make me laugh is it curling, where they thing the thing and then they're all in front of it brushing the ice or something. Have you ever seen anything so pathetic? Honestly, it's very slippery out there, and then they've got a brush in front of the eye. I'll just throw the thing down the blooming ice. I'm bored with stuff like that. Although I did enjoy watching the other day the Edinburgh military tattoo, where they bring in all the pipes and drums. There's something about the swirl of the kilt and the pipes, which is quite uplifting, actually, very uplifting. I didn't cry, no. So I don't cry at everything. I'm quite adult on odd occasions. But I have noticed that I do cry at films. Films are the best thing for me to cry at. Or Noel's Christmas Presents is another very good one. Another very, very good one. The Taliban are as stunned as Dominic Raab at how quickly they took control of Afghanistan. Yeah, well, let them wallow in their own, as they say. When Diana died, her sons were with the Queen in Balmoral, says Linda. Whose need was the greatest? The masses who thought they knew Diana, or the two young boys who just lost their mother? Their grandmother was trying to support them. In reality, what does a flag matter? Well, it made a lot of difference because the royal family backtracked like there was no tomorrow. Immediately, as a result of that, the flag was lowered to half-mast on Balmoral and on Buckingham Palace. It took them a long time, and Windsor Castle, they did it in all of them. And then the Queen came down to London as a direct result of the public intervention. It's as simple as that. They, unfortunately, you know, if you're with the royal family, they have their own way of doing it. I mean, the flag was only meant to be up if the Queen was in the building, if she was in residence. But so they didn't put it up half-mast. It just, you know. But at least they did it, and it only goes to prove that it was public opinion. Biggest funeral they've ever had. Biggest funeral they'd ever had. Biggest amount of money spent on flowers. I mean, people, I remember watching it with a friend of mine. I had the Order of Service and I had her brother's speech. Little did we realise just how effective that was going to be. Blimey. I mean, when he did his speech in... where was it? Were they in Westminster Abbey? And it was the case of... He read it, and then all of a sudden, the applause started. And it started within the Abbey... And then you could hear it from outside, all the way across the country. Over in Hyde Park, people were applauding it. Best speech ever. 2,000 people attended the ceremony in Westminster Abbey, while the British television audience peaked at 32.10 million. 32.10 million, one of the United Kingdom's highest viewing figures ever. An estimated 2.5 billion people watched the event worldwide, making it one of the biggest televised events in history. So, you know... That's how popular she was. You know, Elton John did his words. He performed well. Everybody did their right thing, and the royal family just sat there stoically staring in front of themselves, not really knowing what to do with themselves at all. Ready for your 4th, 5th, and 6th jab? Says Bob. Yeah, I haven't had any. Listen, I'm looking forward to the booster jab. Getting that shortly, and the flu jab. I get these as well, which is very nice. I've had no side effects. No side effects. Somebody said you might get side effects next time round. I thought, I don't think so. I inject on a daily basis. Doesn't seem to have affected me in the slightest. Jeremy Kyle's facing a backlash after telling how he suffered depression when his show was axed. Somebody died, didn't they? I mean, I don't want to point out the patently obvious. They had to axe it. But to be honest with you, they've had shows like this in America, and then somebody says he whined, according to this report in the Daily Star today, that he'd been cancelled and felt hunted. But, I mean, there was nothing else that they could have done with the programme. But basically, they'd been encouraging this for ages. I mean, the people behaving badly on that show, you know, people storming off, the language, some of the stories on there were quite horrendous. We seem to like looking at other people's misery. It seems to make perfect sense. So he's put all sorts of people on the programme. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm glad it's finished. Because, you know, that sort of television, you can still get it in America, but even then, it's not as big as it used to be. Not as big as it used to be. Antique rimless sunglasses worn by, believe it or not, the Indian leader Mahatma Gandhi are expected to sell for 30 grand. They were given to the seller's granddad by Gandhi's wife in about 1910. And it's one of the earliest pieces of Gandhi memorabilia. They come in their original case with a label, handwritten. He was around 40 when he wore these before the struggle for Indian independence had begun. The sale is on September the 17th. £30,000. Actually, it's so funny. I always think that the Queen wears the worst sunglasses I've ever seen. I don't know where she gets them from, but they just don't seem to suit her. A little bit like poor old Victoria Beckham, poor old Vicky. She sort of wears wears sort of sunglasses that don't suit her, mainly because she's so worried that you might see the lines under her. But the Queen's sunglasses, they just never look right, do they? Surely somebody by now could have given her a pair of sunglasses. I know she's a bit mean with the old money, but she could wear some really nice ones. But the ones she wears here, they probably cost an arm and a leg. But they just don't. They don't look as good as they actually could do. She needs to go into one of these sunglasses shops and get sort of fitted up, because it's like lots of people wear these things mainly because they go, oh, it's fashion, and then you think, yeah, but it doesn't suit you. It's like the girls you see on a Sunday morning staggering through London in a pair of high heels that they can't properly walk in because their feet have been contorted into these things, and then they end up taking them off and just walking through all the mud and everything else. Especially if it's raining, it always makes me laugh. Matt Coco Hancock has run into trouble on the London Marathon fundraising page. People have been donating the minimum amount and then blasting him in messages. One wrote, "If you break an ankle, I'll donate another £100. That's a bit cruel, isn't it? Lord. One wrote, "You, sir, are the worst kind of overprivileged slug pretending to be a human." It's the trouble with these trolls. They're so rude, aren't they, really? Yeah. Somebody said, "I guess hate can be used for good. Break a leg." Happy to donate to this hospice, but you are a truly terrible human being, Matt. He's raising cash for St Nicholas's hospice care in his West Suffolk constituency. It's £100 if you break your leg. I mean, the trolls. You have to sort of laugh at trolls because they are quite sad people. Really, it's not their fault. They can't help it. They really can't help it. They don't have any friends at all to talk to apart from other trolls, and even then they're not too sure about whether they want to be friends either. So, what else do we have? The National Trust coffer's swelling. So they lay off 1,800 staff, 1,600 staff, and they've still got 400 million in there. They could have kept all these people on. They've closed a lot of tea shops. I'd love to run a tea shop. I like the idea of a tea shop. I think it's quite sophisticated. And Venice. Are they really going to charge people for going into Venice? It's like sort of having sort of London. We're open Monday through Friday, half day Wednesday. It's like the congestion charge, isn't it, really? Yes. I don't think we should have to pay for certain things. I don't think we should have to pay to come into our capital city. I really don't. But apparently the producer tells me that next year they're going to... Yeah, full details after it. Bit of a tease on that one.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
From next February, then, the proposal is that the congestion charge will stay at 15 quid because they love the money. It'll run from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. during the week and midday to 6 p.m. at the weekend. And the reason they're doing that is because somebody obviously pointed out to the mayor, why don't we just close down all the theatres now, dear? Make it an awful lot easier, because it was running till 10 p.m, which meant that, you were going to get tickets and everything else left, right and centre. So they've decided they're going to keep the 15 quid, but it'll run from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m, so you can go to the theatre. You will be able to go to the theatre without being ripped off by actually having to travel in. Honestly, it makes no difference at all. There's loads of people who travel in. Years ago, we were told when they introduced the congestion charge that, don't worry, a lot of people won't pay it. London is busier now than it's ever been in its entire history. Ridiculous. And 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. So the mayor's target is for 80% of trips made in the capital in 2041 to be by walking, cycling or public transport. On your bike, pal. On your bike. That's what they think. Yes, literally on your bike. The target for Central is 95% of trips to be made, being knocked down by those people who've decided to drive in. So 80% of trips made in the capital, walking, cycling or public transport. So unfortunately, if you've got a heart complaint, sod off. It's not for you, I'm afraid. It's only for able-bodied people who can walk about everywhere and and the target for Central London, 95%. 95%. What year is that? 2041? Thank God I won't be here. Thank God I'll have passed on. No, it's another 20 years. There's no chance. If so, I'm going to be the oldest person getting on the bus, I should imagine. Penny says, can you taste the difference from tap water and bottled water? Oh, absolutely. Oh, yes. Yes, definitely. Another one, which says, I was ashamed of my country at the time of Diana's funeral. Mob rule. No, it was the newspapers. It was the newspapers, Theo. That's what happened. The newspapers wanted the Queen down, And the message came back, no, she's on holiday and she's not coming down. Well, she did come down because the papers, I can't remember what the headlines were. It was something like, your country needs you. Where are you? I think one of them was as blatant as that. Where is the Queen? And it was a case of she was sitting there with her feet up with a biscuit watching television. She had no intention of coming down. So that wasn't, they weren't dragged down from Balmoral. They weren't dragged down from Balmoral. I think what they had to do is get dark clothing sent up to Balmoral for her, but I think they have things like that in most of their properties. And so you had, where is our Queen? Where is her flag? This was because the flowers had mounted outside. I mean, they were, one of them here, the Mirror. Your people are suffering. Speak to us, ma'am. She was basically shamed into coming down. She had no intention of coming down at all. Show you care is another headline. Let the flag fly at half-mast. Speak to us. Where is our Queen? Where is her flag? And that worked. And so they came down. I mean, they were only coming down for the funeral of a woman who'd been killed tragically, who was absolutely adored by the British public. They weren't interested in Charles and everything else. In fact, people, when they went to Australia on one of their visits, one side got Charles, the other side got Diana. They were really disappointed on the Charles side. They wanted Diana going, Diana! And Charles going, hello. Yes, I think they were jealous. They got the wrong one. And she became popular, and it didn't make any difference, actually. Everybody loved her in the country. It was just one of those things. And I think that's what the royal family couldn't really cope with, I think. Somebody else. So you shouldn't be ashamed of your country at the time of the funeral. Biggest funeral we've ever seen. An audience of billions. 32.10 million people in this country watched it. Biggest audience ever. Seriously. I mean, just absolutely amazing. Shane says, you mentioned women not walking in high heels. You should see the drag queens trying to walk in high heels the morning after the Sydney gay and lesbian Mardi Gras. Can somebody tell me why we have Mardi Gras? Is it to celebrate the fact that people are a little bit more open about it? Not in Russia, of course. They don't have gay pride Mardi Gras in Russia. They'd have you taken out and shot, I think, over there. But I don't know. It seems to take place all over the place, doesn't it? It's either Mardi Gras or Fat Tuesday. They call it Fat Tuesday. Yeah, that's what it translates as. Refers to events of the carnival celebration beginning on or after the Christian feast of the Epiphany and culminating on the day before Ash Wednesday. Is this the gay one? Are we linking it into that as well? So the day before Ash Wednesday, 47 days before Easter, 2 days after Shrove Tuesday. So Fat Tuesday. I like the idea of Fat Tuesday. They think it could be linked to the ancient Roman pagan celebration of spring and fertility. By Jove, I tell you. A little bit early on a Monday, isn't it? Talking about the old fertility. Well, that kind of stuff going on, thank you very much indeed. Give them a whistle. Make it much easier. Blue badge holders can claim exemption from the congestion charge. Well, we didn't mention blue badge holders. We didn't mention them at all. Sydney gay and lesbian Mardi Gras. There you go. Attended by hundreds of thousands of people from around Australia and overseas. Apparently, the one in at Victoria Park in Sydney attracts 70,000 people. They've been doing it since 1978. And they've got lots of, you get, gay police officers, gay, firefighters, other emergency services. In fact, just about gay everything. Even politicians, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen. Could never tell, could you? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Apparently. And Roger says, so cyclists, walkers and buses are welcome in London, but those paying to come in by car are not. Yeah, absolutely. And badge holders can claim exemption from the congestion charge. Why? Can somebody explain to me why? Why would they be exempt? Hard to get public transport. I think most of the buses are equipped for that. I watched somebody getting off a bus the other day and getting onto a bus. Yeah, well, I mean, we won't have a rush hour, will we, very shortly? We'll have closed everything down. Make it easier, make it easier. Apropos Jenny Agutter. Back in the day, 2008 from memory, my daughters appeared in a short production of Twelfth Night at the Unicorn Theatre, organised by the Shakespeare Schools Foundation, which promotes the Bard's work across British schools. The prizes were awarded by Jenny Agutter, who was a patron of the foundation. Others include Ray Fiennes, Judi Dench, love Judi Dench, Simon Russell Beale, fantastic. Having been in love with Roberta since 1970, seeing Jenny Agutter totally unexpectedly with the highlight of my evening, says Chris, but don't tell my daughters. She came in to be interviewed by me a few years back, and I just remember sitting there going, it's Jenny Agutter, it's Jenny Agutter. And of course we had to do the daddy, my daddy bit. But I mean, it was just such a well-made film. It was so lovely. Have I ever been starstruck? No. Not starstruck. Always keen to meet people. Always keen to meet them. I mean, I'd always wanted to meet Julie Andrews. So that was a bit of a thrill to meet Julie Andrews on a 2-to-1 basis, because my producer Amanda came out with me to hold the microphone. I was shaking so much. I'd read the book on the plane, and so I knew everything. In fact, I was too. I said a few days ago I was too informed. It's always better if you're the interviewer not to know everything about the person. So then it becomes new. But I knew everything about her. I knew where she'd first appeared. I knew how old she was. I knew that there was film available. Any disappointments? What, with Julie Andrews? No. Well, we had a little bit of a run-in with Yul Brynner's son, but that was about it. And but no, I've never had anything. I did have one celebrity who said, "Oh, sorry, how long is it?" He was a little bit brusque, which actually doesn't bother me. I can be sort of quite charming to people. On the other hand, I'm not going to have my time wasted. And so he said, "How long's this interview?" And I said, "It's half an hour." And he went, "Oh, I can't do half an hour." And I said, well, it's a half an hour part of the we can't have any less than that. He said, I can do 5 minutes. I thought, well, that's a blooming waste of time. So I looked at the producer, Michael, and went, let's just start recording. Let's just kick it off now, and we'll get as much as we can in. And it sort of turned to be all right. But I mean, normally people who are booked in for interviews have been told by their PRs how long. I did have one particular actress. She hated the PR that they'd given her. And so the PR said, I'll just stay in the studio. And she went, no, go outside. This is not about you. And so she sent her off. Can't tell you where it is. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. As a non-driver in London, I would ban all private cars from central London, says Jack. The public transport in the city is amazing. A car is not needed in Zone 1. No, but you've got to get out. You can't just live in Zone 1. You've got to be able to move from Zone 1 to somewhere else. I don't know what zone I'm in, actually. I think I'm probably I'm 1 now, yes, obviously, because I'm in central London. Yeah, clever clogs. But then I go to zone 5, is it? Something like that, yeah. So it's lovely, sort of people saying, I'd ban all private cars from central London, Well, you tried taking all your shopping on the bus then, dear. You tried taking all your shopping on the bus, putting another thing there. Oh, goodness me, we don't want things like that, do we?
Last year, many under 5s were hospitalised with flu and often in need of A&E care. This autumn, children with underlying health conditions from 6 months old and children aged 2 to 3 can get their flu vaccine at their GP, with children from reception to year 11 to be offered the vaccine at school. The vaccine is a quick and painless nasal spray and greatly reduces a child's chance of needing a hospital visit. The autumn flu vaccine, helping to stop the spread.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Oh, sorry, I was being happy for a brief moment, thinking about Christmas and stuff like that. And Glyn says, I met Jenny Agutter's dad when he was in charge of BFBS. Did you ever work on BFBS? I did, yes. I worked on Johnny Walker's show. And I can remember, actually, it was really, really bizarre, because I went in there one day. I used to do a film review. And waiting to be interviewed was Samantha Fox, the Page 3 girl. And I was sitting there and she went, "You're Steve Allen, ain't you?" Because she talked like that. It's cultured. And I went, "Yes, I am, actually." And she said, "My nan likes you. You don't like me, do you?" And I said, "Well, I'm not fussed either way, really." Anyway, she then, after I'd gone in there, she was telling everyone, she went, "He likes me now." She said, "He likes me now." It's the funniest encounter I've ever had, I think, actually. Apparently I'm in Zone 8, says Niall. No, I'm not. I'm in Zone 5. I know where I am, actually. Steve, quick update from the substation. Out here. Boys out here. Tony says. And we lifted transformer number 2 into position on Friday. He said it won't be seen in public for more than 30 years now. We're thinking of naming it Andrew. What do you think? How lovely. Something that won't be seen for the next 30 years. What a brilliant idea, Tony. I'll put money on that one. Naming it Andrew. They're so cynical down there. But so how much longer then have you got Tony down there? Because they've literally opened up Leicester Square, and Corey and I went down there. We had to don all this clothes. It's like going to a nuclear power station. And there's all these big, transformers down there which are supplying the electricity for London. I mean, it's quite seriously. It's quite interesting to watch. It really is. And we went down there and we had a lovely time. So naming it Andrew. Oh, how wonderful! Honestly, do you think he'd actually get the gag, or do you think he wouldn't? I think he probably wouldn't actually. But at least we got the quick update from Substation. Thank you for that, Tony, very much indeed. Somebody was saying about cyclists and walkers and everything else in London. The only people who seem to walk anywhere are tourists. Mainly because they're lost. They've got no idea where they're going half the time. But in fact, if you start at Trafalgar Square, you've got everything. You've got Covent Garden sort of behind you. You've got the excellent Portrait Gallery and the National Gallery. And you've got all the landmarks. I mean, they're all quite close. You walk down Whitehall, and you've got lots of history down there, including the execution spot of Charles I by the Banqueting House. You've got the Mall, all the way down to Buckingham Palace at the bottom. St James's Park, you can walk through and see lots of Canada geese, messy little blighters they are. Not at night, though. Don't walk through there at night, because they've got guard dogs. Just thought I'd warn you now, just to make sure people are aware of it. And it's all there. There's history all over the place in London. It makes us sound a little bit like a little sort of film, doesn't it? But there is a lot of history in a small area. You can go and stand on the bridges, look up at the Thames, go up to St Paul's Cathedral, get on a bus. You can do all sorts of things. What did this building used to be? Oh, it's been all sorts of things. This building, years and years ago, it was houses. Leicester Square was all houses round here, quite posh houses with gardens in the middle. And I think we became a doctor's thing. They used to bring bodies here, apparently. And then it became a college. A college, because it's a huge building, the one that we're in. I mean, it really is absolutely enormous. But if you look at early pictures of Leicester Square and you sort of move the camera about, you can see it was all beautiful buildings. Must have been quite posh, actually, to come here. Very posh. Still very posh now. There you go. You look at it. Theatres and cinemas. Look at the gardens and the horse-drawn carriages around there. That's us in the... yeah. Actually, there are little bits of it which haven't changed at all over the years. Which is great. Arthur Lloyd is the website you need to go to, arthurlloyd.co.uk, and you'll see all the cinemas and theatres in London and the positions that they were in. And it was lovely. Now you've got Paddington Bear, apparently, in Leicester Square. We like Paddington. Paddington is cool. And the police have been asked to open a criminal investigation into this alleged cash for honours scandal involving one of Prince Charles's closest aides. I mean... do the police really need to get involved with this? Could it not be dealt with by the royal family? Charity boss leaves his role, but this will be perhaps the third time. But he is Charles's closest confidant, I should imagine. He probably knows more about Charles, and Charles has probably confided, because they've got nobody to talk to, the royal family. Who do they talk to? Nobody. My friend Ian... Well, I've lost it. Wait a minute. Sorry, I do beg your pardon. It vanished. He said, wasn't the building a Chinese restaurant? I don't think so. No. Chinese restaurants would have been... Yeah, might have been downstairs. No, there was a bar next door that was underground. Various little places around here which have been sort of a little bit suspect over the years. But there used to be the Capital Cafe next door. I wish I'd gone to that, but I never got to go to it, which was a shame. What have we got here? We've got a picture of Rebecca Adlington, because she's got married. This time to her partner Andy Parsons. What does she do now for it? Does she do anything? I don't know what she does. Is she? Oh, commentator apparently. Rebecca said, the sun shone, the people we love were there, just the best day. And we flogged it to Hello magazine. So there you go. Kerry Katona quit Celebrity SAS, Who Dares Wins, because she was shouted at by Ant Middleton. I mean, seriously, you need to get a grip. Why are people booking her for programmes? Because they're quite clearly not doing her any good. Everything she has to come off because it's all too traumatic. And so he's trying... He's, the reason he was shouting, it's an SAS programme. We don't ever explain it to you. You can't be that dim. Do you think that you get through the SAS course if they go, if you'd all like to just come this way? No, of course they don't. It's like being in the army. But again, I'm assuming you're just doing it to top up the coffers, which is lovely. Is Jenny Agutter the one in the Railway Children? Well, there were 3 children in the Railway Children, but she was the oldest one. In fact, I think when she was in the Railway Children, she was 17. And in fact, the other girl in it was 19 but played younger. She was playing, I think, 13 or something like that. It was still a blooming good film. It stands up, actually. I haven't seen the series The Crown on Netflix, although I do have it on DVD. The boys bought it for me last Christmas, which is very nice. Is your car, says Ian, a convertible? If so, I was grinning like a devil on the M25 on Friday. No, it's not a convertible. Well, not as far as I know. I love it. Another one here. Somebody else thinking I'm in Zone 8. I mean, why would I be in Zone 8? As far as I know, I've only got as far as Zone 5. Zone 8 we think is out Brentwood way. We think that's what the producer thinks it is. And another one here from Mark. Last one, Mark. Sorry, 6:42. But never mind, I'm sure you'll find somebody else to write to soon. But I probably sneakingly think that maybe you haven't got anybody else to write to. So there you go. Is the Swiss Centre still in Leicester Square? Good God, no, it went years ago. We've got a hotel over there, the W. And I think, is it M&M's? The World of M&M's or something. I've never been in it. But the Swiss clock is still there. Because that was quite nice, and people wait for that to perform on the hour. And I never went into the Swiss Centre. I never went there. I wish I had done, actually. I mean, it was a big restaurant, and they did fondue and stuff like that, and it had all sorts of things. It was quite nice. A big building. But then they put in the W Hotel, and then the. I mean, obviously there must be an M&M's because it's a whole shop devoted to M&M's. I didn't think they were that exciting. Why couldn't it have been jelly beans? I like those quite a lot. They get more flavours than you do in the other things. M&M's, they're all the same, aren't they? And they're just coloured little round things, but just chocolate in the middle. Different sizes. Oh, I don't know. I don't think I've ever bought anything like that. I'll have to go in. And also, opposite, there's a Lego shop. Very popular around here. Very popular. Sue says, definitely Zone 5, Steve. I know, thank you. And a rare comic. Now, as far as I remember, Jonathan Ross used to collect comics. He's a big comic fan. But this one here is a rare one featuring the first Roy of the Rovers story. And it's sold for 27 times its estimate. 1954 it kept. I mean, somebody has kept this perfectly. It's in perfect condition. I don't know how you keep stuff like this because it would have been read. Anyway, they had expected to fetch 80 quid. And this was number one. I would have expected something to fetch more than that for number one. But anyway, up went the price to £2,200, which actually is not a lot for the Tiger comic, which cost threepence, 3D, and you get a new paper, and a Space Gun novelty was free inside in the days when it would be a bit of cardboard with an elastic band, and that would be your Space Gun. But it was the first episode of Roy of the Rovers. There were 3 people who hotly contested it. And up went the prize too. I mean, to be honest with you, for a number 1 edition, I think that's quite cheap.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
How was the lunch with Ian Dale? Very good. About 3 hours, I think. About a 3-hour lunch. It was, well, he doesn't drink. He's teetotal, so I made up for both. And we always go into places. If ever I go out with sort of friends and I go, oh, I'll have a bottle of Prosecco, and they go, how many glasses? I go, just the one. Did you know when you book in at the airport, your passport's valid from day of issue not the expiry date. So if you have some months added as you renewed early, these months don't count, says Jennifer. I really am not booking in at the airport anytime soon, so I have no interest in that whatsoever. Apparently, did you ever go to see the one-man show Geoffrey Barnard is Unwell with Peter O'Toole? I didn't, no. But we knew all about Geoffrey Barnard. And somebody said, years ago I saw Jenny Agutter in a very upmarket kitchen design shop while working for Homes and Gardens magazine. She was very polite. Yes. I think she was very polite anyway. She was just the way she was. Jeanette says you can't beat a good car boot. You meet some nice people, have a good chat and great banter. Are they still doing car boot? Are we going into car boot season? I lose track of these things. I mean, I did go to a car boot. I found people incredibly tight. And that I was selling. Yes, I was selling DVDs and stuff like that. And people would sort of come up to you and go, "Oh, can I have these two here? And I've only got £1." When you're not having them, you know, because and also other people when you pull into the field for a car boot, and I only ever did it once, and quite traumatic. Came away very stressed. And it's a case of people would find out what you're selling, and then they would buy it from you cheap before you'd even had a chance to unpack it, and go and sell it on their own stalls. Very odd people. Very odd. But occasionally you find out something nice. Last week at Spitalfields, I was setting up opposite food stalls. Guy delivering food said, "Are you Jeanette?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Heard you on Steve Allen this morning." I was elated. I know. You can't move in London without people saying, "Steve Allen." We go, "Yes." Except the man in Marks and Spencer's. Never more than 6 feet away from a spiker. Seriously, you bump into people and they go, "I've been listening for ages." Ages. And you go, "Oh, that's good. I like that, actually." And so Spitalfields vintage. I like vintage. I looked at somebody's house the other day. Yeah, I'm just prone to doing things like that. But the interior design was very nice. It was all sort of useful kind of things. I can't remember whose house it was. It might have been Inside Country Life or something like that. Nick Ferrari this morning, vaccine passports in England and jabs for 12 to 15-year-olds. I couldn't work out. We knew it was starting at 12. I couldn't work out it was 14 or 15, but it's 15 apparently. So now we know. Thank you for the reminder about the congestion charge, says Sue in Penge. I've been driving into central London. I'm working on a play and completely forgot to pay. I must owe hundreds. Oh, God, really? No, don't. It's £15 a day at the moment, but next year it'll still be £15 a day because they're continuing to rip you. You don't get anything for that. You get nothing for 15, but you don't even get a free sandwich or something. You'd think there'd be a free drink and a sandwich, but there's not. And but it only runs till 6 o'clock in the evening. So from 7 till 6, and so that's better. But they haven't reduced the price, which they were going to. That's what I thought. It ends at 10 p.m. currently. So you're right. You might have racked. So you haven't paid any congestion charge. You might be racking up bills like there's no tomorrow. Really terrible. Front page of the Express today. The jab passports for entry to large events. I don't know how they're going to manage this. I really don't know how they're going to... It's like we were thinking about how they're going to run turnstiles in Venice to let people into the city. I mean, that sounds like an absolute nightmare. I can't get through turnstiles at the best of times. I'm terrible at things like that. Here we have doors downstairs off our reception. Many's the time I've used my pass, the glass springs open in front, I go through, but my bag gets stuck behind because the doors have closed. And I'm sort of trying to rescue my bag from things. You have to move fast, don't you? You have to move a bit fast on those doors. But nobody told me. There's no sign on it that says, "Stephen, can you please move a little bit faster?" Because I tend to meander through. I'm a bit like that. Somebody's asking a big question, actually, in the Telegraph, and I don't know what the answer is. Should I take blood pressure pills in my 50s? I think I take blood pressure pills, and I'm in my 50s. Sorry. But yes, I'm sure I take blood pressure pills. Yeah, to lower... Yeah, I'm sure I do. I'm quite sure. I seem to be taking tablets for just about everything, actually. Also, lorry driver training should be shortened by 3/4 to help tackle the intense pressure. There's 100,000 short... But apparently it takes quite a while to get your HGV licence, doesn't it? Well, let's do away with the big lorries and go for little lorries. Then you don't have to have a as many sort of people worrying about doing 3 years training or something like that. It's like people training to do the knowledge to drive a black cab. You've got sat-navs now, which is much easier to worry about. Much easier. The PM, facing the mutiny over the plan to raise taxes for social care. So this is, this is going to be a battle with his cabinet and MPs as Parliament returns today. They seem to have been away for ages and ages because they're thinking of increasing national insurance, and now they're thinking of other things. Yeah, to pay for social care for people of my age. Bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? I don't know whether to apologise in advance or just say, look, I'm terribly sorry. But as people get older, people become more ill, I suppose, and so it costs money, and they have to try and get the shortfall. The thing I'd like to see is the hospital planes that arrive in. Somebody will arrive in this country, it still goes on, and they'll check themselves into the local hospital. They haven't paid anything into the system, and they've ended up with hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of medication, most of which is never paid. So I think we should stop that as well. We want to see your credit card. You can't get it done in America or anywhere else. Let's see your credit card. I don't have a credit card. Oh, we're not treating you. Goodbye. Simple as that. Mum leading the tribute to Sarah Harding. As I say, there was a girl who lived life to the full. You couldn't ever say that she didn't. I mean, everything was, she did it all. She danced on tables. She kicked her heels off. She did the whole blooming business as well. And she's on the front page of every single paper. It's the only time she's ever been on the front of every single paper. But I'm sure her mother will be absolutely delighted. Absolutely delighted. England hit 4 at Wembley. Do they still? I hate to be naive. Do we still play at Wembley? Is it still used for playing football and stuff like that? It isn't just Tina Turner concerts. Oh, right, OK. Or Take That. One of my favourites. And, Steve, will the Italian turnstiles into Venice pinch your bottom? If you're very lucky, I should imagine. I don't know why people always think that the Italians pinch bottoms. I mean, I've been in loads of Italian restaurants. Not once, I tell you. Steve, do you remember Jenny Agutter in American Werewolf in London? I never saw the film. I never saw that. I know was she topless in it? I've just got a feeling she might have been or no, Walkabout she was topless, wasn't it? And another one here, which says, will they make a condition of travel with countries vaccinating 12-year-olds? They might. We don't know. I've got to go, I've just realised. I do have my Free Little Bit Extra podcast. Everything's up to date. Today on the Free Little Bit Extra, Rita Ora offered $1 million to return to The Voice in Australia. Money for old rope. Justin Bieber plays the doting husband to his wife, Hayley. Perhaps she can teach him dress sense. And Sacha Baron Cohen has brought Ali G back. Sadly, not any funnier. Everybody, nice to have your company. We're in such good mood today. Honestly, we've had such a good morning so far, and it's going to get better and better and better. The weather gets better and better and better, and we get worse and worse and worse because we don't want the nice weather. You can have it. You can have my share of the decent weather. The Secrets of the ABBA Reunion this morning by Benny's son, who is 39. How many calories are in your burgers? You'd be quite surprised, actually, how many calories are in there. Big Ben could be back very shortly. I've missed it, really. I mean, we've spent God knows how much money on it. Repairing a clock. Would have been easy to get it sponsored, wouldn't it? And it's all covered up. Mind you, most of London's buildings at one time were covered up by scaffolding and things. The iconic Elvis jumpsuit and cape, which sells for just under £800,000. 2 pages of Buddy Holly's homework are on sale for about £3,000. And Gordon Ramsay's accused of ruining Christmas by eating reindeer burger. What stupid thicko has complained about that? Goodness sake. By the way, the cost of repairing Big Ben, what do you reckon? Million? 2 million? 3 million? 10 million? 20 million? 40 million? Surely not. 60 million? 70 million? £79 million, ladies and gentlemen, the cost of repairing Big Ben. What a waste of bloody money. 79 million. Why don't they just leave it there and say, listen, the clock doesn't work, OK? It's as simple as that. They've cleaned it up, but it's £79 million. How many estimates did they get for that? Mind you, the cost of doing Buckingham Palace is running into hundreds of millions. And they're doing up the rest of Parliament as well. Yeah, I would like to imagine what that's costing. £12 billion. My God, they love wasting your money, don't they? It's a bit like the BBC. Let's take it and throw it, onto... Channel 4 have said that if they get privatised, we won't get the quality of programmes that you're used to having at the moment. For that reads Steph What's-a-Face. That's apparently a quality programme, according to them. I mean, everybody loves Raymond. No, we don't. Get rid of it immediately. It's the biggest waste of space we've ever had on the television. The dad's ashes fired from a cannon at his favourite music festival. Must have been a bit of a shock for people. It was one of those confetti cannons, where we go, whoa, and they wave their arms in the air. This time it's like, whoa, what the hell's that? It's your father's ashes. Because you can have them sent up in a rocket now, made into a ring. You can have all sorts of things done. I'm going in an egg timer, so I keep on working. I've decided. So Gordon Ramsay and ruining Christmas by eating reindeer burgers. What do you think they eat in Lapland? What do you think, they go and get cows or something in? No, they eat reindeer. Reindeer burgers, reindeer stew, reindeer, fritters, reindeer this, that. They eat reindeer, OK? Who are these buffoons who accuse them of ruining Christmas? I mean, surely what could be better than eating Father Christmas's reindeer? Make it really... 'Tis the season to be jolly, fa-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. The new Towie cast is unveiled. My God, there's some ancient old hags on there, I tell you, and that's just the blokes. They've still got Chloe Sims, she must be about 90 by now, and her dreary old sister, Diags. I mean, God in heaven, honestly. Diags. I mean, what does he contribute to the programme? Zilch. Zilch. Very embarrassing. The police officer caught drink driving on his way to work. Sacked. They say we do demand, high standards. Yep, I agree, absolutely. John Challis, Boise, has been secretly battling cancer for 2 years, and he had a tour booked in. He's done one date, they've cancelled the rest of the tour. He's been advised. And Towie bosses slammed for acting irresponsibly. They fired 10 cast members, but don't worry, you won't know who they are. It's they've got rid of Courtney Green, who, Chloe Meadows, Ella Ray Wise, Clelia Theodorou, Harry Lee and Harry Durbridge. I mean, Harry Durbridge hasn't contributed anything to that programme for donkey's years. Now, according to a talent manager, some of the show's cast was sacked in a hastily arranged meeting which left them distraught. I know. Now they might have to get off their fat bums and get out there and get a job. That'd be good, wouldn't it? I'd quite like to see Chloe Sims working, but I think it's highly unlikely. This is the one who had the 2-year affair with Pete Wicks. Didn't tell anybody. In fact, neither of them did. I mean, Pete Wicks, God, you've set your sights low on that one, haven't you? God, blimey. That's the man with all the tattoos up his neck. And the long hair looking a little bit like sort of a reject from the Chippendales. The one who never quite made it. But the only way, as Essex have said, after more than 10 fabulous years following the lives of our ever-growing cast, Towie will be involving some changes. It looks ahead to future series. The next instalment returns to Essex to follow a smaller group of cast members and different cameras. There'll be handheld cameras. Which is because it's all set up. It's all set up. It's all part of old rubbish. And they say, the people are real, but the stories are manufactured for your entertainment value. Heightened reality. Although, to be honest with you, Chloe Sims, what heightened reality that must be. I mean, sort of, it's like a Thai drag show watching her wandering onto the set again. Also, the good news is Gemma Collins is not going back to it. She's got other things to do in her life. Won't be a big star. Unfortunately, it's not worked. She is what's commonly known in the business as not doing very well at all. The RSPCA could be called over Jordan and her animal husbandry. That's the only way I can describe it, because she's lost dogs. One was trapped under an electric armchair in her sitting room and died. She had another one run over by a lorry. And now her horse is ill as well. James Argent apparently clarifies the relationship with Gemma Collins. Darling, we don't care. We don't care. She's now officially left, and I think actually James Argent's gone as well, which is probably the best thing for him. Let him go and find a proper job. As long as it's not singing, we can do without the singing bit. So he clarifies the relationship. He said, I wish them well, but I won't do it again. This is her. I've moved on, she told the Daily Star. Nobody else was interested in hearing from her. So, it's a son. It's like Gemma. No, we're not interested, love. I'm terribly sorry. You're last year. But they say the commissioning editor, Lee McMurray, who sounds marvellous, shared in a statement, Gemma Collins has taken the brave decision to open up about her own experience of self-harm. This is Channel 4's new documentary. As an instantly recognisable and relatable figure, we applaud her courage in revealing her own struggles. And after she's done this one, the other one is going to be Gemma Collins Wants a Baby. And so I'm beginning to think there's going to be an awful lot of issues which are going on here. And so that's what Channel 4 obviously call, a programme that we should be... I mean, I don't know. I mean, it was very interesting when we had the diva. That's right, Gemma Collins making the baby. Ugh, gonna be sick. Do you think it's porno? What a horrible thought. What a horrible thought. Wide-angle lens on that one. But then we had her on the diva programme, and it turned out she wasn't a diva at all. She was just a rude fat bird. That's all she was. She was offensive to everybody. She didn't know timekeeping. She just thought that was being a diva, but of course not being the intelligent one in the programme. So she's left there to pursue other things. Good, we'll let her go do other things. Arj, we don't want to see ever again on there because that programme has basically... taking him down quite a few notches. Let him try and pull himself together, go and get a job, perhaps working in an estate agent, dear, or doing something, because very shortly your money's going to run out. In fact, actually, even sooner than shortly, because if they don't get very much money for Towie, they get like a little bit, and so they have to make it on appearances. But I mean, who wants to go and see James Argent? To be honest with you, who wants to go and see Gemma Collins? Do you remember she was saying her appearance money's gone up to, was it £15,000? I don't think there are any takers. No takers at all. I mean, Towie cast members get £100 a day for filming. So, and it's up to them to sort of do what they like after that. It's a bit like the Love Island people. They sort of are on there, but they're now not allowed to just go out and make money. It's got to be approved by the show, which is the best way to do it. Kind of people going out there doing things. And so to actually say to Arj, no, you're not doing that, or to Gemma Collins. The trouble is, she thinks that she's very clever. Unfortunately, she's just not very clever, and that's the sad reflection on these blasted reality shows that we've got in this country. You don't need to have talent, just a big pair of tits, and that kind of covers it now. As long as you've got those and you're prepared to get them out for the boys, that's good. Shane says, "Did you set up your Instagram on the phone?" I didn't actually. No. But I did manage to get a couple of pictures, sent, because the boys can do it. And I said, can you send me that? And so I've got it. It's sort of people I work with, which is quite nice. I don't have an Instagram account. I'm just telling you now. Yet. Steve, if you did become an egg timer, would you take 6 minutes so you'd be 2 minutes overdue each time? Because like you're so often for the news... I don't think, Simon and Essex, you're right on that one, and I'm suing you. That's defamation of character. I always hit the news button. I'm very punctual. Ask anybody in here. You're obviously are you a bit simple? Perhaps you're a bit simple. Anyway, I'm going to put you out of your misery. 0411, and I love it. Apparently, there are a lot of people getting big backhanders with these so-called repairs. What's that mean? Repairs. Actually, I did watch... Are you talking about these repair programmes on the television, which we seem to have the same people doing most of them? I quite like them, but I mean, it's just, have you got anybody who's got a broken toy online that they want repaired properly by this marvellous band of people? And then you've got that J bloke who's becoming very infuriating. Very infuriating. We've had quite enough of him, thank you very much indeed. It's like, because he wears a flat cap most of the time because he's bald, whereas Joe Swash wears it because he's got funny hair. And we all have a good laugh at it, isn't it? Another one here, talking about... bad news. Hey, bad news this year for Bonfire Night. We might not have fireworks this year. Apparently, the price of them has gone up because China, which decided to start off coronavirus for us very kindly, thank you so much, they're not making as many fireworks during the pandemic. So the price of the fireworks has gone up, which means that you might not get fireworks. Honestly, in between that and reindeer burgers, what's the point? What is that? There's no point in celebrating anything at all, is there? Might as well just go and sit by the sea at Blackpool and go, it's horrible. They say the supplies risk running out before the new year. Well, they'll have to run out then. I mean, to be honest, much as I adore fireworks, as you all know, importers are struggling. A large crate of fireworks goes from $8,000 to $30,000. Well, don't buy them then. Tell them to stick it. Yeah, get a small crate. You don't have to have a big... Not everybody has fireworks now, do they? Repairs for Big Ben. Repairs for Big Ben. I mean, there's no backhanders on that. It was an agreed fee. It went up a little bit, I believe. But they've uncovered what it used to look like. and they've taken off the black covering, and it's really quite nice, but it's just taken forever and a day. By the time we've now kicked everybody out of Buckingham Palace, and Queenie's gone to live in Balmoral or Windsor Castle, which she likes. Harry apparently is furious. He wanted to be left Windsor Castle. And one of old Andy's hard-working girls, they're moving near Blenheim Palace. So obviously they're not going to be having jobs that they go to, because nobody's ever seen them going to these jobs. I always thought they were bone idle anyway. The Big Ben clock face was blue when it was built in 1859, but over the time it turned black due to London that was even more polluted than the city is today. When it got its last fresh coat of paint, they just stuck with black. They just painted black on black. Whereas in fact it's blue and it's got all sorts of things on there. It's quite nice actually, but to be honest with you, as we all know, Big Ben is the clock, not the tower. Love a cup of tea in the morning. I love a cup of tea on a Tuesday. Love a cup of tea any day, actually. Went to an amazing party, Steve, organised by the RNLI last night. I like the RNLI. I contributed years ago to the Blue Peter appeal when they were buying little offshore lifeboats. And they managed to get... The Blue Peter appeal was the best thing in my day. Really, really good. Very nice indeed. So I'm a big fan of that. Also... I was wondering, but a lot of people were talking earlier on about the organ donation. I don't have an organ donation card because you don't need it anymore. Unless you specify you don't want them to take your organs, they will take them if they need them, which doesn't bother me in the slightest. Listen, once I've gone, I've gone. You can take as much as you want, as much as you want. I mean, some people, obviously, as you can understand, don't want that to happen. They don't want somebody's, eyes to be taken or, different bits and pieces. In America, I've told you before, they have this this walk of, what is it called? Walk of something. And what it is, after somebody dies, and they're mainly young people, they then push them in their beds and pass all the corridors are lined with their friends and everything else, and they take them into surgery to donate parts of their body. They have donated bits of their body in America, and they do this walk. And there's loads of them on there. And so you can see a person who's in their hospital bed after they've turned all the equipment off and they've died. And they then take them and people clap them and whoop and do everything else. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, we don't do it in this country. Could be good. Big Ben is not the clock, it's the bell, says Peter. Yeah, whatever. Goodness sake, honestly, nothing worse than a mamby at this time of the morning. I love it. So a bloke works for this company and he's got expenses. He keeps them for 3 years and then he puts them in. And they go, I'm not paying that. Went to court. They've had to pay that. £60,000 worth of expenses plus the rest of it. And a woman who wanted to go home early from an estate agent an hour early. She didn't want to stay till 6 because she had to go and collect her kiddie from school. And they said, no, you can't. We can't afford to do it part-time. It's a little estate agent. She's just been awarded £180,000. How they afforded that, God alone knows. So the new Towie cast, as I say, you won't have heard of most of them, but apart from the really ancient ones who've been there for so long and don't contribute.
Sometimes things that are your type on paper don't always turn out to be for you in real life. That's why T-Levels, which mix classroom and on-the-job learning, can help you decide what to do next while you're doing it. Designed with employers, they can help you get the jump into work, an apprenticeship, or university. With subjects covering software production and design, construction, and health and science to name a few, search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 4:20. Ridiculously early time, isn't it? But it doesn't matter because you might as well sort of get the ombre solaire on and sort of lie out there ready to toast yourself. 29 degrees today. So double it and add 30 gives you a rough idea within a degree or two, but nobody's particularly bothered unless you're one of those sort of pedantic sort of people. So 29, 58 and add 30, 88 degrees. Yuck, yuck, yuck. I think it's a case of sitting in the car with the air conditioning on and going nowhere. I mean, even winding the windows down doesn't make... You see people going down the motorway now. Most cars have got air conditioning. If you haven't, you must have a really ancient car. Really ancient, because most of them have actually got the air conditioning. But you do see some old cars going down the motorway with all the windows open. And all you're doing is just bringing all the hot air inside, which is a little bit embarrassing. I found some trees at the moment 330 million years old. They're being protected. They're in Glasgow. And unfortunately, the roof is leaking. And so it looks like these things are what these trees are. They've become petrified. So it's not a whole tree. It's like a stump. They've got one at the Natural History Museum, which is a petrified, and it's turned to stone. And it's sitting outside just by the traffic lights. If you look to the left-hand side, if you're coming into town, into Knightsbridge, if you don't live in London, it's pointless me telling you this, but I'm telling you anyway. And you look to the left-hand side, and there is this tree which is fossilised. And these other trees are fossilised as well, which is very interesting. Very interesting. What else we got today? Gaps on the IKEA shelves. Thank goodness. I only ever went to IKEA once. I hated the experience. It was too complicated. You know, you can't find anything in one place. You buy a set of shelving. The shelving is here. The nuts and bolts are over here, and the brackets are somewhere else. I gave up. You have to lug it to the car and everything else. But mind you, they do nice meatballs, which we're going to tell you about later, actually. But burgers. We're going to run through all the different burgers. You'll be surprised how many calories there are and how much they charge for these things. Boy greets rescuers with a huge smile. 4 days alone in the outback in Australia. He was 3. He's autistic. And he was drinking from a puddle when they found him. He just gave them a big smile. And he had 4 days out there. I mean, God knows what could have happened. God knows. Oh, and I don't know, some people get lost easily, don't they? I don't know how you get lost in the out. Don't ask me. Vinnie Jones trying to make a comeback. Please don't bother, darling. Please. Honestly, it would be a terrible waste of time. And, he was drinking from a muddy puddle. Bless his heart, honestly. We've had some good kid stories. Look at him. Look on him. What a cutie. And he was there. He vanished from the family home on Friday. They just go out for walks, some of these kids. And then how close to the outback? He must have been fairly close to it, mustn't he, really? ABBA have recruited Little Boots to play during their residency. I didn't know who they were either. It doesn't really help. And Pele, sorry? It's she. She what? Not that. Oh, it's a she. Oh, right. That's Little Boots. Oh, it's a woman. What's her name? Oh, God. Victoria Christina Hesketh. Doesn't quite sound as exciting, darling, does it now, really? And that's called Little Boots. Coughing in theatres is seen as the new taboo. I hate it when people cough in theatre. I don't think you should go to the theatre. If you've got a cough, don't go. I've been before, actually, when I had a bit of a chest on, and it was and the other thing you can't do in the theatre is fan yourself if it's hot with the programme, because it annoys the people sitting next to you. And I loved in annoying the people next to me. Steve, I hope they keep Towie going, otherwise the X-cast might be inflicted on the rest of us out here. Well, they've got rid of 10 people, but as I say, you didn't know who they were. I mean, most of them contributed 0 to the programme. And, Chloe Sims should have been pensioned off ages ago. I mean, I was quite grateful that Gemma Collins left of her own accord and that Arj doesn't feature in it anymore. You know, it's good because you have to keep a programme like that fresh, because they don't really do anything apart from have sex. That's all they seem to do in Towie. Nobody's got any intelligent conversations at all. All it is the girls sit there looking like some Thai drag show because they've got so much makeup on. And the boys sort of, I don't know what the boys do. I mean, they seem to fall out with other boys and then, you know, it just seems a bit... I feel a bit sorry for them, really, because they haven't got anything. Gemma Collins says the reason she's leaving, she said people don't want to see me walking down Brentwood High Street. Well, we'd be grateful to see you walking anywhere, darling. The weight might have come off a little bit quicker. But no, we never saw her walking down Brentwood High Street. Certainly not when I was living there. A man's been arrested on suspicion of drink driving on an e-scooter. These people are just too stupid for words. Honestly, they should be put in prison. I don't know how because once they've done drink driving once, they'll do it again. Jessie Nelson wants a relationship after all. Career not going so well, is it? She's been in the recording studio together with Louise Redknapp and a few other people, and it just isn't happening. You know, the record buying public, or the downloading buying public, or the CD buying public, or the streaming people, demand a little bit more than somebody who was in a group and now isn't in a group. I mean, for goodness sake, even Louise Redknapp, I mean, she's not been in a group for donkey's years. I mean, her kids are grown up now, you know, and they think, I can go back into the studio. No, you can't. You can't. Why do you think Jordan was very wise and opted out of that show? You know, the other day where she was going to be warbling her way through another piece of garbage. Poor soul, honestly. Do you know parents spend half their lives doing the school run? I know. I don't know why I don't know why they do bother doing the school run. Why don't they just make the little blighters get on the bus? There's the bus. Walk down there. Mum, go and walk down to the bus. We had to go. We had to go to the bus. Come rain, come shine. We went to the bus. It was as simple as that. Jim Henson, the Muppets creator, has been honoured with a blue plaque, which is lovely. We're very pleased about that. And Frozen, the curtain can come up on a new show. Let it go, let it go. I'm at one with the wind and sky. I thought it was good, actually, that. It was good. So, and I've seen the Disney version. They do it at Disneyland. They do a version of Frozen. And then they do the transformation scene where she sort of turns round and all of a sudden they whip off this thing and there she is, you know, in this lovely costume. It's very, very nice. Kids like it. In my day, what was the one I didn't want to go on? There was something that it was you all sat in what looked like a giant boat and the screen opened up in front of you and then you were off into space. I felt physically sick in Disney. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't Back to the Future, but it was something like... Could have been... No. You were inside a ride. It didn't go outside. It didn't go anywhere, but it vibrated and did all the usual sort of things. And I get a bit sick on things like that, so I didn't like it. What is Space Mountain? Indoor-themed... Oh, no, that is actually a roller coaster, isn't it, Space Mountain? Yeah, no, this isn't a space roller coaster. It's just a thing that sort of moves and makes noises. I'm trying to have a look, actually. We're looking at there. It still looks good, doesn't it, Disneyland, after all this time? A little bit twee, but, you know, it's okay. No, it was something... You went in there. Do you remember the thing you went in and they had Michael Jackson's thing and you put on the 3D glasses? It was like that. Similar sort of thing. Except, you know, it was... you sort of got launched into space. So you were sitting on the spacecraft with loads of other you, about 50 or 60 of you, and then it got launched into space and you were weaving in and out and the machine actually moved inside. I didn't like that. I closed my eyes. Yeah, I looked at the floor. Steve. I need to get a new Christmas tree this year. Would you recommend a real Christmas tree or an artificial one? Have whatever you want. I couldn't care less. It doesn't make any difference to me. What are you asking me for? Honestly, why would I'm not coming round to see it. Yeah, I know I'm head of Christmas, you know, for God knows how many years now. I mean, I had an artificial one last year. I'm going back for real this year. Yeah, going back for real. I've given my artificial one, which is a very expensive one, to my godchildren. They can have it in their party barn. They have a party barn at home, which has got pool table and air hockey and all things like that. How big? What, my tree? 6 foot. Wasn't big enough for me. I need an 8 foot. And 6 foot was too, but they can put it in their party barn and they've got all sorts of things in there. They're very lucky, actually. In fact, they've got 1, 2, 3, they've got about 4 barns, I think, and stables, everything, honestly. I think they won the lottery. They just haven't told me. Steve, it was good they found little AJ, who was lost in northern New South Wales. The police helicopter found him. They're brilliant, aren't they? It's called Star Tours the Ride. Star Tours the Ride. Sorry, we're just having a check for sort of... I'll know it when I see it. Star Tours the... Oh, right. Is that... Yeah, it's... Yes. That's it. You sort of sit there and then off you go. You see, it makes me feel ill. Even looking at it, I don't want to do it. I've been on a couple of rides on fun fairs over the past few years, and they do these things. A friend of mine said when we went to Winter Wonderland, should we go on this thing here? I said, no. I'll stand and watch, but I'm not going on it. I get sick. And they keep you on there forever and a day. If there's not many people on the rides, you get to be the dummy. You get, let me, I'm going to be sick, I'm going to be sick.
So what do you want to do when you're older, they ask. Not that question again. If one thing's for sure, it's okay not to be sure. Because there's education and training in areas you may not have even thought of. From artificial intelligence, to genetics, to aerospace engineering. Get the jump on the skills employers are looking for with a T-level, apprenticeship, or higher technical qualification. Search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday, 7th of September. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast, and it's nice to have your company. I see the front page of The Sun, Cheryl's tribute to Sarah. It's funny, this, because the first thing I thought of was, wait a minute, nobody spoke to each other for years. I mean, it was a seriously long amount of time where they just sort of deserted her. And then the other day, you know, I mean, I can't be cynical about it because, you know, she was party girl, Sarah. Cheryl is just boring stay at home. In fact, I don't think she's been out for ages and ages, apart from that thing she did the other day, which was called what was the festival called? Mighty Hoopla. Honestly, sounds wonderful. And Cheryl was there because she's trying to relaunch a record career. So I just see this. Perhaps I'm just terribly, terribly cynical, but it's a shame that they weren't all talking to her a few years back. You know, when she probably needed a friend to talk to. Her last boyfriend, Chad, he apparently is a reality star from America, so you won't know who he is or care. And let's face it, you've not seen him on the television because, I mean, that show aired years ago. Years ago. My Sarah, blimey, now they're at 5 seconds. What do you mean, My Sarah? Dreamed of being a mum. It's so sad. It is sad, but then cancer is sad. Lots of people listening will have had people that they've lost to cancer. It's the one thing that we need to keep raising money for as they pursue it. But there's so many different forms of cancer. And as they said with Jade Goody, you know, she then raised the profile of cancer and getting, you know, people to go and get checked. And it worked for a little while. Then all of a sudden people slip back into the old ways because there's so many different things you're supposed to look for. If it's a breast cancer, I think she'd already had a mastectomy. This is Sarah. And so there are things to look for. Some people say, oh, I don't have this or I don't have that. You know, I mean, one person dies every 45 minutes in the UK from breast cancer. That's how big the statistics are. That's how big the statistics are. And if they can get people to check themselves, like, you know, men with testicular cancer and prostate cancer, you know, if you've got the slightest doubts, go and see the doctor. And on breast cancer, there was a checklist on the paper the other day of all the things. I didn't realise there were so many things to look for. I didn't realise sometimes it's nipples inverted, sometimes it's sort of discoloration and things there. And people then go, oh, it doesn't matter. No, it does matter. Because if they can catch it early, they can do something. It's only if people have left it and it's gone so far down the line that it then becomes, and if it starts spreading, because what it is, cancer, it's very clever. It learns how to spread, it learns how to multiply, it learns how to fight. I mean, the things to look for, I mean, you should go, listen, take my word for it. If you have any of these following changes, you go to your GP. You know, a change in the size, the outline or shape of your breast, a change in the look or feel of the skin, sort of like puckering or dimpling, a rash or redness, a new lump, swelling, thickening or bumpy area in one breast or armpit that was not there before, a discharge of fluid from either of your nipples, any change in nipple position, such as your nipple being pulled in or pointing indifferently, a rash, a bit like eczema, scaly or itchy skin or redness on and around your nipples, any discomfort or pain in one breast, particularly if it's a new pain and doesn't go away, although pain is only a symptom of breast cancer in rare cases. You know, if you've got any of those effects, you should go and see your GP because it could help save your life. It really could. I mean, if you're concerned, if you've got any doubt whatsoever, go and see a GP. Go in there and say, listen, I'm a bit worried. I know you have to explain it to the woman sitting at the desk, which is never the easiest thing to do. Because sometimes you get, I don't want to tell you. I just want to see a doctor. Thank you very much indeed. And some of them think they are doctors, but they're not, of course. But, you know, if you've got any doubt, go and see a doctor. Go and see a doctor. It shouldn't take yet another profiled celebrity to sort of die so that people go, oh, you know, you should go and check yourself. You should check yourself all the time. You should go and do all these things. I'm not sure we're talking to Henry this morning, are we? I was looking at a picture of Henry who went off to the cricket the other day, and I don't think we're going to be talking to Henry ever again. I've just realised, actually. I was looking at a picture of him because he went off to watch the cricket. I think he had the sponge and the lemons or something. But anyway, and then I remember thinking, who's he with in this picture? And then I thought, oh dear. So he's off the Christmas card list straight away. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one here. Everybody's saying how nice it is that we've got little AJ back from northern New South Wales. But it's very easy to get lost in the outback. You know, and he was 3 years old, for goodness sake. China's told, keep your hands off our chips. Apparently, ministers have blocked a Chinese takeover of a British chip maker over spying fears. They're looking to take over Swansea-based Peperatus Group, which makes semiconductors used in a wide variety of... Oh, I thought they talked about chips with salt and vinegar. Oh, I'm not interested now. I don't care about that one. I couldn't care less. Yes, they're welcome to that one. Brussels have caved in over Boris's demands for another delay to Brexit border rules in Northern Ireland. Millions of staff return to the office, which is good news. And the flu vaccine can cut the risk of dementia. It lowered the chances of developing the condition by 14%. Clemmy Moody in her column today, she's absolutely on the money on this one. She says, Katie's animal curse. Dr. Dolittle, she ain't. This is Katie Price. Katie Price's animal jinx continues apace, with the news her beloved horse Wallace is ill, forcing her to pull out of a festival over the weekend. 9 months ago, almost 8,000 people signed a petition demanding she never be allowed to own a pet again. According to the petition, horses, dogs, cats, lizard, a hedgehog die. This isn't a single family tragedy, it's a common thing in Katie Price's home. Last summer, French bulldog puppy Rollo suffocated to death because he got stuck under an electric armchair. Previously, German Shepherd Queenie was killed in an alleged hit-and-run by a pizza delivery driver, and her beloved Alsatian Sparkle escaped, who can blame it, writes Clemmy, prompting her to get run over somewhere along the A24. One of her horses, name unknown, also made a bid for freedom, ultimately sharing a similar fate to poor dead Sparkle, again on the A24. The son's chameleon Marvin died from a broken heart after being left alone with Katie for the summer, whilst her guard dog broke into next door's garden and hoovered up the family's pet chickens. 2 years ago, Peggy the hedgehog did her utmost to break free. The poor creature got lost in Kate's mucky mansion for 2 weeks before eventually being found. Her current status is not known. Somebody, says Clemmy, please call the RSPCA. This woman does not have a good history. One of her animals was given to a free, and it still managed to die on her premises. She shouldn't be allowed anywhere near animals at all. Seriously, absolutely disgraceful. So she pulls out of that concert. To be honest with you, I shouldn't imagine she had any intention of ever singing in a concert. Not that she can sing. So, of course, at least we have the upper hand. Steve, I had testicular cancer in 91. I had a pain near my right kidney and down my leg. I had an operation and a month of radiotherapy, says Shane. Better now, I hope. Better now. Jessie Nelson, she's changed her tune. She's grown very close to a musician. It's the musical career's not going to work, love. It really isn't. As a group, yes, but singularly, no. And I think the others knew that as well. I mean, I know that you wanted to go your own way, and you've gone your own way, and it's very sweet. But you should have learnt from other people who've done something very similar, and it's not worked. Not worked. I like the story that the conjoined twin sisters. They couldn't see each other because they were joined at the head, and this operation has separated them. They had an emotional face-to-face meeting. Isn't that amazing? They had the surgery in Israel, led by the great Ormond Street's Nur ul Uwasi Gilani. I mean, they've not been named. He said it was amazing to see them look at each other for the first time. And the year-old girls were born joined at the back of the head, facing in opposite directions. Amazing, isn't it? The things that they can do now. The things they can do now are absolutely phenomenal. A gang of grey-haired 50-something football hooligans have been jailed for a violent pub brawl. The Newcastle United thugs went on the rampage in a rival boozer during a Premier League match at Burnley. They burst into the Turf Hotel as their team went 1-0 down and began chanting and raising their arms. They were forced out but returned mob-handed moments later. One of them was caught on CCTV swinging a pool cue. 9 men, all from the northeast, pleaded guilty to violent disorder. Nicholas Henderson, 52, was jailed for 28 months. Peter Walkinshaw, 51, sentenced to 27 months. Brian Hindmarch, 52, 25 months. Anthony Smith, 57. Michael O'Brien, 55. And Michael Malia, 54, got 2 years. Douglas War, 53, got 19 months. 2 others, Craig Hewood, 39, and Darren Wade, 49, also jailed. What a bunch of stupid little men. Anyway, you'll enjoy yourself in prison. They also got football bans between 6 and 8 years at Preston Crown Court. What is it with these people, honestly? Hardly a brain cell between them. Bit of a shame. And there's a man here, a baker, who's unveiled the giant cinnamon roll. It's got 8,000 calories, sold for 20 quid. I like a cinnamon roll, but it's all just full of sugar icing, isn't it? You can't really have it. It's really bad for you. Really bad. But it does look quite nice. And it's only 20 quid. I love the way that they're trying to sort of bring back Vinnie Jones. He can genuinely frighten you with one of his angry stares. Yeah, it's just that he can't act for toffee. Poor soul. Do you remember when he made a film and he was, best friends with Sylvester Stallone and all these other people? That all fizzled out, didn't it, really? Joel Dommett has landed the best gig of his career. He's taken over as presenter of the National Television Awards this Thursday. Yeah, whatever. It should have gone to David Walliams, the only one that can do it. It's like Stephen Fry can do the upmarket ones, but Joel Dommett, not really. Well, this looks nice. For food for this morning, OK, I've got a choice for you. Breaded fish or sticky glazed chicken wings. Sticky glazed chicken wings? Oh, fish. Oh, right. Oh, you don't like wings. Oh, OK. Well, I mean, this one, you can get it ready in 10 minutes and it cooks for 30 to 35 minutes. Sounds lovely, actually. The chips. Oh, no, I can't have it. Served with mushy peas, it says. I'm sorry, we don't indulge in these northern habits. It's not for us at all. Really isn't. Gravy on your chips. Gravy on your chips. Have you heard of such a thing? God in heaven. And here she is, Mystic Meg, but it's not Mystic Meg. Mystic Meg must be about 95 by now. This is another Mystic Meg with the same wig on. And I quite like reading them because I secretly sometimes want to believe in it. It says, if you're single, deep love links to a keen photographer. Bit of a worry, isn't it? Somebody's going to stop me on the train and go, can I take your photograph? Yeah, whatever. Are you a photographer? Oh, right. Lovely. Bit scary, a little bit scary when people tell you they're a photographer. Well, I'm tempted not to ask, actually, really. What do you like taking pictures of? Do you have... scenery. How lovely and dull. No, you remind me of one of my aunties, actually, years ago. Whenever we went round the house, they'd always been on holiday somewhere, and we had to suffer with interminable slides. We had a slideshow. OK, this is the beach at Mevagissey. This is sunset at Mevagissey. These are some people we met at Mevagissey. And, oh no, this is Turkey here. This is lovely, isn't it? This is us on the beach. These are some people we met on the... Honestly, seriously, you could just die sitting there watching these slideshows. Pictures of scenery. It's very nice, actually, but it's only of interest to you. It's of interest to nobody else. I mean, even if you sat there till you were blue in the face and went, no, Steve, people are really interested in my photos. I promise you they're not. I promise you, they really think they're dull and boring. And they don't ever want to invite you round for a drink again because it just gets worse and worse, I brought the projector and the screen, and here we go, another 2 hours out of your life you're never going to get back again.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Oh, sorry, I just heard some great gossip, actually. Just heard great... I don't normally indulge in gossip, as you know. It's not my sort of thing at all. But it was particular... What's he doing now? You're now doing your contact lenses. Oh, for goodness sake, honestly. You've given up with the contact lens, you're just going back onto the glasses. Yeah. I have to be honest, I mean, I remember saying, who did that? It was in a comedy programme once, and somebody's contact lens fell and went, no, my contact lens has fallen out its way. Well, I mean, I never even saw them. My mother used to have contact lenses, but it never appealed to me. I don't think I could ever do it. It would all be a bit skew-whiff. And are yours permanent, or are they throwaway contacts? Daily. Oh, right. So it's about 50 pence a day, isn't it? See, I'd just rather buy a pair of reading glasses. These things here I can see perfectly well. I just don't. I don't need them for driving. I just need them for reading something, seeing the colour of traffic lights. It's always very interesting when you get up to them. You go, I wonder what colour that is. Let's take a guess. Looks green to me. But it's difficult with contact lenses. You have to get the solution. It's quite. They've really got you, haven't they, by the Watsits? Because they make your eyes dry. Yes. So a friend of mine had. There's a name for that thing with dry eye. You can get a spray which sort of, wets your eye up a little bit. I can't remember what it is, but dry eye was quite normal. Quite normal. I don't have any problems. I have perfect eyesight. Perfect. Well, not perfect everything, but I mean, as near as damn it. I was looking at this thing. How can they afford to do these things? You see adverts on the television for ready meals, and it's ideal for pensioners and people like that who cannot be bothered to cook, or who can't cook, because a lot of people can't. You get to a certain age, and they've got here, this is, I'll only mention it to you because it's 10 premium meals delivered, plus 2 bottles of wine, a Merlot and a Sauvignon Blanc. And you get 10 meals, and you get 2 premium beef lasagnas, 2 steak and stout casseroles, 2 classic chicken dinners, 2 fish pies and 2 mac and cheese. And all you do is you just sort of pop them in the oven, I assume. How much? 30 quid. For 10 meals and 2 bottles of wine. I mean, it's all... I mean, the fish pie... See, I love a fish pie. I love a fish pie. This one has got pollock. No, it has. Smoked haddock, salmon and king prawns in a rich cheesy sauce chopped with mash made from Yorkshire potatoes. Sounds delicious, doesn't it? And they do a next day. You don't need to take out a subscription. There was another one which used to be advertised on it still is advertised on the television, where you don't need to, you just order what you want and then they come to your door and they put it in your fridge for you. They say usually 21 days from delivery, and you can freeze them. The meals keep longer in the fridge than most chilled meals. It looks delicious. I like the idea of having, I personally could eat 2 fish pies. Mac and cheese, I'm not too sure about actually, but fish pie definitely, steak and stout casserole, and classic chicken dinners, which is it's a cheap thing to do. But I mean, 30 quid. Normally they say it's 48, but you get it a lot cheaper, which is lovely. I like that idea. I think that's Ronnie Corbett used to advertise that as well, and I used to think it was very good. And he did it. I loved Ronnie Corbett. I thought he was just such a sweetie. I told you when he came in, a couple of our people from the sales floor had seen on the list that he was coming in, and they wanted to meet him, and so he met them. Gordon Ramsay has been accused of ruining Christmas by eating a reindeer burger. The TV chef shocked fans by frying a slab of the meat and serving it up in a bap whilst in Finland. Well, what else do you think they eat in Finland? They eat reindeer. In a clip uploaded on social media, he said, "This isn't just any burger, this is a reindeer burger. Forget the cuddly reindeer image of Christmas," but some fans slammed it. One wrote, "If Santa doesn't show up this year, it'll be your fault." These people are mad as fruitcakes, aren't they? They are I realise they were probably doing it tongue-in-cheek, but if you go to Finland and Lapland, they eat reindeer. They don't have cows wandering across, the snowy hillsides. They have reindeer. Thousands upon thousands upon thousands of them. And so that's why I think it's a good idea. Danny Dyer has revealed the most annoying thing about moving to the countryside, wait for this one, is birds tweeting in the morning. God, and are you thick or what? The former Love Island winner hates not having trains or shops on her doorstep. Yeah, that's called a council estate, dear. That's called a council estate. She said, the way they tweet, I get it, but after a while it's a bit jarring. God, blimey, honestly. You really aren't bright, are you? Naturism has rocketed, apparently, as people find stripping off is a way to beat stress. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it, guys. We don't need that kind of thing. British Naturism's membership has swelled to over 9,000. Doesn't seem very many, does it? Apparently it's an antidote to modern stress. This one here comes from Bromley. Says, "I love to sunbathe naked in our garden." Oh, they have about 100 events online a month, including nude drumming, cooking, yoga, exercise, life drawing and baking. I wouldn't recommend baking if you're naked. That's a nude drumming. Exactly. I mean, you missed with those drumsticks. You're going to know about it, aren't you? It's the kind of thing. But they say here, many of us have experienced, being trapped and out of control. But, if you take all your clothes off, apparently that's fine. I don't think so. I don't think so. The only reason we take all our clothes off is to put our pyjamas on or to stand in the shower. We don't do anything else. Or what? Oh, sit in the shower. Or sit in the shower. Yes, absolutely. And another one here that says Britain will be hotter than Bermuda today, just in time for the end of the summer holidays. And apparently a lot of staff, I tweeted this before, will go off sick today. Oh, hello. I'm not very well, actually. I'll be back in tomorrow when the temperature's dropped, Mark says, how come radio presenters always wear their glasses at the top of their nose? Well, they don't. I wear mine. What do you mean? When you say the top of the nose, you mean the bottom of the nose. The top of your nose will be on your forehead, So I wear my glasses on the end of my nose so I can look at the producer in normal, and then I look down because I'm reading the newspapers. It's as simple as that. It's not complicated. It's called professionalism. Steve, I work for that company, Ronnie Corbett. We also do, says Anne, the Daily Meals on Wheels in Richmond. It's the same food, so if ever you want us to cook it and bring it to you when you can't be bothered to ping, let me know. Actually, I was only joking. I can actually cook. Chris says, have you been watching Kerry Katona on Celebrity SAS? I know you're a fan. No, she's out of it already. She managed 2 days, because they shouldn't really book her for anything. It would be a rather stupid, foolish person to book her for anything at all because she's still got issues. And, you don't need it. You don't need it. Roger says, your love of Blackpool is legendary. Not. I'm in a dump that can rival it today. Wolverhampton. I've never been to Wolverhampton, but they talk like that, don't they? I'm from Wolverhampton. I don't know why they talk like that. Why do we have so many different accents in the country? So many different things. Sport and entertainment venues and hospitality allowed to operate at full capacity. They're saying that you can use fruit machines again and stuff like that. Riveting. Never been bothered, but I might try the naturism thing. I think I might encourage the boys and girls to get all their kit off today. Andy Murray says he didn't enjoy winning Wimbledon for the first time. I suppose it's a bit of an anticlimax. When I bought my first brand new car, I wasn't as excited as I thought I would have been. I was hoping to be excited. I bought a brand new car and I picked it up from the garage and I thought I should be really excited, and I wasn't. I was very disappointed. And Only Fools and Horses super fan. His name is Andy Clockwise. And I don't know, but he's a magician. That's why I've heard of him. I was sort of thinking to myself, Andy Clockwise, why have I heard of that name? And he's a magician. He's visited 40 locations used by the sitcom because it marks the 40th anniversary tomorrow of Only Fools and Horses. Producer, big fan. Joe loves Only Fools and Horses. 40th anniversary tomorrow. Did you know that? Oh, no, he doesn't like... Sorry, he likes the other one better. He likes all of them, because now he's got his own place. He can sort of sit around, just watching television with his feet up because he hasn't got any friends. It's as simple as that. That's the way it works. If you watch a lot of television, no friends. Whereas, I make friends everywhere I go. It's so infuriating. Steve, give the Co-op shepherd's pie a try. It's the best thing. That's Lou and Mick in Norwood. I like it. No, I can't have shepherd's pie. It's lamb. I can only have cottage pie. Which I do like, actually. Very sad, says Bob in Bracknell, that Tony Selby's passed away. Grew up with him in so many programmes. He was 83. 83. And he was great. I loved him. I mentioned him to the producer. He didn't know who he was because, of course, he was before his time. But he did loads and loads of things. Also, another one here, which says, it would be great if M&S had a breast nurse in selected underwear stores during Breast Awareness Week offering examinations. It may save some lives. But all you've got to do is go to your doctor. I don't really think I want to go into Marks and Spencer's and sort of see people having their breasts examined. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, come and check yourself in Marks and Spencer's. Be like sort of men having it for testicular cancer, There'll be somebody in there pretending to be a doctor. And, you could check yourself in the shower. It's not difficult to do. I shall explain to the boys a little bit later, actually, how you do that. They don't know these things. They're too young. They don't think it affects them. But, of course, it does. They're just the right age that can be affected. So we want to make sure they're going to be healthy for another year on the programme. We don't want people sort of keeling over. Thank you very much indeed. I'll tell you what Henry said in a minute, which was very good. And what else we got? Oh, more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday, 7th of September. We're racing through. You know what comes after September? October. And with it comes wind, rain, ghastly weather. But it means that we head into winter. Because then you've only got to do October, November, then it's happy holidays, and then we're into January. It's 109 days to Christmas. So I hope you're doing your shopping. Actually, to be honest with you, best to do it now. If you see things you need to buy now, buy them now. Because they might not be available come Christmas, and fireworks. I don't know where you would get fireworks from, and don't say a fireworks shop. I'm well aware of how they operate. But I've bought standard fireworks in the past, and Black Cat fireworks, And I'm sure you must better buy them online, mustn't you? You must better buy... Can you put in... Is there an age... Oh, right. But can you put in on Amazon fireworks? I like a rocket. I like a big, thick Roman candle. And I'm not keen on sparklers. I don't mind. I love the way that we give them to kids. You know, this thing is white-hot metal, and we're giving them to little children. Oh, you can get them. Oh, look, Cosmix fireworks. A Bengalo smoke volcano fountain, smoke colour green. Oh, nice. No, there's not many, is there? Mystical fire. I wonder what that is. That sounds exciting, doesn't it? Monster sparklers. Monster sparklers. But we give them to children. I like a Catherine. I've never managed to make them work properly, though. You know, you used to bang it into a tree or something like that, or the washing line, and then it would sort of go, psh, psh, and then it would just go, psh, but it never actually turned round. You have to make sure it's freely spinning, I think. We had one in Hong Kong. Always remember it. And it jumped from box to box. It was a firework that was like a firefly, and you lit it, and it went psst, and then jumped up in the air and landed on another box, and it would jump again and again. Yeah. But my favourite in Hong Kong were the firecrackers. You'd buy a packet of little tiny bangers. And so that's why whenever you hear Chinese fireworks go bang, 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 and they hold them up on the street. Fantastic. I wonder if you could buy those. You probably might be able to get them in Chinatown. Packets of fireworks. I love that. I love fireworks. I've got to think, the smell alone is enough to get me going. And a hot sausage in a bun, you know, sure, I tell you. And yeah, I got told off about petrol the other day. Professor Jonathan Shallett saying, try not to get into this petrol malarkey. But it's just one of those things you remember, you know. We had a sink in Hong Kong, and it was stone. And I remember opening the door, and it smelt of stone. I don't know what I can't describe it to you. But I remember sometimes I would just sit down on the floor and open the door and smell the sink. I'm not normal, am I? It's not a normal thing to do, but, you know, it keeps me happy. Doesn't frighten the horses. What's it got to do with you anyway? Mind your own business. But fireworks, yeah, the smell of fireworks and it lingers in the air. But no, Catherine wheels I was rubbish at. And you could get big Catherine wheels. Big Catherine wheels, which were sort of, you know, built on a frame and stuff like that. I love it. Another one here. Are you a fan of almond cake, says Donny. I don't mind almond cake. I'm not a big cake eater, and that's not because I don't like cake, it's because of the diabetes, and it's a case of the diabetes doesn't like me eating cake. So I have had cake. If I was going to have any cake, it would be lemon drizzle. I like lemon drizzle cake, that's quite nice. And angel cake, no, I mean, there's all the other ones, the fruit cakes and the Battenbergs and everything else, and cherry Genoa. That's not bad actually either. Have you ever had cherry Genoa? It's just basically a cake with cherries in it. It's quite. My mother used to make it, and madeleines. She'd make madeleines. They were quite nice, and Florentines. I like a Florentine, but again, see, look at that Genoa cake. Very nice. Christmas Genoa cake. Oh dear, all very nice indeed, but not really for me. Not for me. But I mean, lemon drizzle. Lemon drizzle, very good. Steve, if those ready meals are from a company called Parsley Box in Scotland, they usually have an opening offer of the 10 meals and 2 small wines for $19.99. They don't have to be kept in the fridge as they're vacuum packed, says Janet. Well, these are, whatever I called them, £29 or something like that. Donny says, tomorrow is the birthday of the Blessed Virgin Mary. Are you marking the occasion? We'll be mentioning it on the programme. And apparently it's custom practice for chip shops to now only serve medium and large portion of chips. What happened to small, medium and large? Well, because small is ridiculous. They used to do them in a cone. In my day, you got, you know, they would get out the piece of paper, newspaper generally, and then they get the chips, they pour them into the middle of the newspaper and then fold it all up, and then you'd have to open it to put the salt and vinegar on. You'd walk down the street trying to read the newspaper and eat your chips at the same time. Then they brought out cones, and you got less chips. There wasn't as many, and then you get Tom Kerridge's portion, which, to be honest with you, between you, me and the gatepost, is not the biggest portion I've ever seen in my life. You know, there was about sort of 8 chips or something in there. I want a bit more than that. I really do. I mean, I like chips, and triple cooked chips are my favourite. But he says that the steak at £87 is good value. You know, he says he pays the staff properly. And so that's why it's the price it is. I don't know what it looks like on the plate. I'm terrified. So steak and chips is £87. The side of cabbage, £7.50. Creme brulee, £26.50. £26.50 for creme brulee. What's that? Oh, that's an £87 steak. You get a few more chips on that one. It's not enough chips, though, is it? I want to see a plate brimming with chips and the steak sitting on the top of it. Are they onion rings? Yeah. 2 onion rings and a bit of herb and butter in the middle. It's funny, isn't it, how we sort of, people will pay that. He's ever so nice, though. He's ever so nice. But listen, if people are willing to pay that, well, then fair enough. Nobody's forcing you to go there and pay it. It's like if you want to go to the Ritz or you want to go to the Savoy or the Dorchester or the Inn on the Park and things like that. They've all got sort of prices for different things. And if you don't want to spend that sort of money, well, don't. Go somewhere else. Sit in the car with a polystyrene box with a bit of fish and chips. Although at the Seashell restaurant, Lisson Grove, they serve it in a big box. By Jove, what's that? What's that? That's the fish and chips, is it? Oh, right. They put green bits over the chips. Herbs. Why can't they just leave them and just do proper chips? Herbs. Oh, we put herbs over the chips. And what's that green stuff? I bet that's pea puree, is it? I think not. Mushy peas. That's a very northern thing, isn't it? I mean, but there again, that is northern. And it's a case of, what can we have out garden today? Oh, let's have peas. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll mash them up and we'll call them mushy peas. Riveting. Small wonder it never took off down here. We're far too sophisticated in the south. It's not our fault. I mean, I'm sure you go to Blackpool and they go, do you want some mushy peas with your chips, love? Love. They call everybody love. As if. And you go, no, thank you. I'll just have the chips with some salt on. You want vinegar? No, I don't want vinegar. No, I don't like vinegar on chips. Just a little bit of salt. Just a little bit to sort of, just give it a little bit of an edge. And a sausage in batter. I love a sausage in batter. Very nice. Steve, apparently it's illegal to send fireworks through the post. Otherwise, I could send you a bomb. Yes, well, I mean, that's why they have them. They're all checked in the thing. Well, actually, you can buy these things on Amazon. You can buy them on Amazon. The sparklers. Sparklers you can buy. My mother used to make parkin on bonfire night. It's like a heavy ginger cake, says Chris in Guildford. I've never heard of it. Parkin. And that's a ginger cake. I've heard of ginger cakes. I've seen it because if you go into our local garden centre, in fact, if you go into any garden centre, you will find an array of cakes. Cakes and biscuits and all sorts of things, which look quite nice. I'm having a look at parkin. Oh, no. Oh, it's Yorkshire parkin. Why, do you want pea puree with that? Yorkshire tea. It's a traditional ginger cake from Northern England flavoured with syrupy molasses, oatmeal and warm spices. Doesn't sound very exciting, does it really? No, lemon drizzle's good for down here. We are southern, we are sophisticated because we are Jessies, okay, and we like things like that. But we don't do pea puree. I don't care what blooming restaurant's serving it. I don't want it. You can buy a tin of mushy peas. Why don't you just buy them and mash them yourself? Have you heard of such a thing? I used to watch that programme years ago, and it was Patricia Routledge, or she was Hetty Wainthropp. Did you ever see that? I used to love the music on it. The theme music was a bloke playing a trumpet, and it was a da 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 da, and she was a private investigator. It was blooming brilliant. So I had to buy the box set. So I did. I have opened it, yes, I've seen all of them. I loved Hetty Wainthropp. I thought she was absolutely brilliant. It was typical northern things, like brass bands at street, and, we all make our own breakfast and stuff like that in the morning with our mushy peas. And I just quite like the idea. I was looking at a little village on television the other night, and I remember thinking, do you know, that looks really quite nice. God, I bet it's a hotbed of vice and everything else up there. Steve, Kerridge charges $32.50 for dripping on toast. My mum would have fainted, says Jill. I've got fish fingers in the fridge. What'll do, says Shane. Yeah, no, I'll tell you what the best thing is. You get some crusty rolls, put some nice butter on there, you make some fish fingers and you put them in there. And you eat fish fingers and buttered rolls, or, that's just, I don't know why they don't do it in Greggs. You can heat the roll so the butter melts, but you could do a baguette with fish fingers in. That'd be quite nice. I'm quite common, really. I've suddenly realised. Yeah, I'm torturing myself because I won't ever have it, but I just quite like the sound of it. I'm still waiting to find a fish and chip shop that does beef burger in batter. Because they're done in exactly the same way as the sausage. It's just that it's a beef burger, cooked, and then you dip it in the batter and then fry it. You've never seen it before? No, down here. Londinium. There'll be some places that sort of make it. I just thought it was particularly good, actually. There must be photos of beef burger in batter. Go on, tempt me. Tempt me. Look, there you go. Apparently you can... There you go. Tony Chippy's 4 beef burgers in batter. You can buy them in Iceland. I'm going to go and buy them today. I like the idea of that. Don't you? I think that's just... That, no, not for you. Oh, honestly, yeah. Well, what do you eat then when you go home if you don't eat beef burgers and salad? Yeah, obviously. Do you actually swallow it? No, beef burger and batter and salad you could have. I might go for that today. It's like, I do like that doner kebab meat that they sell in Iceland, but it turns out it's not doner kebab meat, it's chicken, processed chicken, but it's very tasty. And if you get a pita bread, you can pop it in the toaster. And Warburton, whoa, God bless Warburton, they do a pita bread that's already cut. No, not thins. No, it is a pita bread that's already cut. It says you don't need to cut it because it's cut. I don't normally do cut, but it's on. And I remember thinking to myself, I quite like that idea, so I might go and get some of that and then put the meat in there, or filling that the beef burger in batter.
Sometimes things that are your type on paper don't always turn out to be for you in real life. That's why T-Levels, which mix classroom and on-the-job learning, can help you decide what to do next while you're doing it. Designed with employers, they can help you get the jump into work, an apprenticeship, or university. With subjects covering software production and design, construction, and health and science, to name a few, search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 18 minutes past 5. Steve, I've been up for 30 minutes and all you've talked about is food. Well done you for being up in the first place. That was a bit of an achievement, isn't it? Generally speaking, you stay in bed until it's time to go and collect. Steve, loving the show. Loving the show. This parking stuff we looked at, we weren't too sure about that. I'm now craving, Steve, fish and chips, but I've been on the road for 4 hours. I think there should be places that should serve food that you can have all of the time. So you don't have to wait till lunchtime for the fish and chip shop to open. Why can't it just open for breakfast? You know, if you can open Greggs, why can't they turn on the fryers and sort of turn out fish and chips? Why shouldn't you eat fish and chips for breakfast? We had a fish and chip pizza the other day, didn't we? No, we didn't have it. We were talking about it. And because people go, oh, no, for breakfast you have sausages in a baguette and bacon in a baguette. And I'm thinking, no, I want fish and chips. I want a portion of chips in Soho in a window. I've told you about going to Soho and looking in windows before. He takes no notice, honestly. You went to Amsterdam, looked in windows before, didn't you? I told you. Your parents wouldn't be at all happy if they knew. But no, I mean, why can't you have chips first thing in the morning? McDonald's, you know. Oh, no, we do hash browns. I don't want hash brown. Listen, if you can fry a hash brown, why can't you fry chips? Same sort of thing. Not till 11. Who the hell wants to wait till 11? Who the hell wants to wait till 11? I'm sorry, can I have double sausage McMuffin? No egg, thank you, allergic. And a portion of fries. We don't do fries. I wonder how often that people have asked for fries. And they go, we don't do fries, not till 11. Well, I want it now. I want it for my breakfast. Yeah, take a seat over there. I'll see if we can cook it for you. What do you mean you'll see? You will cook it for me. I'm a customer. I want chips for my breakfast. You can, if you go into a cafe, you can have chips with your breakfast, beans, sausages, egg, chips, bacon. Why not? Why can't McDonald's manage it? Why do we have to be indoctrinated with American food? Have you seen the stuff the Americans shove in their gobs? Oh, dear me, it's terrible. Let's get the CEO of McDonald's on the phone and try and explain to me why we can't have fries. If they can fry hash browns, they must be able to do chips as well, mustn't they? Do you think they could do triple cooked thins or something like that? I'm going to go and I'm going against my better judgment. I'm going to get a cut pita bread so I can pop in either some of that meat for the things here. There we go. They only have the capacity to cook one set of products at a time. Why? Why? You aren't clearing all the oil out after you've cooked hash browns. You're doing cooking the chips in it, aren't you? We serve main menu items in our restaurants between the hours of 11 and 5 if they're 24-hour, and if from 11 onwards until they close. The deal doesn't solve the thing. So say you can get a burger and fries. Oh, there you go. Look, McDonald's announces an all-day breakfast, a menu, served around the clock so you can get a burger and fries for breakfast. Where's that? That can't be in this country, can it? It's typical in America. Why do we have to wait? Why are we the poor relations? You've seen Biden, honestly, he looks like he's on his last legs, doesn't he? Why do we have to wait until we get chips over here? The Americans have that, so you can do it 24 hours a day. I don't think Biden's involved in it, but I mean, to be honest, I shouldn't imagine he's ever had chips. Do you think so? I don't think so. So, would you like some chips, Mr. Biden? Would you like some chips? No, obviously not. He probably has his own cook. I bet at the White House they've got their own cook, haven't they? Somebody will actually cook for them. So we're going to run out of fireworks. And children could miss out on must-have Christmas toys, because most of them are made in China. Well, then just tell them Father Christmas has run out, and they can have it in January. Makes perfect sense. But IKEA said they're struggling to meet high demand, especially mattresses. Especially mattresses. There you go, the White House. The executive chef is Christetta Comerford. She's been the executive chef there since 2005, because they do a lot of entertaining. They're lovely. And so they do the private meals, private entertaining and official state functions at the White House. That must be a job. She's had it since 2005. Good for her. Good for her. More women in the kitchen, even though the majority of people on the television are male, the chefs. I like the... Have you seen the Contessa? She's the barefoot Contessa kind of thing. She's very good as well. I think her name's Ines or something like that. And she makes what they call good, wholesome food. She's carrying a lot of weight, but she's very good. Very good. Somebody says, run out of fireworks. Good. No, don't worry. We'll end up getting more. Steve, have you tried making cakes using coconut flour or almond flour as well? I don't make cakes. I'm so sorry. You obviously got the wrong impression of the programme. I don't cook or do anything like that. I buy it. That's why God invented supermarkets. It's purely for me, because I can't cook. I could do stuff on the hob. You know that I'm quite good with things like that. But oh no, I mean I wouldn't have the energy or the inclination to start baking cakes or something like that. Definitely not. What have we got here? Quick. Richard Carpenter. The Carpenters reinterprets their biggest hits for his new album, The Piano Songbook. She died way too young, didn't she, Karen Carpenter? Way too young. But I always thought they were good. And they were able to duplicate their sound exactly as it appears on the album. They didn't sound any different. She died 40 years ago. 40 years ago, Karen Carpenter. She came into LBC. She was 32. She had anorexia. And she wore all black, which made her look even thinner. And she was lovely. I had to walk past her twice, you know, to realise it was Karen Carpenter. And they were lovely. I bought the album. I mean, I think they were very similar to ABBA in so much as practically everybody had a Carpenter's album. Calling occupants of interplanetary craft. They were lovely. I mean, they were beautifully crafted songs, beautifully crafted. And he's still doing the stuff now. There's a big mausoleum, I think, with her name on it. And they sort of maintained it as well, which is lovely. What do we got here? Banknotes from the Great Train Robbery and the gang's Monopoly cards are up for sale. Really? Where'd you get this one from? One from the game the robbers played with is a go-to-jail card. There's also a letter from the legal team of Ronnie Biggs to the parole board asking him to be freed, which he was, because they said, he's going to die very shortly. Well, he didn't. He absolutely didn't. Auctioneer said it's a letter that freed Ronnie Biggs. Good Lord. So they've actually got a banknote from the Great Train Robbery, signed by Bruce Reynolds by the looks of it. I used to see one of the blokes, I can't remember which one he was, down at Waterloo Station, one of the Great Train Robbers, and he had the flower stall down there. I would see him all the time. Every time I got up at the station, he was there selling flowers. And I remember thinking, I think he died tragically, didn't he? Buster Edwards. He was a boxer, and he also had a cameo appearance in the film Buster, which I thought was absolutely brilliant. But he got 15 years in prison, and I forget how much money. It was £2,600 they were robbed. He spent 9 years in prison. After his early release, he ran the flower stall outside Waterloo Station. And he died at the age of 63. He'd unfortunately taken his own life, which was very sad, because at least he'd made something of himself, as opposed to Ronnie Biggs, who was a complete and utter waste of space, went hiding away over in Brazil and then wanted to come back here because he became ill. So we had to look after him. Adrian says, Steve, McDonald's here is the same. No burgers or fries till 11 o'clock. I think it's outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Fancy being deprived. If I owned a McDonald's franchise, I'd be going, OK, who wants chips? We're doing chips now as well. I'd do why not? Because the burger, I'm assuming, is that, once you've done them, they're all cooked, aren't they? And then they stick them in those plastic drawers and then they assemble them. Why can't we just have I could eat 2 portions of chips now, little fries, till they go limp. I like them when they're limp. I can't wait till 11. They've totally ignored, the thinking man's overnight workings and how we eat our food. In fact, when I arrived in the building this morning, I could smell somebody had ordered food because I could smell it coming up the stairs. I remember thinking, oh, that sounds quite nice. We used to have takeaway Chinese years ago. And we'd send one of our drivers out to go and get Chinese food because there was always a Chinese restaurant open till quite late. And that was nice, eating food that you wouldn't normally eat at, the early hours of the morning. It was good fun. I quite liked it. Steve, I ordered a bacon bap yesterday and was told we don't serve them after 11:30. So I ordered a BLT without the lettuce and tomato and extra bacon, says Graham. Oh, right. Do they do a BLT? I suppose they would, bacon, lettuce and tomato. An extra bacon. How lovely. Can you have extra bacon? Oh, right, you can. After 11. So after 11. Sorry. So if I was ordering in McDonald's a bacon bap, could I get extra bacon in it like I can in Greggs? Do you think if I said to McDonald's, can I have an extra slice of bacon on the bacon, would they do that? Oh, really? Well, I'm going to try that today. I don't mind paying because I think their bacon in there is actually quite nice. I think it's Canadian maple bacon or something like that, but it's actually not bad at all. Steve, 2 great northern companies, Warburton's and Greggs, and another northern meal. Fish fingers with mushy peas or black pudding with black-eyed peas, says Janet. Again. No, listen, I could do the fish fingers. I'm not doing mushy peas. And I'm not doing black pudding with black-eyed peas. Okay. Ever since we discovered yesterday that bubble tea, which makes it sound very exotic, is actually tapioca. Who wants tapioca in a blooming... Oh, dear me. And I found out the prices. They're about £3.5, £4.5. £4.50, £3.50. For a bit of water, a bit of tea bag and some tapioca pearls. No, thank you. But it's the latest rage. It's like everybody was eating sushi. You know why? Because sushi's healthy. And so we have to eat sushi. But I don't like sushi. I'll eat smoked salmon. I'll eat slices of smoked salmon. They do three packs in M&S for £10, and I could eat that straight away. Maybe with some egg mayonnaise. That's quite nice. I like to eat healthy if I can. Obviously not this morning. So somebody else telling me, Steve, greetings from the south of France. Chips apparently are great, cooked in sunflower oil, but the French are miserable people. The funny thing is you can drive through France and not see anybody. Have you ever done that? Dale and I drove through France to go to the south of France, and you go through these little villages. You don't see anybody. There's nobody walking about. Whereas here, yeah, obviously they'd heard that we were arriving, and we didn't see anybody. We could drive through these little villages, and you think, perhaps they all siesta, in the morning, or perhaps they just hadn't woken up. You try little tiny hamlets and things like that. Nobody on the streets. Mind you, no shops. Steve, when you go to Iceland, buy a bag of crispy fries. 15 minutes on a tray in the oven. Woo! Crispy fries. That sounds a bit nice, doesn't it? And, Steve, I'm manager, says Denise, of a sandwich shop in Rochester. I'd give you whatever you wanted. See? That's how it should be. That's exactly how it should be. You go in there and you go, can I have a chip butty, please? And they go, well, we'll give you the butty and we'll give you the chips. You can make it yourself. I think that's nice. Gary says, have you ever tried Snow Fairy body spray from Body Shop? It smells of all our childhood sweets. Well, that sounds quite nice. And they can't serve it all at the same time because breakfast and main menu foods are cooked at different temperatures. Don't come up with excuses. I should be able to get what I want because I'm a customer. I don't ask for a lot in life, goodness sake.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, 7th of September. So here's another picture of Stacey Solomon alongside her fiancé, Joe Swash, the man with the candy floss hair. We still can't work out if it comes out of a tin or not. And a couple saved their wedding day by kitting out the bridesmaids in football strips after the dresses didn't arrive in time. So they were wearing... And to be honest with you, they look great. They look great. There's always been this... what's that programme on the television? Is it called Ask the Bride or something? And they go out there and they give the bloke the money and he's got to organise the venue and he's got to get the dress. And most of the time it's okay. But when you see them going out there trying to buy stuff, blokes have got no idea whatsoever. No idea. A £110,000 a year executive has been fired after putting £60,000 worth of expenses claim in. Paolo Porchetti had kept 3 years of receipts in a shoebox. He was offered a settlement package to leave the firm after bosses became frustrated by his consistently poor work. But the regional director then submitted the huge expenses claim and gave back a company car that needed thousands of pounds worth of repairs and a broken laptop. Shocked by his behaviour, Mr. Porchetti's bosses then sacked him. However, the sales director has now won an unfair dismissal claim because of procedural faults. Mr. Porchetti worked for a Loughborough-based engineer's Brush Electrical Machines in 2015 and became the sales director for the Asia-Pacific region, moving to Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. The employment judge, Victoria Butler, told the Nottingham Tribunal that he was right to dismiss Mr. Porchetti, but said it was unfair because it was carried out quickly and lacked proper procedure. But he will not get a payout as he contributed to his sacking. So there you go. But he kept all these receipts for 3 years. Seems fair enough. I see no reason why people shouldn't keep things for 3 months. The bloke who was arrested on suspicion of drink driving on an e-scooter is 48 years old. Way too old to be on things like this. He can probably barely stand up straight. He collided with the back of a vehicle. And you think to yourself, 48 years old. And he'd had a few sherbets. Not so good. Steve, just taken a Victoria sandwich out of the oven for coffee to say goodbye to a lovely Japanese family. Was sat at a tobac in a small village in Normandy called something. Not a soul for 1.5 hours. My daughter called it the village of the damned, says Janet. You don't see anybody in these villages. It really is quite remarkable. You can drive through. You don't even see people working in the fields. It's almost as if somebody waves a magic wand as you drive through and there's nobody there. Very odd. Steve, in Thailand, McDonald's, they have a breakfast menu until 11. They will make you anything like a Big Mac and chips if you ask before 11. Usually tastes a lot better as it's freshly cooked. Ian's in Chiang Mai. Always love the sound of Chiang Mai. It's one of those... It's what? Yeah, let's go to Thailand. Let's sort of get it ordered. They must do takeaway. Let's order it now. We'll order it on the telephone. We'll send the money over to you. And then we can get it. Cat owners say they don't understand them and think their pets view them as mere butlers. Well, that is true. Cats don't do anything. They wake up, they look around. I'm sorry, is my food ready? Oh, dear, how many times do I have to tell you? When I wake up, I expect the food to be sitting there. Okay, well, you're doing it now. Okay, I'll eat the food. And now don't touch me. I'm now going to go back to sleep again. Do I prefer cats or dogs? I like both. I don't know, but it's just that cats, you throw a stick for a cat, it'll look at you like you're balmy. Seriously, you throw it for a dog, the dog will pick it up, bring it all the way back to you. After about the third time, the dog will sit there and go, you go and collect it. But cats, all they do is they sleep. But then if you go to the jungle or to the Serengeti, I'm not saying you could go today, might be a bit short notice to book a flight or something, but you'll see cats sleeping 23 hours a day. The only time they actually wake up is to go and hunt for some food. And even then it's never cooked. They just sort of go out there and sort of capture a wildebeest or something like that. The wildebeest have got no idea what's going on. They're the stupidest, dumbest animals in the entire universe. And they sort of get out there, and then after the lions have eaten, they then go to sleep again. They really don't do anything. I don't know why, actually. Lillian Joy lives up to her name on her first day at school. The youngsters started at Altwyn Primary in Swansea. As kids around the UK spent their first day in class, quadruplets Roman, Austin, Arlo and Rhea Talbot Ash joined the reception in Winchester and Hants. How lovely. Look at that. They're so cute. They all wear their school uniform, little miniature school uniforms. They're just so good. So good. I love it. I love it to pieces. Paula Radcliffe has revealed the secret to being a top marathon runner. She said she would keep counting in her head to break down the 26-mile race into more manageable chunks. It's a good idea, isn't it, really? That's how I used to do it when I used to run. I don't run now. I did. What do you mean I used to run? You say that incredulously, like, you don't expect me to run. Of course I do. Not now. I mean, when I was 14, 15, I ran. I did cross country and stuff like that. And I used to quite like it, actually. But you did used to see landmarks along the way. I do the same now if I'm driving. It's not quite the same. You don't get the same exercise. But I see landmarks. If I'm going somewhere for the very first time, I look at landmarks. I go, I'll remember that, remember that. So I got lost last time I went to my godchildren. How can you cook McDonald's at 2 different temperatures when it's always cold? No, I mean, I had 2 bacon rolls yesterday. 2 bacon rolls with ketchup. But I'm amazed that you can order extra bacon. I'm very impressed by that. Very impressed. I mean, that's because I know you can do it in Greggs if you're having a breakfast. But the idea of ordering extra bacon, whoopee, I mean, my day is complete. My day is complete. I love it. Steve, we open at 7 for breakfast. Bestseller, crispy bacon, brioche baps, and either chips or hash browns. It's customer's choice, says Kevin, the restaurateur. How lovely. I do like, don't get me wrong, I do like hash browns, but I would rather have chips. And they've got to be, what? I know I can. Well, I can hear. Kevin, the restaurateur, says they open at 7 for breakfast. I bet the boys working in Leicester Square, I bet they go to McDonald's and get their breakfast over there. I don't know how many are still working on that thing. I saw the big cranes brought in the other day, to lower the new generator in. It's ever so clever, isn't it? You never went down there, did you? They must have another year, I think, at least. It might have been a year up until now. A Ladies' Day to rival Royal Ascot is being launched in the hometown of Jeremy Clarkson, Doncaster. The former mining town's horse racing bosses are determined to change all that. And so they're going to have a competition for Ladies' Day. And you can win. The best dressed race girl will pocket £1,000 on the day, the chance to win £2,000 in diamonds, a £500 clothes voucher, free champagne and chocolates, and a hotel stay voted the most fashionable owner over the year. How wonderful. It's quite a nice idea. But, I mean, actually, they're not bad looking in Doncaster compared to some of the places. When you look at Aintree, oh, dear me, honestly, that's terrible. So here is a picture of all the people who are going back into Towie, all the useless non-entities. So you've got Danny Imbert. Never heard of Danny Imbert. It's a girl, apparently. Liam Gatsby Blackwell. Saffron Lempriere. Saffron, I ask you. Frankie Sims. Demi Sims. Roman Hackett. Chloe Sims. Well, we've got the entire Sims Foundation or something going on here. Very dreary. James Diags Bennywith. I mean, to be honest with you, what he's doing on there, I've got no idea. Completing the lineup, Amy Childs, because she's got no other work, and her daughter Polly. Pete Wicks. I mean, dear Lord above. James Locke, Chloe Beckett, Amber Turner and Dan Edgar. It's a right motley blooming collection. It really is. I mean, looking at the picture of them, it's just... the reality show's been running for 10 years. When you look at them when they first started... it's completely different. So 10 cast members axed for Series 29. But, I mean, to be honest with you, there's a load more that you could get rid of here. I mean, I'm looking at this one here. Pete Wicks, Amber Turner. Who's Amber Turner? And Dan Edgar. But there's one here who looks like... So Chloe Sims, Amy Childs. Then you've got her daughter Polly. Then you've got Pete Wicks. Then you've got James Locke. Then you've got Chloe Brockett. I mean, you've never seen anything so ghastly looking in your entire life. Where do they get these people from? I mean, they looked in the mirror and realised that, they don't look so great. Amber Turner, I've got no idea who is, but Chloe Brockett, oh, that's the picture of this one, said to be at the centre of drama. The former hairdresser had a blazing, one of those types, the gobby one. The gobby, she looks like she's sort of a bit gobby. She looks like she's had her lips pumped up as well. When they did this sort of Botox kind of stuff in the lips. Collagen, it doesn't look very good, actually. Looks even worse on her. So expect more rubbish from the cast of Towie. But I mean, fancy Chloe Sims being on there. I mean, she must be 60, at least 60. Other stories which are in the papers today. The government's boost of defibrillator, they say, in every school. Do you remember there was somebody a short while ago? Who was it? He was fired because he'd stolen defibrillators. He was a fireman, wasn't he? He was a fireman. I remember that. I remember he'd actually stolen defibrillators. A piece of pond life, if ever there was pond life. Yeah, firefighter jailed. £50,000 worth of fire service equipment, including PPEs. They were desperately needed during the COVID pandemic, and he stole them and sold them. So I'm glad he's been jailed. What a horrible person. Honestly, we're supposed to trust firemen, for goodness sake. My friend Ian says, have you tried hash browns in America? Very different to the kind you get in the canteen. Oh. What's different about them? I mean, surely a hash brown is a hash brown is a hash brown.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Wednesday. Apparently, Beck says I had grits in New York. It's shredded fried potatoes in a pancake shape. Well, we've only just realised, it's only because the producer told me, that if I have a bacon roll today in McDonald's, I can order extra bacon at 40p a slice, which I think is quite good. So I think you get 3 in there, so you can have 4 in there. Plus they do cheese at 20p a slice, or sausage at 40p, or whatever it is. A slice of sausage, I suppose, or something. And I thought, well, that's a good idea. There's never enough bacon in these rolls. If ever I have it in Greggs, I always order extra bacon. It's a bit of a treat, isn't it? Steve says, yeah, so there are hash browns, shredded hash browns. That's the American version. Right. Not surprised they're the size they are. Yeah. Oh, yes, all it is. It's just shredded potato, isn't it? You can probably make it yourself. That's grits, is it? Oh, well, you live and learn. American hash browns, thank you. Sad to hear Tony Corporal Miles Selby of the 70s get some in. Died yesterday, says Glenn. An inspiration to all RAF recruits when we were square bashing. Yeah, 83. 83 he was. I was about the only person who knew who he was round here. The others didn't know who he was because it was all a little bit before them. Steve, I've got a greyhound called Revel who sleeps 23 hours a day. He's retired now, so I guess he deserves it. I have to be honest, I mean, it's, you know, the idea of sleeping. I used to do it all the time years and years ago, not so much now. I went to bed yesterday quite early and actually managed to go all the way through about 7 hours, which is unheard of for me. Unheard of. Because I generally think to myself, it's a waste of a day. Do you need less sleep as you get older? Apparently so. Margaret Thatcher survived on 4 hours. I've done 4 hours before and I've been absolutely fine on it. Nodded off during the programme, but apart from that, it was fairly okay. But I don't know why. You just you do need less sleep. But some people hate it, don't they? They hate the sleep thing, and some people just want to sleep for the entire universe. But no, cats, and that's the wild cats as well as domesticated cats. They sleep all the time. They'd have no intention of waking up unless it's to eat, and then they might go outside, just stretch their legs, have a little look outside. If it's raining, they're back inside again. Never get anything like that, do you? Apparently, journalist Robert Peston has accused the BBC of lacking courage to report the facts on big issues, fearing they may cause offence or controversy. He's an ITV broadcaster. Oh, he did work for the corporation, didn't he, for a number of years. He said in his later time he noticed falling confidence about how you do difficult stories. Oh, everybody worries about stories nowadays, don't they? You know, mustn't do this because it might upset this person or it might upset that group of people. You can't do anything. People complain about everything nowadays. Virgin Media. I don't know anything about Virgin Media at all. I'm assuming, is it owned by Richard Branson? It's a broadband company. OK. They're bottom of the table when it comes to telecom complaints, mostly because of how they deal with them. Its broadband received 33 gripes per 100,000 customers compared to 7 for EE and Sky. Moans about its landlines hit 19 per 100,000 in the first quarter of 21. And for pay TV, the figure was also an industry high of 17, Ofcom reported. Pay TV? What's pay TV? Is that TV you put money in? Oh, right. Oh, it's like cable. Apparently Virgin said it had since made a number of improvements to our customer service. Some customer services are terrible. Some customer services are absolutely diabolically awful, and some are brilliant. Lakeland Plastics are very good customer service, and I generally get good customer service, except sometimes when I'm sort of changing the time of my cab, and they go, "Oh, so do you have a booking reference?" I go, "No, I've got an account number for you." "You don't have a booking reference?" "No, I've just said I've got an account number." You know, or failing that, the bloke drives off. I'm so glad he did, actually. I don't believe he works for them anymore. But what's the number one club? The number one club? The most iconic is the Hacienda, which I think was in Manchester, and it topped the poll 15% of the vote ahead of New York's Studio 54 on 12%, and 41% of music fans said Ibiza's Naughties club scene was the era they'd most like to revisit. They're bringing Ibiza legends Pete Tong and Carl Cox together for a joint gig. They make a fortune. Pete Tong makes he could make 50,000 quid a night, easy. I mean, some of them are on you can't believe it, can you? I only got £12. Didn't make very much at all. I was way down the list. Steve, I always order extra bacon on a bacon roll from McDonald's. It always guarantees they cook it fresh and made to order, as opposed to sitting in the heat tunnel for 20 minutes. Well, they don't cook these fresh. They've got a drawer. They pull the drawer out and it's all in there. I watch them making it every morning. And another one here says, I've just heard you say morning welcome to Wednesday, says John in Cheddington. Did I say Wednesday? Yes, listen to the podcast. Go on, download the podcast. You know you want to. Makes you feel so much better about life, doesn't it? Rebecca Adlington got married, which is lovely. I really couldn't care less, actually. It makes no difference to me. OK, so she was something to do with the Olympics. She's a swimmer. And she wasn't keen to let it know that she met him on a dating app. Well, you've got to meet people somewhere, haven't you? I mean, now most people meet people at work. That's why the Christmas party is always so important nowadays, isn't it? You can seal that relationship. I used to love the Christmas party. I've not been to one for donkey's years. I can't do it. I can't drink and then, have fun and, dance and all the rest of it and then come into work. It just doesn't work at all for me. So I avoid Christmas party. Everybody else loves it. Everybody else loves the Christmas parties, and I would love it if I didn't have to come into work. But coming into work, that's it. Highest paid DJ after 6 years at number one, Calvin Harris. So how much does he earn? How much does he earn? Right. In his collaboration with $38.5 million. Is that a year? 38. So if he's number 3, who's number 2? Number 2 is Marshmello. You ever heard of Marshmello? Oh, you've heard? Oh, right, okay. Yeah, me too. 40 million. And number 1, the Chainsmokers. Who in God's name are they? The Chainsmokers. They made 46 million. They've outwitted Calvin Harris to become the highest paid DJs in the world. It's Andrew Taggart and Alex Paul who've jumped up one place. And they've got 46 million. Good Lord above. 23 million each for I didn't realise there was so much money in it. God, what a misspent youth I had. What a misspent youth. £46 million for people I've never even heard of. And where do they play? Do they play clubs and venues and stadiums, I suppose? Wow. My friend Toby Anstis, he does gigs as well. I don't think he makes money like that. He's 4th. Yeah. Way down the list at, at £5,000. I don't know what he'd earn, actually. I don't think he'd ever tell me, even if I asked him. Just be impertinent, wouldn't it, to say how much you earn? But there's loads of DJs. I've got quite a few friends who are obviously DJs. Dave says, have you ever been on Just a Minute? No, definitely not. Grits are not made from potatoes. They're made from cornmeal, says Carol. They're very popular in the American South, not so much in the North. Usually, they're served at breakfast. I tried them when I was in Nashville, but I didn't care for them. I think I might have tried them as well, Karen. I didn't like them either. Grits. It just looks like yucky, yuck, yuck. It's a type of grits made from hominy, corn which has been treated with an alkyl, a process called, and whatever it is. It's served with other flavours as a breakfast dish. You can have hominy grits, yellow speckled grits. I don't like the sound of it at all. I'd rather have hash browns. So much easier. Much, much easier. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. There'll be strictly no fun off the ballroom dance floor this year. For the simple reason, last year, Nicola Adams and partner Katya Jones were forced to withdraw after Katya tested positive for coronavirus. I do like Len Goodman, though. There's something about him. I interviewed him, I think just once, years and years ago. And what you see with him is what you get. It's like Paul O'Grady. No, I mean, well, he's obviously not like Paul O'Grady, but he's lovely. And he says one of this year's contestants is up for it, and the pair played golf together this week. Oh, that's why he's on the programme there. This is the bloke called Dan Walker, the irritant, as he's called, the one who's jacked in doing the breakfast programme so he can train for this programme here. Is he still doing what? No, he said he's going to stop while he gets into training Because all the others are training, but there's a few people who haven't bothered. They don't realise. It's like the sort of thing that... I remember when Jade entered the London Marathon and had a curry the night before. And people are saying, what, are you going to run? Well, she couldn't, as you can well imagine. And I think Kerry Katona's the same. I don't think she makes any effort whatsoever to train for certain things, hence her not managing them. Fast food worker Maria eats burgers and has just been crowned Britain's strongest woman. I think these programmes are... Have you seen them on the telly? They're very odd. Not normal, is it? You know, when you start sort of training and sort of, you know, why are you the strongest person? Because I can pull a tank or a car or something like that. Or dragging a plane along. Have you seen that one? That's always very good, isn't it? Mind you, I'm told once you actually get the thing going, you know, it'll run along by itself. Doing it on water is even easier. Trucker Tony says, Steve, bacon and sausage baguette from Greggs with brown sauce. Yes, I do like that as well. Steve, the bacon at McDonald's is pre-cooked. Staff remove it from the fridge, let it heat up at room temperature. They don't cook the bacon in the restaurant. Yeah, they have it. The bloke goes into the kitchen. I've watched him doing it on 3 occasions now, and he comes back with a plastic drawer, which they slide in, and that's got all the bacon in it already done. And they do the same for the burgers and everything else. It's all done, and the actual baps or the buns or whatever you want to call them, they actually put them through a machine, which sort of lightly heats them. I think lightly heats them. Apparently, grits are more like porridge, says Ian here in Texas. And then he sent me a picture of the chain smokers. Oh, my Lord above. Have you seen them? All these people nowadays have all got 6-packs. I really must go back to the gymnasium. There's no point in me sort of not doing it. I mean, well, it sort of finished a little bit, actually. I did go to the gym. And then I kind of got a bit embarrassed. People staring. You know what it's like. It's not very good, actually. Had a lovely meal at the Centurion Hemel Hempstead Saturday night. And Jackie in Watford said, ordered Uber to take home. He couldn't find it. Then ignored. Got a normal cab, no problems. See? The answer is you probably should have taken the normal cab in the first place.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Tuesday, 7th of September. So, Britain's favourite European holiday hotspots will endure more summer drought. And that's places like Turkey, places like Spain, because they're going to get very hot. We've got 29 degrees today. Funny thing was, when I went home yesterday, I didn't feel as though it was going to get too hot, and I sort of stayed about and did little bits and pieces. 29 degrees today, sunny and a gentle breeze. Wednesday... 29 degrees, and then it finishes. That's it. I said it would take up to Wednesday because on Thursday you've got rain and the temperature drops down to 23 degrees. Friday, 22 degrees, rain. Saturday, cloudy, 22. Sunday, 18 degrees. Here we go. We're on the slide. So it's today and tomorrow. So if you're thinking of topping up your tan, then get out there. I have no interest in topping up tan at all. I think I might have to water a few more plants, but if we're going to because I think in 29 degrees, stuff dries up very, very quickly. So I've got to be very, very careful, very careful. I had a fabulous McDonald's in India on the road between Mumbai and Pune. No beef burgers on the menu, all chicken, says Glenn. That sounds quite nice. I like the idea that they do adapt things in different countries. I remember when they opened a McDonald's in Russia, people were queuing for ages and ages to get in there because they'd never had anything, because they're starved of anything decent in Russia at all. The only people who seem to be having a good time are those people who surround Putin. That's about it. Joe says, already spotted lots of Halloween stuff in the shops. I love the spooky season. Yes, Costco they'll always have an animation. There'll always be something in there which go, ooh, like that. There'll always be some sort of giant toy which you can have. And I quite like Halloween, but it's a bit American. It's not really for us. You know, the Americans love dressing up for it and things like that. And is that trick-or-treating at Halloween? We don't do trick-or-treating. I'm sorry, as far as I'm concerned, electrify the door knocker and let them try that one. Because I don't understand it was never that big here anyway. Trick-or-treating, where you sort of turn up and then you go trick-or-treat, and if they go trick, they don't give you a sweet. Oh, that's right. You're supposed to give sweets out. Well, what for? What for? I've disconnected the doorbell. You know, it's on video, I can see, but I've certainly got no intention. I mean, it was never big. It was when I first saw it, it was featured in the film E.T., where they go out, they all dress up, and they go trick-or-treat, and somebody goes, oh, treat, and they offer a basket, and you take out sweeties. If it's trick, then they throw flour, don't they, or eggs or something at your front door. They daren't try it round our way, I tell you. Definitely not. That would be very unwise. Trick-or-treating done in America since 1911, believe it or not. Only here since the 80s. But I just don't see the point of it. Mind you, I still laugh at those cards you can get now, because I was advising people to get their Christmas cards yesterday, because they're on sale in all the charity shops around our way. They've got some very, very nice cards in one of them. I think the British Heart Foundation's got some lovely looking cards, and I might nip in and purchase a few, might spend my pennies. But it's so expensive to go and get these things now. And I said yesterday, I'm not keen on giving cards to people, because they just look at it and go, that's from Steve, and then they put it on the mantelpiece or something, or a piece of ribbon, which is okay. But lots of Halloween stuff in the shops. I suppose the only other thing about apple bobbing is fairly innocuous, isn't it? Couldn't you do apple bobbing? That's not good with COVID. Can you believe how many? What were those statistics I read the other day? 17 million people since we had the pandemic have gone down. Was it 17 million or 7 million? There was definitely a 7 in it somewhere. 7 million people have gone down with COVID. Then it had the 7, and then it had the statistics of how many had died from it. So 7 million confirmed COVID cases. Also, COVID-19 has been named on the death certificate of 156,000 people. The most recent figures show there are 7,606 COVID-19 patients in hospital, with 1,034 on ventilators. So 156, nearly 156,500 people named on the death certificate. So 41,192 positive tests reported on Monday, along with 45 COVID-related deaths. Nearly 42,000 positive tests just on Monday. So for all those buffoons who go, we don't need to worry about wearing a mask. Honestly, I tell you, you want to watch them on YouTube in America. They stand up and have stand-up rows and just about everything. I'm coming in here to the bank to take my money out. Go and put a mask on. No. This is a public building. No, it's not. It's a private bank. It's a private bank. They don't have to serve you. Costco had a very strict rule. They didn't serve anybody. They couldn't care less if, whether you're exempt from wearing a mask. It's these people that go round, waving their little thing around their neck going, I'm exempt. Thus riddled with the thing, I should imagine. My local grocery store already have all Halloween stuff out as you walk in. I'm not a fan, says Ian. Not a fan. Can't wait till it's out of the way and we can move on to Christmas. Well, Costco here have got Christmassy stuff in already. I'd love to have a... Oh, sorry, it's my phone again. It starts to make... I've obviously pressed something that sort of means that it plays you a little bit of music when you do something on it. It drives me mad. I was sitting there watching television. Ringtones are not very exciting, are they? I don't know what it is. It's probably telling me I've got another message or something, which I haven't. But I like to check all these things. But no, Ian and myself love Christmas. Love Christmas. The whole thing, get your tree up. That's what I say. Get it decorated with as many balls as you can hang on it, And the only thing I'm a fan of, but I can't put it anywhere, is tinsel. I don't know where you put tinsel. It never seems to look right on my tree. It just looks a bit sad and pathetic. And yet I love looking at tinsel. I've seen it being made in a factory. It's very clever. It just sort of twists it and it's all going down. It twists it, twists it, twists it. You get different colours and everything else like that. Can look a bit tacky, I suppose, if, of course, you have tacky tinsel. If you haven't and you've got lovely tinsel, it's nice to look at. It's sort of pretty and it reflects, the tree. Still won't be having any. They always sell it in Poundland and I always go and play with it. I go in there and I sort of just touch it, a little bit like that, and have a look around just to make sure nobody's watching me in case they think I'm some peculiar person. Julie says, my kids hated me because I wouldn't let them go trick-or-treating as it's door-to-door begging. I agree with you, it's begging. Or you get your house egged. And Adrian in Manchester says, do they make a James O'Brien mask for Halloween? Oh, that's not nice, is it? Honestly, yes, I do. And everybody's got masks on, haven't they? I've never worn a mask for Halloween. I've never done Halloween. It doesn't... they do it in Ireland. Do we do Halloween? Yeah, do it in Ireland. Oh, he's got a face mask thing on, hasn't he? I've never seen that one before, actually. Is that one of his... It is a mask of his actual face. How exciting, a mask of his actual face. Some people have very odd masks on. Mine's just normal. Not particularly excited. Do you know what I brought in to eat this morning? I don't know why. Egg fried rice. I know, I brought Ben's egg fried rice because I quite like adding it to stews and things like that. And the weather's getting a bit peculiar, so very shortly I'll have to start planning for winter stews and everything else. But today I'm going to go and look for those beef burgers in batter in Iceland. That's going to be my little treat for today. And I shall shallow fry them. I tell you, I'm living the dream here. Living the dream. I've put the Mrs. Miracle movies, says Ian, on my Christmas watch list. You're the ultimate guide. I never knew Christmas in Connecticut until I heard you mention it, which I think you first did in July. Yes, Christmas in Connecticut is great, but the Mrs. Miracle, I think you'll like it. I'm a bit funny about my Christmas movies. I've started watching some things and I've gone, I don't like this. Apparently, Ken says Regent Street closed for 5 nights from the 14th to the 18th of September for seasonal work. Oh, I knew what I was going to tell you. When everybody was sort of complaining to me about, oh, it's too early for Christmas. Don't go to Blackpool. They've got their Christmas lights up already and they'll stay up until January. Wendy's have opened its first London branch in Stratford. They've only just opened one in Reading, haven't they? They've got one. Oh, I was going to tell you about burgers, wasn't I? There was a piece in one of the papers on how many calories are in burgers. And I remember thinking, you don't think about it when you buy a burger nowadays. You literally buy a burger and you eat it. You never think, well, I don't, on how many calories are going to be inside the blooming thing. And some of them are really quite dreadful. Quite dreadful. I see another dreary thing about Kate McGlynn from Strictly. She hasn't even started on it, and already we have to suffer with the stories. Plus, kids. So, do you know kids are still waiting to go back to school? Some of them don't go back till Friday, whereas some of them have been back for a few days already. John Chalice, battling illness for 2 years now, he's been forced to pull out to cancel a speaking tour after completing just one gig, which is he's 79. I think he looks great for 79. Very good indeed. So we wish him the very best. Let's have a look. Let's see what we've got in the burger department. Because I was always curious to discover how many. I mean, I'm obviously not finding the right paper here, am I? I'm finding all sorts of food, but I'm not finding anything that's got. I'm finding the word burger on it. What paper was it in? Oh, it's the Mail. Thank you. Mail. There we go. You think it's definitely in the Mail, is it? Oh, right. You know these things. If it's not in here, you know I'm going to round on you quite badly. Let's have a quick look. Oh, it is in the Mail. You're quite right. Oh, right. OK. So, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll save it because it's 20 years. Wendy's back in Britain. And they look at all the other burgers that you can get. I mean, some of them are quite expensive as burgers go. And some of them are just absolutely laden with calories. But they're quite tasty. I used to like a Wendy's double with cheese. They tell you how big it is and how much it costs and how many calories it's got. And you'll be quite surprised. So details coming up very shortly. Morning, everybody. 6:20 is the time. Brian in Chesham says, I've just had my milk delivered to my doorstep in glass bottles. First time for years, like the old times. Blimey, I don't think I've seen milk being... Well, apart from Kevin and all our other lovely milk people who listen to the programme. Best burger and fries, without doubt, Steve, is Five Guys. Totally delicious. It's not cheap, though. It's not cheap. So, for example, McDonald's do a Big Mac. It's 7 centimetres high, OK, and it will cost you £3.39. They sell 2.4 million Big Macs around the world every day. OK, so that's there. How many calories? 508. Now, it's worthwhile bearing in mind 508. Try and remember that one. And it gets 1 out of 5. Which is not particularly good, is it really? But there you go, it doesn't really matter. Burger King have a Whopper, which is £4.79. That's 4.5 centimetres, which is why that would interest people, I can't imagine. Now, that's 635 calories. That gets 2 out of 5. So the two big ones, I would think. Five Guys have the hamburger at £6.95, 840 calories. We have jumped up quite considerably. And the verdict there, that's 4 out of 5. Wendy's do a Dave's double with cheese, 6 centimetres tall, £4.59, and the calories, 888. So you can see we've jumped up considerably from McDonald's, and that gets 4. It's got a pink sauce on it, but on the first bite, this tester, Anthony Harwood, said it was very tasty, very, very juicy, although it's hugely high in calories. Gourmet Burger Kitchen, double beef pate burger, the Mighty, is £12.95, which seems an awful lot of money. It's 1,475 calories. They were the first to bring the concept of gourmet burgers to Britain in 2001. And somebody said, I felt I could dislocate my jaw when taking the first bite. Delicious to eat, cooked at 71 degrees centigrade, nicely charred and piled high with rashers of bacon. And it gets a 5 out of 5, which is very good. So the gourmet burger, it is the most expensive, though. Honest Burger, I don't know what Honest Burger is, but it's a bit like Burger. It's £12.50. It's 733 calories, and it's got 5 out of 5, which is very good. And finally, the Byron Burger is a massive 9 centimetres tall, which is 9 centimetres is quite substantial, isn't it? And that's 700 calories, and it gets a 3.5 out of 5. So the two best ones, Honest Burger and Gourmet Burger Kitchen, but they're the most expensive, over 10 quid each, which is a lot. But Wendy's, I used to like the Wendy's one, but they got 4, so that's good. They say it's overall the flavour of a gourmet burger at around the price of a Big Mac or a Whopper. Wendy's say its beef is British and supplied, like all its ingredients, by food distributor Brakes. And so that's that. I've had a Five Guys. You see, the funny thing is, looking at their price, $6.95, perhaps I thought it was terribly expensive, and yet it appears not to be. That's what it says here, but this is the 840 calories. They've got 120 stores throughout the UK, and now there's a new Wendy's, because I used to go to the one on the Strand, and it was lovely. It really was very, very nice. Very, very nice. I could eat one now, actually. I don't know why people can't eat them for breakfast. How mean. Not doing it. How many burgers do McDonald's sell? What out of all of their burgers? Oh, I've got no idea, actually. Oh, it's a quiz for me. How many do they sell every second? Every second around the world? Oh, I don't know. Probably 70? 75. That's how many burgers McDonald's sell every second. 75 burgers every second. They would be the most successful company, wouldn't they? Really. Although I've noticed that they actually stopped that blooming strange-looking clown bloke who turned up everywhere. He was a bit scary, wasn't he? Here's Ronald McDonald. You could always tell if it was somebody new doing it because the makeup just didn't work the same way. So now we decided not to do it. And they do funny little drinks as well. And the Burger King burgers always look a bit flat to me because they're microwaved. They've cooked and then they stick them. You can see them putting them in the microwave. They don't come out hot from it. No, I've watched them doing it. I don't think there's any secret about it. But they do best hash browns, little bite size, which are better than the big hash browns, which is, I don't like pulling it out of its little wrapper and then sort of popping it in. It's not quite the same, is it? I like the little tiny bit. So you can get 2 in your mouth if you really push it. But talking here about this Gourmet Burger Kitchen one, which the reviewer says I could dislocate my jaw. There was a woman who dislocated her jaw with a Kentucky Fried Chicken burger because she tried to put the whole thing in her mouth. I've never heard anything so stupid in my entire life. Sounds highly dangerous. And I think it was, actually. I think it was. The cost of building materials for home improvements are rising at the fastest rate. You try to get a builder round. Have you tried to get builders round? God, blimey, they're booked up for years in advance. It must be the best time. They're all very, very happy. Very, very happy. Lots of dating programmes on the television. They're all a pile of old rubbish. Seriously, it's the bleach blonde brigade and sort of stick your boobies out. And that's just the blokes. They've got Love is Blind on Netflix, 1 season. First Dates, all for 16 seasons. Food of Love. Temptation in Paradise on Netflix. The Bare Necessity, Naked Attraction. They've got to take it off the television. It's the biggest pile of rubbish I've ever seen. How many embarrassing people do we need to see? Bed Hopping Alter Egos, Married at First Sight. And another cynical dating show began the other day. Here, an author has seen how high-tech dating has sadly made us even more solitary. I mean, I feel sorry for on Love Island. You've never seen such a bunch of pathetic nobodies in your entire life, you know. And then, as I say, even worse, the presenter of the programme does one of the most pitiful interviews I've ever seen on a programme. Laura Whitmore, who they were saying a short while ago has got to go. She's just absolutely terrible. She can't interview for toffee. She's got no idea. Really, fans beg for her to be replaced. She's awful. I didn't think somebody could be that bad. She doesn't know how to interview. She has no presence. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Anyway, back to the burger very quickly, because staff at Byron are up in arms, actually, a little bit, over changes to the service charge. Now, I'm a bit anti-service charges. I have been anti for years and years. I think if somebody has served you well and they've been very good, I don't think I want to see it on the bill. I will give them the money in their hands so they can pocket it. It's as simple as that. Anyway, burger chain Byron have been accused of creating a hostile environment between managers and the waiting staff who feared their tips are about to be diverted. At the moment, Byron split the 10% service charge, it applies to bills, between the waiting staff who get 70% and the kitchen workers who get 30%. They're now saying that restaurant management teams expect to get a percentage for the first time. While workers at each of the chain's 21 restaurants will elect a person to represent them on a so-called Trance Committee, which will decide the future of the service charge, only 12 will be selected from that group to sit on the committee. Basically, the owner of the company has chosen to use the service charge to increase the chef's wages and most of all the manager's salary instead of using the company profit to achieve the same result. See, I partly agree with that, because I think if you're giving a service charge, it isn't just the person who brings it to your table. What about the person who's cooked it in the kitchen? So, and I mean, it is more common than it used to be, yes. Yes. In fact, I can name you one particular restaurant. Not only did they add the statutory service charge on, but they would leave it blank on the filling in the form on the thing. So they would get 2 lots, and most of it never went to the staff. But I mean, if you've got a restaurant and you've got waiting staff, they bring the food from the kitchen. Should not the person in the kitchen be earning a bit extra on the tips? And then should the maitre d', the person who's got you the table and shown you to the table, you know, should they also get a percentage of it? Because 10% is, most of them are 12.5%. I haven't seen one but 10% for ages and ages. But I'm not sure if I want the management to have it or not. I'm a bit undecided by that. If you've had a really good waiter, I give them money. I always ask for my bill. Well, in fact, actually, I don't, because if I was eating in Joe Allen's, I sign the bill. It's on an account. And I'd say, don't put the service charge on there, and I give them cash. Because then they've actually got the cash and they've been rewarded. Because I think if I sort of add 12.5% or 15% or 20% or whatever it is, they're not going to get all of that. It's a bit complicated, isn't it? In America, it's completely normal to tip everything. If you're in a bar, they will slide the drink across and your change will be in a little thing, and you're supposed to tip on every drink. They used to do it in Stringfellows. The waitresses got paid nothing. The girls who come round offering the drinks, they made all their money on tips. Shows how lucrative it must have been if you're going to wear a very short little skirt and flounce around like an out-of-date ballerina. You know, there must have been some sort of way of doing it, and that's what they used to do. Lots of people worked for nothing, but they worked for tips. And waiting staff work for tips. It's like, you know, but yet, strangely enough, you tip a taxi driver, which we think is quite normal, yet you don't tip the bus driver, do you? Why do you not tip a bus driver? Oh, don't tell me you tip the bus driver, I couldn't bear it. No, you wouldn't. So why do we tip a taxi? We tip automatically black taxis, but you don't tip an Uber, or you don't tip an Addison Lee or any one of these others. The hairdresser you tip, but you don't tip the person who puts your food in the bag in the supermarket, do you? You don't tip the person on the till who served you. Why not? Why do we have a very odd system of tipping in this country? I've never quite fathomed it. Nobody tips me. Well, they always go 3:30 at Redcar, Steve. Flying horses, you know, that kind of thing. Let's get the latest news head. Morning, everybody. Well, we're all agreed on this tipping thing. Nobody quite understands how it works in this country. There are certain people that you tip. I mean, always it's been acceptable, as far as I'm concerned, that you tip the hairdresser. In fact, I tipped my hairdresser the other day. And yet you don't tip. I don't go into Greggs and buy a bacon baguette and then go, and there's £1 for yourself. You don't do that, do you? And yet they've made the thing for you. And you don't tip the person who packs your bag in the supermarket. You don't tip, the policeman for helping you across the road or something like that. There's loads of places you don't tip, and yet there are loads of places we do tip. You go to Disneyland, you don't tip them there, do you? I don't come into the building and go to the security. There's £1 for you there. You enjoy yourself today. I probably should do. But if somebody offers you a service, is that how it works? Because in which case there should be loads more people that we add to the list. When you go and rent a car, should you tip them? When you go and buy a loaf of bread, you tip the baker and go 12.5% for you in there. Because actually the way it's going, they're saying because of the shortages of food that we might experience because of the lorry drivers' shortages, food prices might go up. You still don't tip somebody though, do you? The supermarket, they actually move the stuff over the thing. They open the carrier bag for you. They put the stuff in there. That happens quite a lot. You don't tip them. You don't tip the bus driver. I don't tip my driver in the mornings. There's loads of people you don't tip. Why do we tip somebody? Who else do we tip? You don't get on an aircraft and go to the stewardess. There's a £5. You don't do that. You don't tip the pilot for getting you there, and yet he's doing the same sort of job as anybody else. Why do we tip people? What is the purpose of it? I can't quite work it out. All I know is that you have to sort of allow for it. You don't tip the postman. The postman delivers your post every day, come rain or shine. Darren in Twickenham. I don't go into the fish shop, into Sandy's. I don't go to Paul Cooper's shop and tip them. I don't go to Andy with the frame shop or Mr. Modi, Mrs. Modi. You don't tip all these people. I don't tip the people who bring me television programmes, and yet I tip a black cab driver. Why? I don't tip the doctors or surgeons who perform on you, or the people who look after you when you're not very well. I don't tip my boss. There's loads of people you don't tip, and yet we tip a taxi driver. Why? I mean, because they are getting paid for the job. So I didn't quite understand it. I mean, you would be embarrassed not to tip. You always tip. I've never not tipped. And yet I don't know why I tip certain people and not other people. You don't go to the theatre and the box office people go, yes, I've got 2 seats in the front there, and you go, and there's £10 for yourself. You don't do that, do you? Who's got an answer? June says, all the people you don't tip are on salary or wage. Oh, right. And then somebody says, it's their job. Yes, I'm a removal man, says John. We count on our tips, provided we've done a good job. Yeah, but when you leave a train, says Jack in Cardiff, you don't walk to the cab and go, very good indeed. Very nice little journey there. There's a couple of quid for yourself. Or the guard, you don't tip them, do you? Joseph says it's 108 days, 17 hours and 20-something minutes till Christmas. Whoopee! When I was a waiter, Steve, I would split up my cash tips and give some to the head waiter for giving me the tables, the wine waiter and the chef, and then we all make a bit, says Chris in Hatfield. When I was talking to my AP, when he was working as a barman in America, he could make $1,200 a week in tips. Cash. 2 nights' work. Seriously. That's why, because everybody tips. Especially drinks. I mean, you don't go into a bar here and buy a drink and then go 50p for yourself. You don't tip a barman, do you? Why not? In America, it's quite normal. Quite normal. There are so many industries that supply, people who do things for you, which you are expected to tip. Dave says I thought a tip was originally a box in a tavern to improve performance. But it's interesting, isn't it? I'm quite keen. You tip when you get a personal service and you personally hand over money, says Nick. Well, a personal service surely is anybody. Is anybody. I don't get little brown envelopes delivered every week here saying you did a very good show this week, Steve. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. But and yet you tip in a restaurant, but you don't tip the barman in the restaurant who's made your drinks and had them delivered to the table. You don't tip that person, and yet you tip the waiter or the waitress. Mind you, most of the time they don't actually get it. So I'd like to know more about that. Thank you very much indeed. Big Ben is back to its timeless best after 4 years of refurbishment. It's very pretty, but to be honest with you, we live with it every single day. It's only for the tourists, isn't it? So now what they've done is it's angered Scottish nationalists. It's bound to annoy somebody, isn't it, really? The group were furious when plans to renovate the 6 crosses of St George above each of the 4 clock faces were revealed in 2018. The crosses had been covered in black paint. Workers have also refitted the hour and minute hands, restored to the original colour, which is Prussian blue, inside 4 glittering and re-gilded dials. It's quite nice, actually. 90 million. 90 million. It's due to be completed next summer. It'll look very, very pretty, but they'll probably do the same for this New Year's Eve as they did last New Year's Eve. They will make it chime, and it'll do the should all the acquaintance be forgotten and nevermore. Chris says, does that mean we should now tip airline pilots? Well, I see no reason why not. I mean, we don't. I know. Steve, you tip when it's personal. Buses are public. Shops are public. A waiter gives you a personal service, says Joe. What personal service? What, they bring the food from there to here? What's the point of that? I'll tell you what. Tell me when my food is ready. I'll go and collect it. They're not giving you a personal service. No more of a personal service than a bus driver. Or an airline pilot. I mean, sometimes they're very helpful. Well, the waiting staff, yeah, they write down, OK, what would you like to eat? I'll have the pancetta and the so-and-so. Yeah, just a bowl of chips, please. You don't tip the person in McDonald's, do you? You order your food in there, and they deliver it to you, and somebody goes, number 44, and you go, yes, please. You don't give them, and there's 50p for your seat. You don't tip them. Don't tip anybody at the station, do you? I can't think of anybody that you would tip at the station. It's all gone to pot. All gone to pot. A former French international footballer, this is a really weird one, died yesterday after an operation left him in a coma for 40 years. 40 years. Jean-Pierre Adams passed away aged 73. He'd been looked after by his wife Bernadette at their adapted home. He went for routine knee surgery in March 1982. His anaesthetic was bungled after the senior surgeon left a trainee to look after him as he juggled 8 different patients. And the Senegal-born star's last words before the disastrous procedure caused cardiac arrest and brain damage were, "It's all fine, I'm in great shape." The surgeon and his trainee received a 1-month suspended jail term and a fine, and he was in a coma for 40 years. I think not. I think not. I think not. Also, what was the other one that I quite liked? Hollywood's proving bruising for Halle Berry. I haven't heard of Halle Berry for quite a while, actually. But she's back. In her latest role, she is a fighter. And who was it who bought Elvis Presley's jumpsuit? It was one of these white ones. He wore it for 4 concerts at Madison Square Garden. I have to be honest, they were obviously of their period because they look so awful now. They look so sort of dated with the flares and all the rest of it. The cape fetched $271,000. And a jar, wait for this one, a jar of Elvis Presley's hair saved by his barber raised £52,000. You've actually got a jar with Elvis's hair in it. Don't you think that's weird? I think that's weird. And he died. I mean, Elvis, go on, how old was Elvis when he died? Oh, you knew 40. Oh, right. Yes, you did, in 1977. I remembered it very well indeed. I remember hearing his death being announced on LBC. Yep, I remember it. 2 years before I joined, 1977. I've got to get Miriam Margolyes' book. I've decided it's just got everything in it that you could ever want to know about Miriam Margolyes. And Strictly Come Dancing's former head honcho, Len Goodman, reckons Tony Beak will be wonderful. 10 out of 10 as a judge. Yeah, he's just irritating, though, isn't he? Nothing you can do about it. Somebody's either irritating or they're not. Steve, the waiting staff take the heat when the chefs get it wrong. Well, they don't really, because you just go, listen, I'm sorry, that's not cooked right. And they go, OK, I'll change it. And they take it back to the kitchen and go, you cooked it wrong.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, I tip self-owned businesses or single people or small companies. I work for Tesco at home shopping delivery. Tesco told us not to take tips, says Jumbo. Well, I mean, I don't think they can actually say don't take tips. If somebody chooses, I mean, we used to, years ago, we used to tip the dustbin men, you tipped the milkman, who else did you tip? And the postman. Those were the 3 people, and you gave them a Christmas box. It might be couple of quid or a £5 or something like that, depending on the service. Because it was always said that if you didn't tip the dustman, they'd dump your rubbish all over the drive and everything else. But nowadays, how many people tip the dustman? They don't. How many people tip the milkman? I should imagine Kevin probably gets them because he's got a lot of regular customers who would know him. But how many people tip the postman? I think I gave our postman a box of chocolates a few years back. I think he was more surprised than I was. But people tip the oddest people. And yet in America, you go there, it's the land of tipping. That's how they make their money. That's how they make their money. So. The Secrets of the ABBA Reunion by one of the group's children, 39 years old. But Ian Dale's bought tickets for the live show. Has he really? I didn't know he was a big ABBA fan, actually. I should have known that, shouldn't I? But I didn't. The PM says, I'll raise the tax for the NHS. They've just given the NHS, I think, £6.5 billion to get them through the pandemic and all the rest of it. Because the amount of money that must get wasted at the NHS is absolutely phenomenal. It really is. And Cheryl's jumped on the bandwagon with the tributes to Sarah Harding. She said she was in disbelief. I don't know why, because it was mentioned a while ago. Sarah went public with it a long, long time ago and said, in fact, I remember reading that and we read it on the programme, because she'd said, the doctors and the surgeons had said to her, you won't see, this will be the last Christmas that you see. So I don't know why they're all sort of coming out now, all the people who didn't talk to her for ages and ages. And Cheryl, who's been a recluse for God knows how long, I mean, she hasn't come out of the house at all. The only time she came out of the house is to do the thing. We're still waiting to see her pushing a pram around, but I don't think we're likely to see that now. The kid's practically grown up and working, isn't it? I should imagine. Every school could be required to have defibrillators by law after a Grieving Dads campaign. I'm surprised that they haven't got them now. I'm very surprised that they haven't got them. Parents spend a year of their lives on the daily schlep, taking kids to classes. Why can't they get buses? Is it not? I mean, around my way, we have the trains, we have buses and stuff like that. And you see the kids getting on the train because they're very noisy and they take up all the carriages with their huge bag. The bags are bigger than the kids. And then you do get parents who take the kids to school and they don't quite know why. Small wonder the kids don't learn anything. They're far too tired. They get in the car. They haven't had breakfast. They haven't bothered to get ready. Prince Charles did not know about the alleged cash for honour scandal, Clarence House has insisted. A spokesman said the Prince of Wales has no knowledge of the alleged offer of honours. No, but it went ahead. Which is, he might not have known about it. No, they did get honours, these people. I don't think there was any allegedly about it. Or if you like that man on whose news is it anyway? No. Have I got news for you? Ian Hislop, who sits there, and every time he's on there, they go, so-and-so. He goes, well, actually, no, that is not correct. Paul Merton does his little bit. They had somebody... They were talking about it the other day, actually. They were talking about something else. Taxi drivers in Singapore are not allowed to accept tips, says Lenda. Also in Copenhagen, they don't accept tips. They do in New York. New York, you can pick up a yellow cab in a matter of hours and start driving it around making money. In Japan, it's considered rude to tip. Oh, right. Well, yes. I've always wanted to go on the bullet train. I saw somebody going on it the other day and it looked really sophisticated and it looked fantastic. Great service is assumed. Yes, people are delighted to serve you. They don't have to go, yes, we're going to serve you because we want the money. But I don't understand somebody doing a job that they get paid for, why you would tip on top of that. It's all the extras. I'm having extra bacon today on the bacon roll. I've decided that's an extra for me. Joanne Froggatt has admitted her life is in a state of flux after getting divorced. Everybody nowadays wants to tell you their love life, who they're going out with, why they're not going out with them, why this happened, why that happened. And now it goes on. And here is a man riding his e-scooter. He's obviously a complete and utter buffoon. This is in Newham, in East London, on Friday, on the A13. He is going 50 miles an hour. He was casually switching between lanes in an act that was both illegal and incomprehensible. He's a buffoon. He looks like a buffoon. The clip of this reckless stunt then showed him hugging the line on the inside lane and scooting off into the distance, seemingly without a care. Well, the next thing is you'll be reading about his funeral, I should imagine. 50 miles an hour. I think the legal limit is 15. Why was he not arrested? Somebody says here, it makes me so angry, not only causing damage to themselves. Well, he's an idiot. He's an idiot. He joined the outside lane. And e-scooters can be bought legally, but can only be used on private land with the owner's permission. So you can buy them in Costco, They're not. You can't use them on a road or on the pavement or anything else. I generally shout obscenities at people. I've been known to do things like that. Oh, jumping lights again, are we? I do that all the time. Yeah, grrr. It's just so. And also, we've had people dying on them. And yet these other people are too stupid. The other thing is, the skateboard that's motorised as well, they're on the roads. Why are the police not stopping these people? Can't be that difficult to stop them. Blimey. It really is absolutely dreadful. Marilyn Monroe, and they were talking about the fact that she was killed by aliens. Yes, we've dragged that one out again. Marilyn Monroe was assassinated after John F. Kennedy told her UFO secrets, according to a bombshell new claims in a book. Alien author Nick Redfern says the Hollywood icon was a national security threat. These people are mad as fruitcakes, aren't they? They love writing all this stuff down. Her death was recorded as a drugs overdose. Nick says newly released CIA files on assassinations and how to disguise a killing by making somebody an addict. Do people seriously buy into this? Do they really? I can't believe it. Spitting Images boss is wary of mocking transgender issues, but reckons the horrors of Afghanistan are fair game. I've often thought you could take the mickey out of the Taliban as long as you wanted. Don't think anybody's going to be arguing that one. And what was the other one? Oh, yes, the privatising Channel 4 could have serious and long-lasting consequences. Yes, it could. We might get some decent programmes at long last, as opposed to some of the drivel which is being pushed out at the moment. Bill Bailey's Strictly win filled him with so much confidence he dances in the aisle at supermarkets. He's so good. I was watching him just before the programme this evening. I absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. It was so good. So now you've discovered that you can't tip people in Singapore and you can't tip them in Copenhagen. In fact, there's a sign in the back of the cabs in Copenhagen, do not tip the driver. But unfortunately, because it's inbuilt into us, we automatically round up. I don't know why. We just do that. If it's sort of £3 or £3.50, you give them a fiver. That's how it works. It's amazing, isn't it, really? Got to go, because it's going to be 29 degrees today, and you know how much I hate it. But it doesn't matter, because I shall come in tomorrow being the colour of creosote. I'm going to look absolutely stunningly gorgeous. And people will be saying to me, did you sunbathe yesterday, Steve? And I shall have to say to them, no, I didn't. I stayed indoors and painted myself with creosote, because it's a much better look, I think. But we do have my free little bit extra podcast today. Laura Whitmore accused of being disrespectful. I think that's the least of her worries. She needs to learn how to interview people next. Amazon say Nicole Kidman didn't storm off set on her new production. I wish she had. And Dominic West is pictured as Prince Charles in The Crown. I wonder who's playing Michael Fawcett. Have they got that? We don't know whether he's coming back or whether they've made a decision. I don't know. We shall find out, and you'll hear it first on LBC, of course. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along to Wednesday. Good grief, is it already the 8th of September? We're racing through. And today's the final day of the heat wave. Luckily, yesterday it didn't affect me in the slightest. I decided not to be affected by heat. So I did the shopping, got everything done, and I did do what I said I was going to do. I went to get a bacon butty from, I nearly said Marks and Spencer's, to Waterloo Station. And I said, McDonald's. I said, can I have 2 extra bacon? Yes. And so all of a sudden you've got a decent size, something to get your teeth into. And I was very pleased, actually. So today I'm going to try it with cheese. Just see what it's like. Anyway, it's nice to have your company. I hope you are well today. You might be one of those people who absolutely adores the sunshine and you're making the most of it. You're getting your little bikini out, if you're listening, Brian, and getting out there and sort of enjoying the sunshine. Me, can't stand it, but I will get the car washed a little bit later. And guess what I've been looking at recently? A baby pigeon. I didn't think that you could see baby pigeons, but you can. You can, because we had a couple nesting on the property, obviously not the babies, but the parents, and it was sitting outside. There's a hole in a wall which had a tube in it, and they make nests everywhere. And the mess, to be honest with you, the only good pigeon is a dead pigeon. And so it would sit outside. The parents would sit on a piece of pipe, pooing all over the place. And then the other day it was in the car park. And it can't fly properly. It can only just do little bits and pieces. So the parents are sort of watching it all the time. Again, mess everywhere. You've never seen anything like it. So the sooner they all bugger off, the better I shall feel about life. But baby pigeons. Baby pigeons. Desperately unattractive. Desperately unattractive. In the papers today, the delay that cost Sarah Harding her life. And again, I reiterate, because we said it yesterday, if you've got anything, and this applies to men and women equally, if you've got something about your body that changes, either a discoloration or, lumps and bumps and things like that, you go to the doctor. You go to the doctor and you get them to have a look at it. If you get any chest pains, you go to the doctor. In fact, chest pains we don't seem to need to tell people about, because if you've got them, you go to the doctor and you go, I need to see a doctor. You say to the receptionist, I've got chest pains. They'll see you very quickly. They won't send you away. They'll say, have a seat and we'll fit you in. So that's what. And unfortunately, in the case of Sarah Harding, she left it too late. She had discoloration and all sorts of little bits and pieces, lumps and bumps. And what she should have done is go straight to the doctor, but she didn't. And they're saying now, please, please, please go to the doctor. Go and get it checked. We found the music. Thank you so much indeed. I knew you would know. I knew you would know, because somebody else was talking about classical music. And I've got, because my father, not necessarily my mother, but my father loved classical music. And we had a radiogram. Woo, they were posh. Radio on one side, which lit up and had to wait till it warmed up, because it was valve. And then you had the record player the other side, and we had everything from The Sorcerer's Apprentice to the Planet Suite as well. And what else do we have? Dvorak, New World Symphony. There was loads of stuff that I absolutely loved. We also had The Sorcerer's Apprentice, which I loved. And we also had Sibelius, and it was the Karelia Suite. And they also used it for the current affairs programme this week, the one that went dun 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 dun. Put it on YouTube, and you will be. It's just stunning. It's a super, and they've got lots of orchestras playing it on YouTube as well. Sibelius, the Karelia Suite. And the certain bits, it's Finlandia, I think, by Sibelius. Thank you, Kevin and Witten. And thank you to Mark and another one. There's a lot of people who don't put their names on things, but I shall find them. That's Cameron. There you go, with a K. And thank you very much indeed. Andy, texting from Ashford in Middlesex, because there's two. There's one in Kent. And somebody just says, Steve, it's Sibelius. And somebody else saying, what is that? Somebody thought it was Antiques Roadshow. It's not. It's absolutely not. It's Finlandia. And it's lovely. So thank you, Jim in Ockenden. Oh, you're so good, honestly. Do you know that's why LBC is so brilliant? That's why this programme gets record audiences. I mean, seriously, I can't believe it myself half the time. And yet you ask you a question and guaranteed there will be people out there. I don't think we've ever... There was only once where I asked a question of someone. I was trying to find a particular glue that I bought from one of these online shopping channels, Ideal Word, and they stopped doing it. And it was the best glue I'd ever bought in my entire life. It was like a super glue. You got 2 bottles of it, plus you got a little squeezy tube of it, plus you then got something in case you got your fingers stuck together. And I wish I'd bought tons of it, because it was the best glue I've ever bought. And the company I then tried to find, and we couldn't find it, and I asked everybody, and it just didn't happen. I asked you about Sibelius, and lo and behold, there it is. There it is. So bless you. Thank you very much indeed. Taken from the Karelia Suite. Lying in bed with a positive COVID diagnosis, says John. High temperature, cough and aches. Feeling very poorly. Thank God I've been double jabbed. Otherwise it would be far worse. Yes. I keep telling people, get jabbed. I'm sick to death of people. I have no time whatsoever for those people who go, oh, you don't need to be jabbed. You don't need to be this and that. Good. Well, I hope to God you don't get it. Really. I saw it on the motorway. Yeah, somebody had put they'd obviously got an old sheet. You could tell it was a sheet because it was a bit mucky. And they'd written on it, the vaccination is a waste of time and all this. And you think to yourself, people like you are too stupid. You probably couldn't help yourself crossing the road, could you? They're a bit thick, these people. And those are the people that if they get COVID, it ain't good. How many people got COVID last Monday? Some horrendous amount of people went down with COVID. It was some huge amount. And I remember thinking at the time, what can you say to somebody who is an anti-vaxxer? Apart from these people are in hospital. These people, some of them might die. Really want to gamble with it? Really want to gamble with it? That was the thing that worried me more. So I think it was 4 in 5 people age 16 and over have had both vaccine jabs, say the government. I mean, which is brilliant. People double vaccinated, nearly 44 million people, which is fantastic. you know, and I think it's absolutely brilliant. So, you know, go and get it done. Doesn't cost you anything. The latest figures, here we go. Number of deaths since the 9th of March, 231 fatalities. That's today. Fifth highest since the 9th of March, 207 deaths. Last Wednesday were recorded. People are dying. You know, want to live, want to die. I think it's a no-brainer. I know you'll hear everybody else talking about it on LBC and all the different programmes. And it's a case of, I keep saying to people, what would you rather do, live or die horribly? And the answer is, I think I want to live. I think I quite like living. The living bit's really good. The living bit's very good indeed. I love it. According to the latest government data, 905 COVID patients in the UK admitted to hospital on the 3rd of September. In one day, and there were 6,641 admissions in the last 7 days, which is a 1.6% rise. Want to be a statistic or want to live? Believe you me. You know, get on a bus, don't put a mask on. You're in trouble. You're in trouble. The number of fatalities well below the level experienced at the peak of the second wave, reflecting the success of the vaccination programme. I mean, it's just seriously a no-brainer. Want to live? Want to be a statistic? Want to be pushing up daisies? No, of course you don't. Just think what we've got planned for you for this Christmas on LBC. You don't want to miss that. You don't, you know. But luckily, if you've been vaccinated, things turn out to be an awful lot better. So go and get it done. Also, check, honestly, the things we just keep telling people all the time on LBC. Go and get yourself checked. You know, I spend all my time in doctor's surgeries and things like that because I've got to that age where I'm not bothered by anything that Boris said the other day. It doesn't affect me in the slightest. I'm not paying national insurance and I'm not going to worry about going into social care. But for millions of people, it affects them greatly. And they'll be checking on, you know, how much money you've got here and then how much... Goodness sake, honestly. I'm going to be looked after. I've got enough people who can look after it. If I can't find family members, I shall move into Brinsworth House in Twickenham, where they put all these old entertainment people. And I think I'm an old entertainment person. I could go in there, I could mingle with people, you could have a good old chat and enjoy it. Some of the stories, and I managed to find 4 pages of stories for today. France has banned the sale of inflatable boats and kayaks to try and stop this influx of people coming into the country. Also, a porcelain pot. They just used to keep bits and pieces in it. Sold at auction, £400,000. Ever heard of the Lebanese loop? You will. It's a scam. I shall tell you all about it. And the Japan crime gangs. You know, the people, I've told you before, they have their entire bodies covered in tattoos. They're now going one stage further. To prove that you're a loyal member of the gang, they cut their own fingers off. They cut their own fingers off. It's unbelievable. Harry Enfield nearly caused a royal ruckus by refusing to call Edward Sir. Well, why should you have to? He's got the same blood that the rest of us have got in him. He's no different to anybody else. I mean, put it this way, if anybody said to me, oh, Prince Andrew will be standing in for the Queen at something, I'm expecting him to be booed quite royally. He scarpered off the other day with his shirt tails between his legs with good old Sarah Ferguson, because she's a marvellous person, all the way to Balmoral. 500 miles he was driving, and he doesn't want to hang around because they'll serve him with the writ. So he was off there, you know, because he doesn't actually do anything. He's just a waste of space. But there again, he has always been a waste of space. I think even when he was younger, he was Randy Andy, wasn't he? Nothing changes. And we've all seen the nude pictures, thank you. Steve says, Warren, I don't know about you, but for the last 6 days I've been dancing to Don't Shut Me Down by ABBA. I've booked 3 times to go to that concert. 3 times. They're not going to be there, which is a bit weird. But anyway, the music's fantastic. They've got such talent. Loads of people around here have pre-ordered tickets. I think Darren's pre-ordered tickets. Ian Dale's pre-ordered tickets. Who else? Rachel Garish has ordered tickets as well. And he said, by the way, not long until Cliff, and you're in the box with Bonnie and me. Yes, I'm looking forward to that. That's in October. Listen, we're nearly in October. Fantastic. Roy Chubby Brown's fans have marched in protest after Sheffield Council axed his show. I think that's censorship, and I think they should sack the entire Sheffield Council and let him do his show. What's it got to do with them? The answer is they run the theatre. You don't want things like that there. He's been around for donkey's years. Donkey's years. Dieter Von Teese bringing burlesque into UK homes, rivetingly dull and very unexciting. Brian May's planning on an instrumental solo album. And capital letters have been labelled officially racist. I know, you can't believe it, can you? There's always one. Sheffield City Trust Chief Andrew Snellick said they felt Brown's material did not reflect its values. Oh, honestly, mamby-pamby. Sheffield, where steel comes from. I remember I told you, and Dale and I went up to Sheffield one time, and we were going. Why were we going? Oh, that's right, because he had family members up there. And we decided to go up there. We did different weekends in different places years and years ago. And we go and we stay in I think it was like a travel lodge. Anyway, they didn't have smoking in the rooms, but they allowed him to smoke. For some strange, as long as the window was open and it was Dale Winton. He smoked at the BBC when they were recording the lottery. He smoked there as well. Anyway, we go up and we get ourselves ready and we go out for the night. And as we're going out, there's 4 people coming in, 2 men, 2 women. I've told this story before, actually. And Dale's chatting away. We've got a driver who's going to take us out to a restaurant for dinner, and then we're going to go and hit the club scene, which was good. And as we go out of the front door, one of the blokes in this group of 2 men and 2 women went, "That's that puff off the television." And I thought, I hope he hasn't heard it. I hope he hasn't heard it. So we walked towards the car, and I thought, oh, good, he hasn't heard it. We get to the car, and he goes, "I'll be back in a minute, Steve." And he goes back to this bloke and he rips him apart like there's no tomorrow. "You little pathetic homophobe." He completely annihilates him. The women are trying to sort of hide in their handbags, and the other bloke sort of obviously trying to sort of, get the makeup off his face because he was a bit gay himself. And he just ripped into him. And he got back in the car. He went, "I feel better now." And I went, good for you. But I was hoping seriously that he hadn't ever said anything or hadn't even heard it. Hadn't heard it at all. 17 minutes, nearly past 4.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Somebody sent me in a thing about this glue. I don't know if I can't read that, actually. And, oh, wait a minute. No, I can't. I've got a different screen to everybody else. The glue you mentioned this morning is Fixel. And we no, I can't. That's it. No, that's it. Now, where'd you get that from? You see, I've tried to get this before, and I don't think you can buy it. It looks like a very old website. Go on to sales, just as a matter of interest, actually. It was Fixel glue. It was brilliant. Oh, here we go. You've got to fill in and check it carefully before confirming to press send. So why do you have to fill in that? Sales. You've got to put your email address in, your phone number, your name, the subject. I want to buy some glue. Okay, who else sells it? Because we can't find it anywhere. But they did a pack of it, which is it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Around 1 million working pensioners face paying national insurance contributions on their earnings for the first time ever. 1 million working pensioners. Is that all there is? 1 million working pensioners? Or there are loads of pensioners. Boris Johnson has announced a 1.25% rise in the rates of national insurance to help fund the NHS. And so it'll be the first time pensioners have been asked to pay, with contributions starting at the rate of, of 1.25%. So that's what it'll be. Under the current system, taxpayers stop making national insurance contributions when they reach 66, the point at which the state pension kicks in. Oh, well, I'll start claiming that and then that can pay for it. There are 1.3 million people still in employment who are older than 65. Is that all? God, I thought it would have been millions more. It's gone up a lot. It's almost tripled since 2000. So apparently national insurance kicks in on earnings over £9,568, meaning working pensioners or earning below that amount due to working a part-time job to top up pensions will not be affected. So it's going to be 1.25% in April 2023. So I'm hoping to win the lottery by that time. So that'll be quite nice. So it's not. So no, I don't earn over 9.5 anyway. I shall be telling them. So it's not next year, but the year after. So we've got ages and ages to go. By which time, as I say, I'm really not of any interest to the whole thing at all. Steve, a baby pigeon is called a squab. No, it's called a pain in the rear end, I'm afraid, and the mess it makes, just as bad as the parents. Steve. So we found this glue, but you can't buy it anywhere. I think the company's gone out of business. Because I tried, because they sold it on Ideal World, and I thought, why would you stop? I thought it was the best glue ever. I raved over it. And it's like a super glue. You get quite a big bottle of it. Little couple of drops. It sticks forever. Literally, I've used it on the car. So Fixel, which is the company, Fixsal, Fixsal. We're trying to find out. If anybody knows, do let me know. Because why would you stop selling something that was so successful? But mind you, I've often wondered about that with sort of some of the perfume manufacturers, and they make a lot of things like that. All of a sudden you find something that ladies have used for years, they discontinue it. And you go, why? And they say, well, we didn't actually sell enough of it, which is a bit of a pain. But Fixal's glue was the best. They did a package of it, and I can't remember how much it cost. Whatever it was remarkable value, and I thought it was very good. So I raved about it all the time. Our old joke of the day: ABBA have cancelled all rehearsals due to complaints from nearby restaurants. They can hear the drums from Nando's. Right, you're barred. We don't have standards like that. Somebody tried to get me that one the other day, and I was looking at it and I kept missing it. Noreen sent in something. I've lost it. Apparently she's going on a diet. Like, the last person who needs to go on a diet would be Noreen. That's like saying Victoria Beckham needs to go on a diet. And I can't believe it. But Noreen says, hope you're well. I'm not bad, actually. I'm not bad. I must tell you what's happened. I've been friends with a lady called Anne since the mid-'80s. I've often told her about you, the shows, the lights, everything else. Only maybe 3 months ago, she said she'd been listening to early morning radio when she couldn't sleep. Told me all about the presenter having her in stitches and telling me some of the presenter's stories. I asked who it was. Steve Allen. So, of course, the photos all came out of you and various events. So, very good morning, Anne. We're both starting a new diet on Monday. So today, she said, we're off to buy loads of things. I'm on YouTube looking at recipes. I can't believe you need to go on a diet. There's nothing of her. There's nothing, unless she's all of a sudden ballooned. You know, but it's like me. Do I need to go on a diet? I don't think so. When I was weighed last, and it was only a few weeks back, I'm the right weight for my height. If I was a 12-foot person. But, you know... Paul Whitehouse says Only Fools was the greatest sitcom ever, and Fray Bentos launch a full English breakfast pie in a tin. The only thing it's got in there which I can't stand is black pudding. That'll limit their sales. Nobody eats black pudding. I'm sorry, they just really don't. People go, oh, you must eat black pudding. No. Yesterday we had mushy peas, and we don't do black pudding either, I'm afraid. The I'm a Celebrity castle that they use in Wales has been vandalised. There's a surprise. Why would you want to vandalise a run-down castle in the first place, unless you really are particularly stupid? Britain's barbecue champion offering tips for the last few days of eating outdoors. No, just today. Just today. From tomorrow, the rain sets in. That sounds like the title of a song, doesn't it, really? What else have we got? Gary Lineker thinks his new show will hit the back of the net. Yep. And that'll be the end of it. Ghastly. The trouble is, he's not a quiz show host. He's not a quiz show host. And to present a quiz on television, you need to be a quiz. You can't just give a quiz to somebody. They've just axed the Ready, Steady, Cook extra little bit with Rylan. 2 series, it failed to make a mark. I think, to be honest with you, the public are sick to death of Rylan, and they're not remotely interested. So the BBC took the final... I wish they'd knock the One Show on its head. There's another pile of rubbish that you could do without. Mind you, maybe Channel 4 could do better and knock Steph McGovern's show on the head as well. A show with far too many people on it. All on a fee, remember. All on a fee. I was asking somebody the other day how much people got as a fee on the Jeremy Vine show. Yeah, same people every day. Same people every day. I mean, obviously, she's so weak she can't carry it. Tony Beake's been on there. Not a little show-off. Really ghastly. But how much is the fee for the Jeremy Vine show? You know, when they get people on there doing the papers. Apparently, it's about 250 quid. Although Dale, when he did Loose Women, it was a seriously good fee. It was over a couple of £1,000 for a fee. I suppose for they have special people. I wonder why Peter Andre did it so often, because the rest of it's all sort of not doing as particularly well, is it? Katie Price's fiancé is in a lot of the papers today. Because he's been receiving trolling. As you can well imagine, he gets trolled all the time, basically because we have no idea who he is, apart from it's her fiancé and they're going to get married, although that seems to have gone a bit quiet. He says he wouldn't do anything to hurt her. And he said people will soon know what went on. Well, that's all people want to know. That's all people wanted to know. Showbiz legend Donald Zeck has died at 102, and Roger Daltrey itching to get back on the road again, which is fantastic. So all of that, we take your texts and emails. Lots of Fixel products there on Amazon, says Jan. Really? We shall have a look. We shall have a look. We shall find them. Steve, Chubby Brown says, Anne, I'm sick to the back teeth of these idiots keep coming out with such rubbish. Stupid council staff. Don't they realise that the revenue that he would have brought into the town? Do you know 24,000 people complained about it? Oh, there you go. A picture of the front cover of your Bitches Back Tour brochure for 2007. Only available on special order after the show, along with your famous banjo lithograph. And so there I am. Yes? Oh, there's Dale. There's Dale. That was taken, I think, at the Fairfield Halls in Croydon, which is lovely. So they said, yeah, it's a good photo. Good photo. Good photo. So lots of fix sale products on Amazon. We'll have a look. No, there's not. No, there's not. Nothing on Amazon at all. They've got Loctite and Universal Glue, Super Glue, blah, blah. Looks a bit similar, actually, that, but no Fixel. No Fixel. Which is, as I said, really, I can't believe it's not on there. They do everything on Amazon. You can even get fireworks by post. Whoopee. Send away for your sparklers now, kids. What else have we got in the papers today? What else have we got? Wait a minute. Front page of The Sun, Bojo's biggest gamble. And Pussycat claws out for Nicole Scherzinger. She said she's not going on tour with them unless she gets 75% of the money. Go away. Go away now. Boring old baggage, honestly. Ryan and Clark Neal, as I say, the BBC have axed his Cook show. And he took 10 weeks off over the summer to work on his marriage to Dan Neil. But as he returned to duties, the BBC confirmed it had axed the reboot. Didn't take him long, did it? And they normally keep on with stuff at the BBC. But a source said it's a huge blow for him because he loved the show. Yeah, but unfortunately the audience didn't, and that's what it comes down to. It comes down to ratings. If you've got a failure programme, be it radio, be it television... I mean, look at the bloke who used to do the Radio 1 breakfast show. Disastrous audience figures. Took them ages before they... Because up until then, the BBC were going, oh, it's OK. No, it's going in the direction. We thought, yeah, straight down the toilet it was going. In the end, they had to shove him off the programme and give it to somebody else who knew how to get an audience. Good old Grimmy, who doesn't work there anymore now. Going to be an interior designer. Perhaps he can come and design radio studios. And Nick says, I love black pudding. You can't have a full English without black pudding. No, I'm sorry, you can. I'm sorry, we're not northerners down here. We are southern Jessies, and we don't have that. We have fried bread. Why would you want to eat dried blood that's been cooked? What sort of sick person are you? Goodness sake, honestly. And a lot of people talking about Roy Chubby Brown. I don't think they're actually going to change their mind about it. They've sort of decided they don't want something like that. But who's the other one who does rude stuff? He's very rude. I can't remember his name now. We've talked... No, not... Oh, well, Jim Davidson did a lot of rude... He's not still around, is he? Just about clinging on, I think. Poor old soul. The row in the Pussycat Dolls could spell the end of their reunion. The founder sues Nicole for $435,000. Scherzi demands a 75% share. What for, dear? What for? No, we don't want to see the Pussycat Dolls. I saw them once at a London Palladium. They were doing the Royal Variety performance. They were rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Seriously, it was an embarrassment to see them there.
Why is life always this or that? Now or later? All or nothing? Start earning or keep learning? Turns out it doesn't have to be. With an apprenticeship, you can take your next step and get the best of both worlds. You can get paid and gain skills. Get the jump with an apprenticeship in accountancy to cyber engineering and loads more in between. Wherever you want to land in life, search Get the Jump to see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve. Wait a minute. They've got Fixel on eBay. I've just put one in my basket, says Patricia. Yes, a lot of people got... Frankie Boyle was the comedian, the other rude comedian. We couldn't remember. Yeah, Fixel. Because a lot of people are getting it wrong. Somebody said, is the one you called Fixodent? No, I think that's for your dentures. I don't think. But we found it. The phone number works. And hopefully we shall... I might take a ride up there in the car today, which would be very nice, actually. Somebody says, love the show. Thank you very much indeed. I know we know that, which is good. Steve, I totally agree. The one show should be axed. What a load of rubbish. I know. But that's why I was surprised that sort of, Ryland does this programme because they started putting him on everything, and it's like giving something to Bobby Cole Norris, the least talent you could ever find on Towie. But he's back tonight with a show that nobody will be watching at all, where he interviews people because he's obviously as good as Laura Whitmore, and then they've shown you in the papers again. We did it a couple of days ago. The list of the people who are staying on Towie, and they've gone, oh, isn't it exciting? And I thought, it looks as dull as it did before, I'm afraid. There was nothing going on apart from a lot of people sleeping with each other, and poor old Pete Wicks. Towie's Bobby Norris leaves show to present The Sun's brand new spin-off series launching in September. So many people have done that, haven't they? The 34-year-old will be the face of our brand new digital series, Towie, the official after party. Yes, that'll be watched by nobody, I'm afraid. That's got the kiss of death stamped all over it, hasn't it, really? Never mind, poor old soul. Did he ever have a job? Did he ever do anything? We were never too sure. And so they've axed, I think about 10 people. Apparently, Bobby shared with everybody and said, presenting is my passion. I know, it's just that you can't do it, can you? That was the trouble. He said, what's been the big secret is that I'm fronting this new show for the Sun readers and I'm so excited about it. Yes, OK, should we count the days down on it? Count the days down. The fans have been a huge part of my life. Need to get a life out there as well. Martin says we won't be having Christmas this year. We'll be on another lockdown again. And Mark says I walked past Joe Allen's yesterday. They open on the 17th of September. That'll be lively. Yes, very much so. Very much so. Every dog has its day. Another one here. And Abby says, every dog has his day. Mine today, yours tomorrow. Oh, right. Are you on drugs or something? I don't know. I've got no idea what that means at all. Everybody has their day, don't they? But I'm totally convinced we will be having Christmas this year. I'm totally convinced that they were saying we'll be going to another lockdown. They've said no. They've said no. But, of course, if you wear your mask, you'll be fairly safe going on the buses. But if you see somebody without a mask, you know what you have to do to them? Boo! Boo! That's what you have to do to them. Frightens the life out of them. And you go, I always do that with people. I won't let them sit next to me on the bus. I seriously don't. I go, dirty people. Dirty. Just stick a mask on or fill in that walk somewhere. Maybe you get some of that weight off, which is good. No, it's not Fixel glue. It's Fixal glue. So we think we've found something. The producer's going to send me all the details and I shall pootle up there in the car later on today. Apparently it's a builder's merchant who does it. I do hope so. I'll be so excited. Do you know, that will absolutely make my day tomorrow. Oh no, I was saying that I can't go today. It's too hot. I'll have to go tomorrow. That's all right. They've been there for some time. I can't read that story. It's far too rude. The first rock sample collected on Mars. And Perseverance drilled out a solid core slightly thicker than a pencil. Useful, isn't it? They were thinking of putting some satellite dish up on the moon so we can all go up there, apparently, have a wander around. I mean, I don't know why. The London Mayor Sadiq Khan slams a selfish minority who refused to wear masks on the tube and says anyone still not complying will be told to leave services. Go on, put it into practice. Because all the bus drivers I've spoken to say they won't. They won't ask people to... I would if I was driving the bus. Put your mask on. Put your mask on. I wouldn't have any passengers on the bus. I'd only have people with masks on. The others are not just a selfish minority, they're thickos. OK? I couldn't care less what they've got or whether they're exempt. Go and get another bus. Go and walk. Get the weight off. Make yourself useful in life. I'm sorry, I can't bear it. So, I'm going with the mayor. I don't always go with the mayor, but on this particular one, he said they'll be told to leave the services. Good. Why would you want somebody spreading COVID? That's what they're doing. They don't know they've not got it. They're probably spreading it. I always wear a mask on the. I don't use tubes. I don't use the tubes, but I do use buses. Most people have got a mask on. There's a few people getting on, waving their little. Oh, I'm exempt. I couldn't care less. Couldn't care less. You can still put something on to stop you spreading COVID. Okay, simple as that. The return of Towie. It's the same drearies. It's a bunch of ancient people, and that's just the blokes. Who've had affairs with half the girls in the cast, and then there's poor old Pete Wicks with the long hair, a bit like somebody out of some girly programme, with tattoos all the way up the side of his neck. Honestly. I won't have people on my programme with tattoos. I really won't. We have to have an inspection every 3 months, just to make sure that they haven't. I say you supply a photo, we will have a look. We've got one of me. What, a tattoo of me? Yes, well, that's different. I don't mind that because that's hero worship and that's okay. So they have pictures. I think, actually, I think Joe's got a picture of my top half, and well, anyway. And can you imagine? I have heard of people who have tattoos of famous people on their body. What is the point of that? And also, you see somebody walking down the road and they've got tattoos up the back of their legs and all the rest of it, and up their arm. You think to yourself, do you know, when you get to 40 or 50, you're going to look absolutely chronically naff. Really bad. Kenny says, I can't imagine you on a bus. Well, think on. I use buses every day. Every single day of my life, I use buses. I mean, I don't tell people who I am. I don't get on the bus and go, hi, I'm Steve Allen or something like that, because I'm not that sort of person. I get on and I look at them and I go, I'm famous, you know. So get off the disabled seats. I won't have anybody sitting on a seat that's not meant for them. Mainly school children. Oi, off the seat. It's like you see people at night with their feet up on the seats. Dirty people. Dirty people. Those I'd have off the bus straight away. Straight away. You, off the bus now. Well, I tell you what, I'm turning the engine off. Let's all sit here, shall we? You can sit here till the cows come home. Ridiculous. But no, I'm going with the Mayor, Sadiq Khan. Bus drivers everywhere. You should, unite on this one and go, you're not getting on the bus unless you've got a mask on. You can wave your little sticker saying I'm exempt until the cows come home, and it's not happening. OK? We've got to stop it. And the only reason you're going to stop it is by making people wear a mask. You know, you can walk down the high street. Whenever I get in my car in the morning, I've got my mask on and I open the back window a little bit so I get a little bit of a breeze, because I like that running through my hair. It's that sort of feeling, you know, it's like that. I feel like I'm on Easy Rider. You remember that one on the motorbike? Because in America, they don't have to wear helmets. You know, and I'm a huge fan of helmets. I think it's one of those sort of things. But, you know, but the idea that sort of, you know, the hair, you know, is flowing out behind me. I'm a little bit Amazonian. You know, if ever you've seen me on the bus, you know that I've got lots of... I look like Dog the Bounty Hunter, OK? Just a slightly better-looking version, which, to be honest with you, doesn't take much, does it? Did you ever see anybody so ugly in your entire life? What does he do? He goes around arresting people who are wanted on various licences and stuff like that. He's just got married again for the umpteenth time. Have you seen him? Look, his real name's Dwayne Chapman, and he's 68, but he's still got the same hair he had when he was about 15. There's some... He looks like an Afghan hound, and I like Afghan hounds, but I did see the programme, and he just goes around. He's a bounty hunter. He sort of made his name, but America's got all these peculiars. And here he is. He's with his sixth wife. This is his sixth wife, who's named Francie Frayne. And they got married in Colorado Springs, which is lovely, isn't it? You imagine going out with somebody who's as naff as he is. God in heaven. Darling, do you want to get married? I think I would, yes. She looks very similar. She's got the same sort of hair, badly bleached by the look of it. Dreadful in the sun. But anyway, but they have all these programmes in America. My favourite at the moment, and I only caught it the other day, is multi-million-pound properties, where you get the campest estate agent, or realtors as they call them in America, trying to sell properties to people. They go, this one is fantastic. This has got 2 marble bathrooms, no parking space, and this is 6.8 million. And I love watching these programmes because I like seeing what you can get for your money. And over in America, I mean, you know, you could do really well. You can do really, really well. Steve sat 2 hours on a single London bus journey yesterday, literally no masks worn. Well, around our way, we are good with them. We are good with them. You know, and people do wear them. Here we go. I knew there'd be somebody who'd complain about it. So somebody always complain about, because other people have got to... Well, then you'll have to make other arrangements, won't you? You know, how are we going to stop the spread of COVID? If you go, I don't need to wear a mask, what about people who don't need to wear... Well, they do need to wear it. You can buy a visor that you can put on. All this garbage that people feed you about, I can't because I can't breathe. All right, if you have got a mask on, then put a visor on. Because how do we know that these people are not riddled with COVID and they're spreading it to people? It's as simple as that. Not messing around with it. Steve, my wonderful sister Sandy, says Val, who's a spiker living in the south of France, is busy getting ready right now, listening to you before she catches a train back to London. Can you get a train from the south of France to London? Seems quite a long journey, doesn't it? Eurostar. Oh, yes, of course, actually, Eurostar. I don't know. I do like Eurostar. We like the girls down there. They like me. They like me and my little team. Not these two here. And we went down there. What tea? What tea? You know, the Groovy Gang. And we've been... John Warrington and I have been on Eurostar quite a few times. And they always invite us into there's a special place where you can go and have biscuits and a cake in the morning, which is very nice. Val says, send heaps of love to her and her husband, Robert, for a safe journey. She's coming back to see our mother, who is very ill with dementia, but you have kept us going every morning. How lovely being in the south of France. My God, I tell you, you must be suffering with the heat. In the south of France, if we're going to get 30... what? Oh, right. Well, he sometimes looks at me and I begin to... He's got those sort of X-ray eyes. Oh, it's adoring. Oh, it's adoring. Oh, right. Oh, come let us adore him. Oh, yes. Oh, it should be, come let us adore me, which is so much easier, isn't it? It's, when am I taking you to Paris? A little bit forward, aren't you? Don't like that kind of thing. When are you taking us to Paris? We went to Paris. And, you know, we went to... Where did we go to? We tried to do as many of the tourist sites in the day, except actually paying money. So we didn't go up the Tour d'Eiffel. I tell you what's expensive. Have you been to Paris? It's phenomenally expensive for food. Seriously, even the most basic thing is ridiculously expensive. And everywhere you go, there's people trying to rip you off. Outside the cathedrals and everything else. Money. Go away. That's just the bishop. Go away. I'm not giving you any money.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Looking at lovely pictures of Croque Madame and Croque Monsieur. Croque Madame is exactly the same, except it's got an egg on the top. But it's a runny egg. And I don't do runny eggs. Well, you know, next door they're going, oh, I like runny eggs and all this kind of thing. I thought, well, he won't be going out with me to Paris for the day. My friend Michael, there used to be a little cafe next to his hairdressing shop in Twickenham. And we would go in there and we would order a breakfast. But you could have whatever you wanted. It wasn't a set breakfast. You know, we'd have sort of sausage, bacon, fried bread and beans. And I'd put the beans on top of the fried bread, which was lovely. If I had an egg, it had to be cooked on both sides, because watching Michael eat an egg and all this runny stuff all over them, I just felt physically ill. I cannot do runny eggs. So they have to be cooked. Yeah, but that was years ago, soldiers. I don't do... Somebody said they have to be toasted. I've never heard of toasted bread for soldiers. Have you ever heard of that before? And then... Oh, you've heard of that. Probably an Irish thing or something. Is it? No, we just had buttered bread. And you dipped it in. It went all soggy. Do you remember? And that was quite nice. I went to Iceland the other day. Spam fritters they do. Spam fritters. And I looked at it, I thought, oh, should I buy them? Because they're spam in batter. And I looked at them and I thought, oh, I don't know. I didn't have them in the end, but I might have to go back today, actually. It's pork and gammon. Is that what spam is? I loved spam. Spam chips. There you go. Spam fritters. Deliciously light and crispy golden batter. Yum, yum, yum. That's it. And then somebody wrote to me, some poor old soul, honestly. They must be somebody who's got half a brain cell missing. They went, oh, you know, talking about deep-fried beef burgers. I said, you don't deep-fry beef burgers. I thought, oh, you've been to a fish and chip shop recently. There's some very stupid people out there. Please, God, you don't vote. Please, God, you don't vote, or you're in a maximum security home. I'm a visitor to London, and face covering hardly worn by anyone on the attractions yesterday. The ferry, jam-packed with people, not one person wearing a mask. Here comes... There's no lockdown for Christmas. There's no lockdown for Christmas. You know, I mean, if there is, we'll know about it and hear about it first. But, I mean, I wouldn't go anywhere where there were people not wearing masks. It's like festivals. You go to festivals, you know, and people going, ooh, festivals. And I'm not into festivals or anything. I don't want to go where there's a load of people not wearing a mask. It's like you watch young people of a night time, especially in Twickenham, and they're all a bit simple. And nobody wearing a mask. And yet, strange, I was watching a few of them this morning when I was waiting for the car. And there were 3 of them. And they were messing about. The bus came along. What did they take out of their pockets? Their masks, and put them on. I felt like going up to them and going, well done you. You know, the benefits of masks, you know, better inside. Outside, fresh air. That does help. But, you know, if you're going into an enclosed area, it's like on the bus the other day, I had to open the window. They said, open the windows so you get fresh air in here. But there's a few dim people who go, don't open the window. You think, God in heaven, honestly, you'll be the next one booking into the hospital. Love your show, Steve, says Anna. My favourite presenter. Listening to you is my motivation to get up at 4:30 UK time and get to the beach for a walk every morning. Say hello to my mum, Christina. They're in Spain, incidentally, and Sister Sam. We all think you're hilarious. Yeah, you're about the only ones who do. The people round here, seriously, I'm confronted by Mr. Misery faces. If they were doing some more Mr. Men books, we'd have Mr. Misery and Miss Misery in here. They're sitting there, you know, like that. Yeah. I don't do misery. I don't do misery. I'm a sort of fairly happy little soul, you know, considering the handicaps I've got, working with these lot. They'll all be tuning in tonight to watch Bobby Cole Norris stumbling through presenting. Hilarious. Wonder how much makeup he'll be wearing. But as I say, the dreariest person on there. I mean, they've actually got rid of 2 of the worst people. Him and Gemma Collins have gone, and 10 other people, which is fantastic. And yet we're still stuck with... they brought back Amy Childs. So named because she is a bit like a child. Back tonight. And they've got all sorts... Already the reality show kicks off in some unfamiliar surroundings where some of the cast have been staying in Dorset. I bet the people of Dorset are embarrassed. You've got to put up with that bunch of old has-beens. But anyway, Chloe Brockett and James Locke's relationship has been the hot topic of conversation. Only amongst stupid people with no life. Nobody else is bothering with it. Apparently the former couple split in February, and then pocket rocket Chloe caught James's eye. Feeling betrayed by the romance, Yaz jets over from her home in Dubai to make her views clear. Who cares? Who cares? Why don't you stay in Dubai, love? We don't want you back over here. But as I say, poor old Pete Wicks, honestly. You begin to wonder, really, what is going on between these people's ears. In Pete Wicks's case, not a lot. The girls, I mean, seriously. What are they wearing? I mean, it's really not a lot, I'm afraid. Fellow Towie original Amy Childs, who must be about 90 by now, is once again back in the fold. You know why? No other work. Nothing going on for her at all. Now with daughter Polly. And is desperately on the lookout for a new man. She's already got a daughter. Most of them are called single. I mean, there's an awful lot of single parents in Towie. You know, thus dispelling the myth, not that most of the Towie girls. She has found a man now, has she? I mean, you can imagine the conversation. What's your name? What do they call you? She's dating first date star after split with ex, Tim. I mean, she's only 31. She's grown close to this gym owner, despite saying he was growing tired of Essex girls while searching for love. Who are these? Are these people so naff they have to admit to somebody that I need a television programme so I can find somebody to go out with? I'm that naff. And here's Billy. Billy's been taking out Amy in Essex. He's 34 and from Hornchurch. How lovely. Anyway, good old Amy. Trowel the old makeup on and just call it drag. It's as simple as that. But she's found somebody, but then it'll be, you know... Oh, Max and Paddy are coming back. 17 years since they last revved up their motorhome. So we're looking forward to that one. Phoenix Nights, when they did it live in Manchester, raised more than £5 million for comic relief. That's amazing, isn't it? Absolutely. They've started a fund for Sarah Harding. Well, not for her, but for research into breast cancer and everything else. And they've said it would be a night. So they asked the family, do you mind? And they said no. But they've only raised £1,700 at the moment. That's 99 people who have donated. And she's supposed to have left $8 million. Why they put it in dollars? I've got no idea. We do pounds. But so 8 million, so about 6. And I couldn't work out how she would ever have £6 million, because they wouldn't have made that much from Girls Aloud, and they finished years and years ago. She, as I say, I mean, she was party girl. Nobody ever denied. You ask anybody who knew, including Dawn Neeson, if you were going to sort of fix a tag on Sarah Harding, it would be party girl. She partied hard. Whereas me, I mean, I gave up partying years ago. I can't do it now. I was speaking to the assistant producer yesterday, and he went out partying the other day, which, you know, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know how these people manage it. I don't know where they get the energy from. Me, I mean, yesterday, I decided to go to bed at 2:45. 2:45 in the afternoon, and I was out for the count. It was delicious. There's something nice about falling into bed, but, you know, party boy next door. I mean, even Joe can't do that, you know. Watching a bit of Steph, watching 5 minutes of Steph's show wore me out. You know, oh, look, here's Denise Van Outen again. Yawn. Oh, look, here's the gay baker who's going into Strictly. I mean, seriously, I felt just deeply embarrassed that's it. That is his claim to fame. He does baking, but he's gay and he's going into Strictly and he'll know today who he's dancing with. Who cares? Who seriously cares? Honestly, I couldn't be less interested. Len says, like you, I hate the uncomfortable weather, the hot weather. Yeah, I mean, I don't like it, actually. But then, you know, I appreciate the fact that I've got lots of friends who absolutely Love it. Soldiers need to be toasted. They stand to attention and don't go flaccid. See, I don't mind flaccid. I don't... Now what? Because I've never heard of toasted eggy soldiers. I mean, in my entire life. We never had that. We just had buttered bread, because we didn't have a toaster for quite some time. We weren't a rich family. We had, we'd have to sit there with a toasting fork. Yes, toasting our marshmallows and things like that. But we had a grill that you put the toast in, and that was how you did it. And then you had to take it out and turn it over. And then a toaster came along, and it toasted both sides at the same time. How cool was that? How cool was... We thought we'd moved, into it. But yeah, soldiers, it's a thin strip of bread. The strips that are sliced is cut into reminiscent of soldiers on parade. There must be very peculiar-looking soldiers on parade. But apparently, the toast is sliced in this manner so it can be dipped into a soft-boiled egg. Ugh, disgusting. Can't think of anything worse. No. You'd have to be really drunk to enjoy, a soft-boiled egg. You take the top of it, it drips all... Oh, God knows. Oh, I feel it. I feel quite sick this morning. Apparently, Jackie says, the UK had the highest virus cases in the world recently. Why? Because people aren't wearing their masks. You get on a bus and there's somebody there. And the worst thing was, it's people who sit there and all of a sudden you get... and you think, oh my godfathers, now you've got the cough as well. Dreadful people. Did you get your Walls ready cooked sausages, says Sandra? I can't do everything. Listen, I've only just found the spam fritters in... I might have spam fritters today. Shallow fry them, very nice indeed. Because I do like fritters. But I remember having round ones. I didn't know that they did oblong ones. But spam came in a tin with a key. You have the key that goes round the side of it. And that was quite nice. Have you ever had spam? Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Some people hate it. It's chopped... It's luncheon meat, isn't it? That's what it is. Do you not like it? Oh, God, honestly. Well, you should have it. You can have it cold with chips and pickle, like Branston pickle. That's very nice. Or you can have it done in the batter, in which case it's yummy, yum, yum. Yummy, yum, yum. I'm going to get myself a nice cup of tea. I don't know what you're doing at home, but as long as you're tuned to LBC, what do we care? Having your company every morning makes us so happy.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
It's me. Actually get a jingle that sort of gives your name out. I mean, but I've heard it for the past 42 years. It never changes. The Chateau Pricey, the Frost, which is going to raise the cost of French wine. Well, drink something else. I'm more Californian wine, I think. I'm more Italian. Pinot Grigio and things like that. But I'm not really into French wines. But I wouldn't mind the idea if somebody was going to donate me a vineyard in wine and grow your own. They did one of those chateau things, and there were two gay guys who'd gone over there, and they bought a sort of like a brewery, and they had all their own. They were growing their own grapes, and they were making their own wine, and they were very successful in making their own wine. They sort of bought it as a business, and they went and lived over in France. Lots of people do it. They go and move over there. They do another life. And either people do glamping or they buy a chateau. You can buy chateaus dirt cheap. But then you've got Dick and Angel, of course, a well-documented as sort of rebuilding the thing. It looks lovely. And I'm very impressed with stuff like that. But the wine, I suppose, if you didn't have anything else to drink, you drink French wine. If you're in France. I mean, what else are you going to grow over there? But or champagne. But I think it's got to be from the Champagne region. You can't call it champagne unless it comes from the Champagne region. It's one of those odd things. And I've never drunk British wine. And somebody said to me that British wine is actually really good. It's a lot better. It's not cheap, but it's very good. I mean, sour grapes for the wine drink. The price of French wine set to rise. The vineyards got hit, as I said, by the frost and the disease. They've got their lowest volumes in decades. So there's a 30% decrease in French wine production. The vintners said the cold snap was the worst France has seen since the 1990s. Amazing, isn't it? Never think about it. I mean, we're having the heat wave over here, and in France they've had a frost, which means I think we could have a bad Christmas this year. Graham says Christmas grotto between 5 and 7 on QVC. How lovely. I love the Christmas grotto. They built me one for Channel 5. They built me one, Steve Allen's Christmas Grotto, and it came in 2 sections because the producer of Five's company knew I loved Christmas. And so they built me this grotto, which stayed out in the scene area, and it hinged together, but it had something like 20,000 lights built into it and a Christmas tree and everything else. It was fantastic. Really fantastic. I love it. Steve, shoulder, pork and ham, Spam has sold 9 billion cans so far. Who'd have thought? I loved it. We had it. We had it when we were younger. That was a meal. And then what's now? What's the matter now? Something's happened. He's seen something. And Chris said, what's that? I live in Japan. Spam is a delicacy here and expensive. We have Spam sushi. Good grief. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Spam sushi. See, I don't like Spam sushi, but I've never had it. But I mean, it's just, so that's seaweed, isn't it? With rice and then the Spam in the middle. How lovely, honestly. You see, so sophisticated. I bet that costs an arm and a leg, that thing. Food in Japan, I'm told, is terribly, terribly expensive. So thank you very much indeed. Who's that from? From Richard. Thank you, Richard. We've got loads of people around the world listening to this programme, so wherever you are, hello. I don't speak, unfortunately, any Japanese whatsoever, apart from sayonara. And that's about as far as it goes. I can't do anything else. Chris says, all this talk every morning of food, you considering MasterChef next year? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Definitely not. And Stella said, just got back from the New Forest. My friend, Helena, she loves the New Forest. She goes and stays in a hotel down there, which has got a spa and everything else. I don't like spas. I got taken out for my birthday 1 year. It was some years ago by my friend. And he said, we'd done, he'd organised all these different things, culminating with a meal at Joe Allen's. So, of course, I was on home territory. But we went out to Burlington House. They had a big exhibition on there of, I can't remember which artist it was. Anyway, we went to see that, which was very good. And then he booked me into a spa at Champneys and a massage. I hate massage. I hate massage. I couldn't be excited about massage if it was the last thing on offer on this world. It was an all-over massage. They give you a little towel, barely enough to cover your bits, excuse me. And they sort of dim the lights down. I thought, here we go. And they light a candle. Well, I'm like a coiled spring. I'm like... I didn't like it at all. I couldn't relax at all. And then halfway through them sort of doing your back and all this kind of thing, they go, would you like to turn over now? Well, I'm sure that when I turned over, she sniggered. I'm totally convinced, because you've got this little tiny towel on, and they're going, just relax, Well, as I say, I'm there thinking, I'm just going to explode. I hated it. It was the worst thing. And yeah, I've got friends of mine who love a massage, and a friend of mine, he used to live in Maida Vale, and his flatmate was a masseur. He did sports massages, and it was for men. But he had to explain when people phoned up, this is a sports massage, this is not anything else. He said the amount of people that would phone up looking for that sort of massage, yeah, fruity massage, and he'd said, no, this is a proper massage. They've got a sign. We have a massage place in Twickenham, and on the door it's got here, do not ask for offensive things. This is a massage place. They do proper massage. It's not anything else at all. You do get places like that in London, but generally not out in the sticks. But I just don't like massage full stop. I don't want to. Why would you want to take your clothes off in front of a stranger? Yeah, not my idea of fun, I tell you. Steve, we're having a Brexit Christmas this year. No Brussels, says Tony the Trucker. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's a bit old, isn't it? The frozen Spam fritters are very dry. Best to buy a tin and make your own, says John. I don't do making things. I'm sorry, I can't make things. Although I did dream last night about making cakes. I dreamt that I went out and I bought all the ingredients and I started making fruitcake just to see if I could make a fruitcake. And it turns out I couldn't. Fat lot of time that was on that thing. But Stella says, got back from the New Forest. I love that you get horses wandering along the roads, even crossing in front of you. Yeah, they're owned by people. Did you know that? They have roundups every year and they're marked, so they know who's got what ponies and stuff like that. And it's always very good. It's a bit like the Lappish people and the reindeer. People complaining about yesterday that Gordon Ramsay was eating reindeer. And I thought, well, of course, in Lapland, Finland, what else do you think they're going to eat? They eat reindeer. They've got hundreds of thousands of the blooming things. Steve, a few weeks ago, my old lungs were misbehaving. Wearing my usual mask was a tad uncomfortable, so on went the visor. Job's a good one, no issue. Don't think Nicola will be locking us Scots down at Christmas, says Kim. Yeah, I mean, you can wear a visor. You don't have to put a mask on, but a visor helps. The idea is we want to control COVID, don't we? But it's the people who won't wear anything that are basically spreading it. Travelling from London to Treforest yesterday, says Conrad. Tube 25% wearing masks, train to Cardiff about 75%, virtually all on the train to Treforest. Some geezer sat adjacent, no mask, and got out at Bristol. Reminded me of Jasper Carrot's Nutter sketch. Do you remember that one? That was on the bus though, wasn't it? Jasper Carrot, he used to do a routine about being on the bus. He said, on the way to the doctor's with a little bottle full of a sample. In those days, it was you did it in a little bottle. Proper bottle, yeah, but a proper, opposed to a little plastic tube now. It used to be a little bottle. He said, and then when he got off the bus and he went to he suddenly remembered he'd left the bottle on the bus. He said, you can just imagine somebody picked it up and went, oh, somebody's left some whiskey. He said, the apple juice, and they took a big swig of it and went, oh, it tastes like. Dave in Plymouth says, if you like the idea of breakfast and a pie thing, check the chicken in a tin on YouTube. I've seen chicken in a tin. It's horrible. It's a horrible idea. Yeah. I'm not really... Did you ever remember self-heating soup? Oh, my godfathers. Oh, no, we don't like that. That must be an American thing. It's not British, is it? You can tell by the woman's hairstyle it's American. Whole chicken in a tin. Yuck. Yuck. No, thank you. From Princess. In white sauce. I like a white sauce. Did you ever remember the self-heating soup, though? Yeah, they brought out self-heating soup, and we had some cans sent in to us, and what you did was you pulled the ring pull, and that reacted, a chemical reaction in the outer layer of the can. It was a layer within a layer, and it heated up the outer layer, and then you got soup, but it was never as hot as if you cooked it yourself. Use them in the army. And how would you know that? You've been in the army. Have you been in? You're very boring. Yes, well, I don't know. No disagreement on that one, I don't think, this morning, if we were doing a vote. Vote. What flavour? Tomato. Tomato is my all-time favourite soup. I'm very traditional. Very traditional. I like it because when I was younger, we used to have bread, you butter, fold it over and dunk it into the bread. And I also like, it's making my mouth water, cream drizzled in tomato soup, or failing that, what do they call it? Cheese. Grated cheese sprinkled on the top. No, grated cheese. Not croutons. Grated cheese. I never mentioned croutons. I never started this argument. I was just merely following on. And that's quite nice as well. I like that. I watched a great YouTube video today. Is it a little dog that had been abandoned? And it was very nervous. It just wanted to sit in the corner and bury its head between its legs, which my Auntie Enid did once. Unfortunately, I had a cigarette in her mouth at the same time, which didn't really help matters. But anyway, she also did the same thing. But this little puppy, it took them 3 months to get it back so it trusted people. It just wanted to sit in the corner and hide and was shaking and everything else. And then on the day it discovered, yes, it had been abused. And on the day it then discovered, it could go out there, it was wagging its tail and doing it. Because that's the only way you know that somebody likes you, if it wags its tail. Well, obviously not round here, because some of them are human, and they don't wag their tails. But it was such a cute little thing, and they've got lots of things of animals rediscovering people again, because, if animals have been abused by people, of which many are, they have to train them and get them ready, because otherwise some of them, and I think they do this at Battersea Cat and Dogs Home, they have to be tested to see whether they are okay to go with people. If they're not, it can be a very difficult decision for somebody. Brenda says it's definitely, Steve, in Cork, toasted soldiers. How dreary and boring is it not, having them toasted? I've never heard of this before. I must be the only one in the entire universe. There's Steve re-messages. Massages, sorry. I think you have to ask for... Thank you, Dave. Yes, I'm well aware of what the massage is. I just don't intend telling everybody about it. Another one here, very quickly. Somebody says, my nan did toasted soldiers when we visited. I was probably eating them, listening to LBC on a Saturday. I used to call up and tell jokes, probably about the age of 6 or 7. Wow. And then somebody says here, have you had a bad day? You're very grumpy this morning. Grumpy? I'm never grumpy. I've never had a grumpy day in my entire life. I couldn't be happier. Never do grumpy. Ask the producer. If you said to the producer privately, if you're sitting in the back of the car, is he ever grumpy? He'll go, no. Yeah, after he stopped crying and he beats me, but I don't do grumpy.
Last year, many under 5s were hospitalised with flu and often in need of A&E care. This autumn, children with underlying health conditions from 6 months old and children aged 2 to 3 can get their flu vaccine at their GP, with children from reception to year 11 to be offered the vaccine at school. The vaccine is a quick and painless nasal spray and greatly reduces a child's chance of needing a hospital visit. The autumn flu vaccine, helping to stop the spread.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Steve, morning, says Jane. Need to be watching a film later involving snow or cold weather. Yes, that can be it. We were trying to work out, as we do most days on this programme, what the soundbite of the day is with Eddie Mayer on his programme. And yesterday's was an exceptionally lengthy one. A whole 2 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. And I said, what was it? He said, well, you can generally work it out by what the last word is on the computer. So this was our soundbite. Every day, Eddie Mayer listens to the programme and takes a little clip off and then puts it up on his programme as Steve Allen's soundbite of the day. And this was yesterday's. What could be better than eating Father Christmas's reindeer? There you go, because that was very topical. Because people had criticised Gordon Ramsay, but we had eaten it. I had eaten Rudolph before. Well, no, sorry, I take that back. It wasn't actually Rudolph, it was probably just a friend, a cousin or something. Steve, you must come to Yarmouth, Great Yarmouth, for cauliflower cheese to die for. I do the cheese sauce from scratch and put bacon. I'll book you a seat. I do like cauliflower cheese. You know why it doesn't like me? It's the sauce. It's the sauce. I mean, I've had it before. I can get quite ill on cauliflower cheese. Yeah, for some reason, it just the cheese sauce is the thing that affects my diabetes. Some people it doesn't affect, but I'm one of those peculiar people, and it does. What? Honestly, what is going on? Just leave him. Yeah, leave him. Go and sit in the corner. Take your glasses. He brushed his hair this morning. We're all in a little bit of excitement going round the building as he brushed his hair. Thinking it's very rare that he does anything like that. Do you know I've not brushed my hair in about 40 years? What do you mean, yes? I don't need to. I don't even possess a comb. Isn't that funny? I don't have... Well, it's not funny, but I haven't brushed... I never used to brush my hair anyway, but I used to have, when I was much younger, I used to have a turning brush. It was like a brush with bristles all the way around, and I would turn like that underneath and blow dry. A bit like Hilda Ogden. I mean, to be honest with you, I might as well have put curlers in it for all the good it did. But I used to have fairly long hair, and it was quite a good look. And then I used to have sometimes the sunroof open on the car, which was unusual because I didn't have a sunroof. And the wind I was going down the motorway, my hair would all blow out behind. And I quite liked that tousled look. It was like, that kind of stuff. I quite liked it, actually. I've always wanted long hair. I'm always very jealous of it. I did have a perm once. Actually, stupidly, a friend of mine, I didn't have frosted tips. I was going to, but I didn't like the colour chart. And he said, I'll give you a perm. And so he did a perm, and it was a body perm. The idea, because if you've got... What now? If you've got blonde hair... It's weaker hair than dark hair. People who've got dark hair have got stronger hair than people who've got blonde hair. Ginger is strongest. Is it really? How exciting. And anyway, so I've got blondish hair and it was very weak. So a body perm I thought was a brilliant idea. So he gave me a body perm and I was so impressed with it. So impressed. I went, that looks brilliant. It gave you volume and it did all sorts of things. And so I stupidly allowed him to give me another perm on top of it. And it frizzed. My hair frizzed when he took the rollers out. The rollers out. I can't believe I'm telling you this. He took the rollers out, and we sort of dried it off and all the rest of it, and it frizzed. I could not get a comb through my hair, so I had to buy an afro comb. And I've got a picture of me, which will never see the light of day, at an event in Hyde Park, and I look like somebody out of Sly and the Family Stone, or an old Tamla Motown group. Just needed the suit with the big collars, and I was there. My hair was like literally, you won't find it on any of these LBC photos. Thank you very much indeed. I quite like looking at the old LBC photos because people get me confused with the original Steve Allen and Brad Pitt. They go, oh, look, that's Brad. Oh, no, it's Steve Allen. Good Lord, look at that. And it's interesting because if you look at all the pictures over the years, you can almost see the ageing process. It's very depressing, very depressing. But everybody does it. Look at that. That was the mean and moody look. That was the mean and moody look. And then, what was that one there for? When I must have picked up some infection, something. This is how bad it's got. I had an infection in my eye. Was that when Matt Goss came in? No, he never saw me. He never saw me. But we used to have all the LBC photos in a big cupboard. And I've got loads. I don't have them anymore because I don't keep things like that. But other people have got them, and it's almost like sort of a rite of passage, I think. Shane says, I wish I could get a haircut. All the barbers are closed. Yes, we had exactly the same over here when we went into lockdown. So I bought a pair of clippers, and my assistant producer at the time, Jake, cut my hair. He would cut my hair with the masks on and all the rest of it. And he did it the first time round, and I thought, because mine's just a one all over. And he was really good. By the time he got to the second one, he was even better. Really, very, very good indeed. He's been promoted. We got rid of him off the show. And, excuse me. Lovely. Very nice indeed. There's a new film out. It's based on a true story. 50 resistance fighters tried to kill 6 million Germans in retaliation for 6 million Jews losing their life. And there's a big piece in one of the papers. I'll read some of it to you a little bit later on. 50 resistance fighters tried to kill 6 million Germans, and they nearly succeeded. I'd never even heard of this before. Never heard of it before. But mind you, I'd forgotten about the assassination attacks on Hitler, mainly by people of his inner circle. And there was a few of those where it was sort of done, and they tried to catch the people. Because I should imagine he must have spent most of his life looking behind him. Definitely. Steve. There's a super glue. No, the only one I want is the one that I want. Steve, a Japanese colleague, bought me a can of self-heating sake rice wine. Oh. It does. Yeah. It was. So here we go. This was this story. The 20th of July plot. Klaus von Stauffenberg and other conspirators attempted to assassinate Adolf Hitler inside his Wolf's Lair field headquarters near East Prussia. The name Operation Valkyrie, originally referring to part of the conspiracy, has become associated with the entire event. The plot was the culmination of efforts by several groups in the German resistance to overthrow the Nazi German government. The failure of the assassination attempt and the intended military coup d'etat that was to follow led the Gestapo to arrest more than 7,000 people, 5,000 of whom were executed. 5,000. Unbelievable, isn't it? 77 years ago. 77 years ago. Goodness. But this film, I really want to see it. Really want to see it. Did you go to Norway to find Trafalgar Square's Christmas tree? Yes, absolutely. And I wonder if they're still doing that with COVID. Well, that's where it comes from. So, yes, it will come from the same place. It doesn't come from anywhere else. It comes from Norway. And you go over there. We went over there. And it was all done very quickly. Stayed in a top-class hotel, had a beautiful meal cooked for us by a chef. Next morning, up at the crack of dawn, taken off to the forest, knee-deep in snow, to cut down the Christmas tree. They'd already decided which one it was. Because I have to be honest, there must be better trees out there. Could we have money instead this year, please? And so the tree is it's very tall and very spindly. They do it because it's in gratitude for the war. And so that's their gift to us. That's what I say. Can we have money? Money was so much better. Who wants a blooming tree? We've got loads of trees. Trees we don't want. But anyway, they sort of cut it down and they have photographs taken and we have hot blackcurrant juice and stuff like that, which is very nice. But it's freezing. And then they cut it down and then they bring it back to this country. And then I went to the switching on of the lights. And I remember thinking, that's something that's very iconic in London, to have the Christmas tree arriving. And it's always a bit... it's given by the city of Oslo as a token of Norwegian gratitude to the people of London, that's us, for their assistance during 1945. The tree lighting ceremony takes place on the first Thursday in December each year. The tree stands until the 6th of January. I wonder what they do with it after that. I suppose they must sort of cut it up, mustn't they? put it in the shredder. It's a hell of a tree to put in a shredder, isn't it? I mean, that's big. I don't know how tall it is, but it seemed pretty big to me. It seemed pretty big. I think it stands around 24 metres tall, which is 79 feet. 79 feet. But we saw it there, and we got the pictures, and we sent them back, and all the rest of it. It was lovely. I mean, the sort of thing that you wouldn't normally get to do. But every time I used to drive past it in Trafalgar Square, I used to go, I cut that down. Well, with a few other people. There was only about 6 of us from this country got taken out there. Just me with my little hacksaw. It took me forever. I could have been there for a year, trying to cut this thing down. Timber! And then it goes onto this lorry, and then they bring it over here, and then they erect it in Trafalgar Square. I still think what now? I still think the lights could be better. The lights aren't as good as the tree which they have in Covent Garden, where they have lots of smaller lights. I think they should have coloured lights. I quite like the idea that they do a pattern. Surely they didn't get it sponsored. I mean, I've got more lights on my tree at home. 10,000 I had last year. Yeah, but they're on the one tree, yeah. What's the matter with that? Seems quite normal to me. But they were quite nice. I mean, admittedly, we did have aircraft trying to land on our roof. But apart from that, it was fine. Steve. Somebody else talking about what happened in the 70s. I've got naturally curly hair, but despite my mum's advice in my teens, had a perm. Total disaster, says Anna. My first introduction to an afro comb. Well, I'd never used one before. I couldn't get a comb or brush through it. It was, they used to have that shampoo, Wash and Go. Well, mine did. It washed and went down the plug hole. It didn't go anywhere else, actually. I used to sort of come out of the bathroom going, there's more hair gone down the plug hole. Because my hair was not very... And also, I don't think blow-drying helps. I mean, luckily, I don't blow-dry my hair now. I don't need to. It's dry by the time I get out of the shower. I just have to towel dry it, And it's good. When did I start doing grade 1? Oh, God, a couple of years ago now. I thought it was easier to have grade 1. Sometimes I have 0 on the sides. Make me look a bit more trendy. And but no, hard. Grade... Now what? Goodness sake, honestly. No, grade 1 all over is quite... And then they used to say to me, round back or square. Well, how do I know? I've never seen the back of my hair. I don't walk out the house and go, front looks lovely. Oh, I wonder what the back of my hair looks like. I never think about that. Sometimes I'm sitting on a bus, I think the people sitting behind me must be going, is that square off or round? I don't know. I had no idea. I couldn't really tell. But you feel better after a haircut, especially after we had the pandemic. Blimey. You couldn't get haircuts quick enough.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Oh, yeah, really nice to have your company. Paul O'Grady has ruled out pantomime this year because he said of COVID, he said you can't have your mates round, and that's what people do if they're doing pantomime. Your mates go round there, and then you sit chatting and drinking after the pantomime. And I should imagine Paul would be chatting to quite a lot of people. Apparently, the Christmas tree from Trafalgar Square is shredded and used as mulch, and then put around the gardens in winter to help protect plants from frost. Can't even speak this morning, it's ridiculous. More of your texts and emails in a moment. Let's have another look through some of the papers, shall we, today? They're all running with sort of Bojo and what he's going to be doing. They say you don't break a manifesto for ages and then 2 come along at the same time. Yes. Nicole Scherzinger has hit back at claims her cash demands are holding up the Pussycat Dolls comeback tour. Who cares? Nobody even... Put it this way, most of them are working over here anyway, aren't they? Why don't they go back to America? What's the point of being here? And also, comedian Dom Jolly, apparently, has revealed he's so obsessed with Tabasco hot sauce he travels with a small bottle on a keyring. He says, you really can't beat Tabasco. I always travel with a mini one on a keyring, but I have to say, I feel it's okay. If I see one in a restaurant, I nick it. It's like hotel shampoo. Don't tell me he's going out on tour. I couldn't bear it. One of those things. Here we go. Turn for the worst, the wind turbines on a go slow. Record energy bills are on the way due to the lack of wind. And they had a picture the other day of some troopers in the lifeguards who were out there with their uniforms on and their helmets and all the rest of it, sweating buckets. Because it must be absolutely awful. Here's Amanda Holden channeling her Charlie's Angel thing. She's wearing an outfit which has got a big zip down it. She was arriving here in the building. And this one, work this one out. We didn't get this one at all. Capital letters. Now, we all use capital letters. Have been labelled officially racist by a university boffin who's pledged never to use them again. I mean, wait for this one. Dr. Lyndon Maniguns says she was joining a lowercase movement which rejects capitals as symbols of hierarchy. What? She acted after the discovery of more than 1,000 unmarked graves at Canadian residential schools where experts fear 4,100 mainly Indigenous children died after being forcibly sent. Dr. Maniguns said it was genocide and the adults were dying at just as high of a rate as the children at residential schools. Our reserve should be filled with graveyards and there are none. So from now on she'll refuse to spell her name, title or the address where she lives and works with capitals. I've never heard of such a thing. So what she is, she says it shows complicity with systems of oppression. She called on people to reject symbols of hierarchies such as churches and the government and be more critical of them because these institutions have been responsible for atrocities. What sort of people have we got working in the universities at the moment? And it is really bizarre. Sky News host James Morrow said they get rid of capital letters except for the capital I in Indigenous because it's some whole thing about capital letters representing hierarchies of white people and racism. So the Sun have done a piece on it, and they've said here the race rap caps it all. An awful lot of things have become offensive these days. Some of them make a lot of sense. Some of them are completely off the scale. But so-called racist capital letters are enough to make even the snowflakes balk. A professor, which used to mean an intelligent person in Canada, says any use of capital letters can be seen as complying with an oppressive regime. Of course, that must be it, they say. Capital letters have nothing to do with denoting a proper noun or showing the start of a sentence. Instead, they're just racist. Why not get rid of punctuation completely in case it upsets somebody? The world is making less and less sense, so we might as well make our language structure gobbledygook too. I didn't know that she was from a Canadian place, and so she stays over there. Honestly, these people are mad. Absolutely mad. What else have we got? What else have we got here? Katie Price's fiancé Carl Wood said he would never do anything to hurt her after she was taken to hospital. This story gets more bizarre by the day, doesn't it, really? Hopefully we will get some answers shortly. And a meat-free burger from McDonald's has not gone down well on social media. Made from a patty designed to recreate the taste and texture of beef. See, what's the point of having that? So it recreates the taste and of beef, but it's not beef. Francesca DBS at McDonald's said, we're excited to work with Beyond Meat. It's an important step on our journey to bring high-quality plant-based items to customers. But yet many Twitter users blasted the burger with one simply writing, no thanks. So there you go. I mean, I don't have any problem with people eating what they want to eat. But what's the point of having something that looks like a sausage, but it's not a sausage? A beef patty that tastes like a beef patty, but it's not a beef patty. I suppose better for health and the environment. Well, I don't care. I really don't care. Better for health, honestly. I mean, I appreciate the fact that, obviously burgers are not the best sort of thing to have for you, but you don't have it every day, do you? You have it as a bit of a... I don't. I mean, I just... Occasionally, I have something. I'll have a little something in the morning. So, all right, battered. Actually, do you know you can buy battered sausages in Iceland? They sell battered sausages. I couldn't really contain the excitement on that one. I might have to have another trip today to the frozen freezer shop to have a look and see what we've got. People think I'm mad. They go, you can't eat stuff like that. I said, well, I don't eat it very often. I mean, I can't remember the last time I had a battered sausage. Can you imagine somebody's just turned on the radio and there's somebody going, that's the soundbite. I can't remember the last time I had a battered sausage. Dennis in Grantham, he says, I'm loving the variety of subjects you've been through. He said, very entertaining. I had a perm, which was a total disaster. The first fell out in one day, so I had another, and within a year I was balding. Now I think my hair sounds as short as yours. Yeah, I just have a one, and I just, it's easier to, you don't have to worry about it. It must be very difficult. People have to put product on their hair, and God knows, we've all tried all these amazing things over the years, mousse and wax and mud and everything else, and you sort of rub it into your hair and it does this and that. We're not sure what David Beckham's been rubbing into his hair, but it looks most peculiar. And as for Joe Swash, let's not go there, shall we? Definitely not. Also, they've got some kids here who show off their hilarious DIY haircuts as they head back to school. Pauline Renwick of Galashiels in Scotland revealed 8-year-old son Harris regretted his attempt at giving himself a trim. They used to call it, years ago, it was either net curtains or the pudding basin cut, where your mother would put a basin on your head and cut round it. That's what they thought. Yeah, just curtains. And I used to have straight hair down the front, and then you'd put your fingers in and pull it apart. And that was sort of giving you net curtains. These poor kids here, they look terrible. I mean, honestly, I don't think parents should ever be allowed anywhere near clippers or anything else like that. Poor kids got to go to school. And also, every time you had a haircut, you hated it. You absolutely hated it, because you'd come out there, ooh, and when you went into the hairdresser, you knew if you were a little person, because they got a plank out and they put it over the chair and sat you on the plank. Did you not remember that? Yeah, it was just like a piece of wood, and it went over the chair, so you sat on it and your feet were on the seat of the chair. Yeah, but most kids, I remember Michael cutting somebody's child's hair some years ago, screamed the place down. I don't know what they thought was going to be happening. They were just sort of cutting the hair, and they'd put their hands over, put your head. Oh dear, it's horrible. Dawn Neeson talks about Sarah Harding. She was the girlfriend of the then showbiz editor at the Star, Joe Mott. And she says her legacy has been that breast cancer charities have seen an 800% spike in site visits. Yeah, what we need to do, though, Dawn, as you know, is get people to go to the doctors, is to go to, not just sort of read up about it on the internet. If you've got something that's different on your body, in your body, something feels not right, go to the doctor. It's as simple as that. Also, Chef Gordon Ramsay has been taken to task for eating a reindeer burger whilst in Finland. Evidently he's murdered Christmas or something like that. Just a good job it wasn't an alpaca, really, isn't it, she says. Reigniting that one again. We're still waiting to find out what's happened. National insurance, she says, is just a tax. It doesn't specifically pay for the NHS or social care. It goes into a black hole. The only way to reform the NHS is to reform it, not chuck more money at it, cut the waste and layers of overpaid management. Not so long ago, we mysteriously had a magic money tree. Now we don't even have a twig. She said, here's an idea. What about a tax on lying? Because given the number of porkies we've recently been told, we'd be quids in. She's so right. You know, have to work, pay national insurance. The tax may have paid for 5 decades or more, as it is. It's like the congestion charge. You know, it's the same sort of thing. It's just that once they've decided they want that money, they'll go berserk for it. But it's basically lying. They've lied to us. They go, oh no, you won't have to pay this and all the rest of it. So everybody, but it's not for another couple of years. So not next year, year after. Okay, which is good. Most Britons are likely to get a windfall at the age of 47, with up to 6 million getting an average of 65,000 through inheritance. Have you been through your family trees, ladies and gentlemen, to find out whether or not there's anybody in your family who's got money that they might leave you? That's always that. Have I? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. My father died, and then obviously his money went to my mum, and she died, and then we just split it between me and my brother, so we knew what we were going to get. But we never trace the family tree, no. I mean, I'm hoping somebody's got a diamond mine over in South Africa and De Beers want to buy it. But I think it's highly unlikely. That would be nice, wouldn't it? They just go, oh, we've been searching for you for ages, Stephen. De Beers want to offer 1.6 billion. Should we hold out for more? No, take it now.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
We found another one. Somebody complaining. Springwatch star wants Jungle Show to ditch abusing bugs, if you please. This is somebody called Megan McCubbin has called for I'm a Celebrity bosses to ditch bugs and animals from trials, branding the show awful. She joins her stepdad, Chris Packham. Oh, right, it's this one. In criticising the series for their use of creatures, including cockroaches, spiders and rats. She says they could make trials that are challenging and make the audience squirm, but don't use animals at all. Oh dear, oh well, there you go. People complain about everything. Have you noticed? We're in a right whingy kind of mood now. Every time you open up the thing, you know. I mean, they have ditched eating live bugs. They did that in 2019. And that was one of the reasons I would never go on the show. Not that I'd be invited onto the show, but it's just a case of, I didn't see any pleasure in it. I'd say, listen, I tell you what, if you get Anton Deck to do all the things that we're having to do, I'll do it. I'll do the Bush Tucker trials, but to be honest with you, who was the one that Paul Burrell did everything, but who was the girl that everybody hated on the programme years ago? And in fact, they voted her for all the trials because they knew that she hated it. Was that Gillian McKeith? No, it was somebody else. It's one of those sort of page 3 types, I think. And they, every time she, and of course everybody thought it was hilarious, so they kept voting her in for all the Bush Tucker trials, which I thought was very cruel, but hilarious. Hilarious at the same time. But I turned on the other day, and they were showing some clips from an old one with, I think it was Syra Khan. Can you just check on her thing and see if she did I'm a Celebrity, Big Brother or whatever it was on, and why she was a celebrity, I've got no idea. She didn't even win the programme she was on. But I'm right. She did it and I'm a celebrity. They hated her. She was vile on the programme. I've never seen anybody who thought she had more chips on her shoulder than Harry Ramsden. So hardly surprising, by the time she got to Loose Women, she didn't want to be on there either. She wants to be something, but she's never actually been anything. So, that's a different one. That's Syra Khan. Oh, Sair Khan. Which is the one who was on... So, Syra Khan, this is not the same one, is it? Syra Khan, let's have a quick look. And she was... Syra Khan was on the 18th series of Celebrity Big Brother, I thought so. She was horrible. I've never seen anybody so horrible. She was just nasty. Really nasty on the program. I couldn't believe it. I thought, oh my goodness me. Because after she left Loose Women, apparently she unfollowed various people. And I remember thinking then, not pleasant. Not pleasant. They obviously didn't like her, or some of them didn't, and she didn't like them either. But on Celebrity Big Brother, she was horrible. Oh my goodness me. Steve, the girl who refused to do the Bush Tucker trials was the girl from Coronation Street. Whoever it was hilarious. Actually, Gillian Keith, you're quite right, George, did pretend to faint. She was always a bit of an old fake, wasn't she, old Gillian McKeith, who sort of disappeared from view, thankfully, years and years ago, and then you don't hear from her anymore. But she had some very odd things. Very odd things. Steve, the new £1, 1.25 national... insurance starts April 22. No, it's 23. It's 23 for us. Yeah, for pensioners. You'll have to pay it from next year, but us pensioners start 23, which is good. Steve, only on the Steve Allen Show, says Big Andy. Christmas trees, perms and sausages in batter. Yes. Sausages in batter. Yeah, the social care package will be funded through this new UK 1.25 health and social care levy from April 2022. But, so, working pensioners the following year. Okay. Never wrong. We only get it right. Only get it right. Have another quick look here, shall we? Do you know, I must be the only person who can't bet. A friend of mine is going to Wentworth today. Golf. Because they've got a celebrity and professionals thing. And they've got Harry Redknapp again. And loads of other people. And I said, how much are the tickets? He said, 25 quid. So he's going to that. He said, I've never been before. He said, but I quite like the idea of going to it. I said, I can't bear golf. I cannot bear golf. Nearly had Harry reading the news for us today, but we decided to change that, actually. Helen Flanagan. We think it could have been. Helen Flanagan. Because she... And then, do you remember we had two of them? Who are those girls? The two girls in a group. And they were really peculiar. Oh, a tree touched me. Oh. I forget who they were. They were really odd. One of them. Of course, the funniest thing, though, was Gemma Collins sitting in a helicopter. Oh, I don't want to be here. I mean, honestly, you'd never believe she was a grown woman. My God, she's grown. And, I mean that in a caring way, as you can well imagine. Trying to find out what she does for a living, actually, at the moment. A little bit difficult. But at least she's left Towie, so thank God we might be able to watch the programme again. But I don't want to read about, that's right, she leaves the I'm a Celebrity jungle. She struggled. She burst into tears in a helicopter before even took the stars to their new home. A spokesman said, we're sorry to see her go. We weren't. We were delighted to see her go. What do you want failures like that for? The reality show has quit the show, yeah. As long as she didn't get paid for it, I don't care. Have you heard about the bloke who was driving the Mitsubishi Shogun through the gate of a railway station in Birmingham and motored for half a mile down the tracks? Did you hear about that one? Ridiculous. Aaron O'Halloran caused £23,000 worth of damage and 8 hours worth of delays. What a stupid person. Anyway, he was found guilty at Birmingham Crown Court of endangering people and driving whilst disqualified. Oh, an idiot as well. An idiot as well. So he's been jailed for 15 months. That'll teach you, won't it? Honestly, you did get some stupid people. There was one bloke the other day, he got stopped. It must have been the police interceptors. And he tried to pretend he was somebody else. And the policeman said, no, you're not. No, you're not. And he produced a driving licence. He said, that's not you. He said, yes, it's me. It's not. He said, well, I'll tell you what we're doing. No, you are. The British Transport Police have got footage of this idiot. What a buffoon. 15 months, 10 years he should have got. 10 years, £23,000 worth of damage. Who's paying for that? We are. We are, apparently. Ridiculous. Another one here. Police are probing whether a 3-year-old boy who vanished for 4 days was kidnapped, as claims of missing CCTV footage emerge. This is the AJ boy over in Australia, in the outback, yes. His grandfather said an unknown vehicle was seen near the house in Putty, New South Wales, Australia, when he disappeared on Friday. He was found at a nearby river. I mean, his survival was a miracle. But they got him back. They got him back. And a rescue worker. This is Mike Kehoe. Now, do you remember who Mike Kehoe is? He was a fireman. And he was working, this is 20 years ago, on the Twin Tower Hero. He's not been back since. He won't go back on a Saturday, but he's going to return to base 20 years. He's visiting the 9/11 firehouse because they were I watched a whole programme on it the other day on 9/11. It was amazing how it I was on air on the day that happened. I was just coming to the end of my programme, 10 minutes away from the end, and we spoke to our reporter in America, and he'd phoned up the newsroom and said, I want to go on air. I want to go on air now. And he said, there's a plane coming round. He said, it's heading for one of the Twin Towers. And that was first plane. We got first plane. And he said, it's crashed into it. And we didn't know what was going on. And then I can remember the next presenter took over, and I was sitting in the car going home with Alan, my driver, and we're listening to it. And he said, there's another plane coming round. There's another plane coming round. And we literally relived that all the way home. When I got in, I quickly put on the television, had the radio on as well. So we were getting both commentaries. And it was quite something. And all the people were standing in the streets until they realised that this thing was going to come down. And when it came down fast. It really did. But it was the people who were throwing themselves out of the building to get away from the flames and all the rest of it. You couldn't use the staircases, you couldn't do anything else. And so they literally, because they didn't want to be burnt to death, they were throwing themselves out of the building. And all you could hear was the smashing of the glass as they crashed into the canopies down below. I mean, really, quite amazing. But he's going back. He's going back. 20 years on. Quite an amazing person, because there were some people, who really went the extra mile. What amazed me was how many people were caught lying that they had relatives in the building and stuff like that. We had exactly the same here with Grenfell, with people saying, oh, my relative was in there, trying to claim compensation. They turned out to be liars. Most awful thing that people can lie about. The Mirror showbiz legend Donald Zek has died. 102. I mean, he interviewed everybody, from John and Yoko, Audrey Hepburn, Muhammad Ali, although Muhammad Ali turned up on he was on Parky's show more than anybody else, I think. I'm going to whoop him and all that kind of stuff. He was with Marilyn Monroe, Brigitte Bardot, Sophia Loren, the Beatles. I mean, there was nobody. I mean, I didn't even know he was alive. I interviewed him years and years and years ago. He wrote several books, including biographies of Hollywood stars. He took up art and excelled at that. What an amazing person. What an amazing person. So to be honest with you, I didn't even know that he was still alive. Well, he isn't now, but he was 102. Coming up very shortly, the news at 6 o'clock this morning, a giant dinosaur that rivaled T-Rex in size and Frosty has been dug up. 26 foot long, weighed a ton and had a 3-foot skull with powerful jaws. I can't even pronounce it, but it's in Uzbekistan. It lived 90 million years ago. And the lead author, Dr. Cole Tanaka of Nagoya University, said it had knife like sharp teeth and was a meat eater. But I think the brains were very small. Don't make me say it. Don't make me say it. And Robbie Williams, apparently, I don't know what he's doing. He's collaborating with Dexy's Midnight Runners. He wants to do a version of Come On Eileen. Can't imagine why. But Kevin Rowland says, I met Robbie in LA and he's doing Jackie Wilson's Said. It sounds great. Yes, Robbie Williams has sort of faded, hasn't he, from the limelight. He alters between here and America, which is probably quite nice if you're racking up the miles, you know. But even so, yeah, money, loads of money. News at 6, here it comes.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Very nice. I remember listening to you, says Jason, on that day. Seems ages ago now. What a broadcast. Yes, we didn't know how the story was going to pan out, but we carried it live with Alan Capper, who sadly is not with us anymore. But that was, in fact, I think it appears I forget where it appears now, but there was a bit where he said, "Yeah, come to me," and we took him on blind faith, and as it turned out, it was an absolute coup. But that was a day to remember, wasn't it? A pearl bracelet, Princess Margaret wore in her official 19th birthday photo, is set to fetch around £40,000. £40,000. The Art Deco piece has a double row of cultured pearls bordering a line of circular cut diamonds. It was on Margaret's left arm in 1949, the photo taken at Buckingham Palace. It's a rare opportunity, they say, to purchase a very personal piece of royal history. I wonder who owns it. I wonder who owns that. I mean, it must have £40,000. So obviously somebody's hung on to it for a long while because she died years and years ago. Could be a lady in waiting it was gifted to or something like that. I mean, there were an awful lot. I remember when they did Elizabeth Taylor's jewellery collection. I mean, that was just phenomenal. That was just, oh, my goodness, the stuff that she had, you know, which had been bought by Richard Burton. He bought, you know, big diamonds. And she had tons of it. Just went for millions. I can't remember how much Elizabeth Taylor's jewellery collection went for, but when it came up for auction, they had it all on display. And I remember looking at it thinking, where'd you wear this stuff? Oh, it's phenomenal, isn't it? You've got pictures. There you go. Her jewellery collection sold for £116 million. I mean, dollars. I mean, it was everything. Everything. There was also the Duchess of Windsor's brooch, which came up. There was a La Peregrina natural pearl diamond, ruby and cultured pearl necklace sold for $11.8 million. That broke the world record for the most expensive pearls, formerly $7 million. Her Taylor's necklace alone was $2 million to $3 million before auction. Gifts from Michael Jackson sold above estimate. In fact, almost every item sold above estimate. I mean, you look at the photos of what she had, they were stunning. It's like going to... Which museum did I go to? Oh, that's right, the V&A. Here in London, they've got one complete room which is full of jewellery, owned by a lot of titled people who, because they can't afford to keep it anywhere, they've given it to the museum to look after, but it's in cases and everything else. The most stunning pieces of jewellery you've ever seen. I mean, you've only got to look at some of the things that the Queen wears, which goes back ages and ages. I mean, this one here... a ruby and diamond necklace by Cartier sold for, well, the estimate was 200 to 300,000, went for $3.7 million. You know, one here. This is an emerald and diamond bracelet by Bulgari, estimated 300,000 to 500,000, went for $4 million. I mean, the provenance was Elizabeth Taylor, and they were staggering pieces. I mean, even tiaras. One here, estimated, this was given to her by a lady. Where she wore it, I've got no idea. A tiara. Who wears tiaras? I mean, admittedly, a couple of times I've been into Subway, you know, wearing one, and they look at me strangely. This was estimated at $60,000 to $80,000. It hammered out at $4.22 million. A ruby and diamond ring, estimated at $1 million, sold for $4.22 million. I mean, people bought her fantastic gifts. They really did. I mean, seriously, the stuff she had. This was a Christmas gift in 1968 from Richard Burton. God knows what he paid for it, but it was just beautiful. Yeah, I got an orange and some nuts in a pair of tights. Not as exciting, is it, really? But, I mean, when they put this stuff up on the television, and they had a reporter going round inside Christie's, and they were showing, and I'm thinking to myself, my God, she had some fantastic bits of pieces which we didn't even know about. And there's still loads and loads, aren't there? I mean, I should imagine. In fact, really, when the Russians assassinated the Tsar and his family, the girls in the family, the children, had sewn diamonds into their clothes, and a lot of the bullets that were fired at them to kill them in that cellar bounced off the bullets, so they were then finished off with it was carnage, massacre. In fact, people still talk about it now because they thought that they got rid of them, but they managed to find their bones and they reburied them. They gave them a proper burial. But they literally, on those occasions, they had lots of jewellery. And I should imagine the Queen's private collection must be worth a fortune. You probably couldn't even put a price on it. I mean, the highest bid of the night was this La Peregrina, a natural pearl, diamond, ruby and cultured pearl necklace. It belonged to King Philip II of Spain, discovered by a slave in the Gulf of Panama in the 1500s. It sold for just under $12 million. Set the world record for a pearl sold at auction. Where would you wear this stuff? I mean, I suppose Hollywood in the early days and royalty. I mean, the Queen owns the world's biggest diamond. This is the Cullinan diamond, which I know all about because, in fact, it weighed in at 3,106 metric carats before it was cut. And apparently the person who cut it was sweating. And it was found in South Africa, 1905, presented to King Edward VII by the government of the Transvaal in a bid to heal the rifts. I mean, that's a nice thing. The king got the diamond for his 66th birthday. He was so afraid it'd be stolen, he arranged for a decoy to be delivered. The stone was expertly cut and produced 9 large diamonds, referred to as Cullinan 1, 2, 3, all the way to number 9. And I think the main one is Cullinan 1 is estimated to be 530 carats and worth a staggering nearly 41 million. And this was, in those days, God knows what it's worth now. And you can see it set into there. Beautiful. It had to be reinforced because the diamond is so heavy. The Royal Collection Trust said the diamond is so large the sceptre had to be reinforced. When you go to the Tower of London, go to the Jewel House. You look at stuff and you seriously cannot believe that it's real. It's just absolutely unbelievable, the amount of... Can you imagine finding... Didn't they find a short while ago the world's biggest diamond? It's absolutely enormous. They found a rock, and what they have to do is sort of cut the rock away, and then they get to the diamond in the middle. And they found a huge one a short while ago, because I remember it hitting the papers. I remember looking at a picture. They found it in somebody's garden. And the bloke who found it, it's worth something horrendous, like 70 million or something. And so I think life will never be the same again for him. Never be the same. We've done jewellery this morning. Honestly, sausages in batter to jewellery, ladies and gentlemen, which is quite nice. I mean, I wouldn't know. I mean, I've seen people mining on these the Australian programmes where they go and start digging holes all over the place, trying to find diamonds and gold and what's the other stuff they find? All sorts of things, but they find little bits of it, and sometimes the colours are staggeringly beautiful, and they say, oh, this is worth, probably about $25,000 and all the rest of it. And they seem to put themselves at risk by mining underground, and they take equipment down there. How the blooming things stay up, I'll never know, actually. I'll never know. So Roger Daltrey, going out on tour, itching to get back. He said, the truth is singers need to sing, use it or lose it. It's true. And Alan Carr says he has no desire to become a father, admitting he struggles enough with 2 dogs. He says, everybody who has kids looks terrible. I see people and say, are you on crack? And they're like, no, I've got 2 kids. Poor soul. Dita Von Teese, the movie. I think we can live without that one, don't we? This is a woman who goes around and she does burlesque. It's all a bit odd, isn't it, really? So Robbie Williams, back out again. I'm never sure about Robbie Williams. I mean, I'm really not sure. When he went back with Take That a short while ago, apparently they were doing a concert and he was swearing left, right and centre, which I was a little bit disappointed in. Harrods have joined the war on plastic. They've ditched their green carriers. Well, that was the only reason that people went into there, to go and get a carrier bag. It's an iconic carrier bag, so they've decided to ditch it for paper versions. Oh, not sure about that. Not sure about that, but I suppose everybody's doing their little bit. They said it was time to get rid of the shop's distinctive single-use bags, which have been unchanged for 50 years and sought after by tourists. It's like going into Cartier. People buy the cheapest thing they've got, so you get a little Cartier bag. That's it, because everything else is so expensive. And when you look at the Harrods, they don't look the same in paper, do they? They don't have the same impact as that gold writing on the bags. Perhaps they do a souvenir bag you can take away, which I quite fancy. I had a bag from Marks and Spencer's some years ago, and it was Marks and Spencer's, and it was made out of Hessian kind of thing, with little lights twinkling in it. You pushed a button inside, and the lights it was so exciting. So exciting. Steve says, Shane, I think Liberace would have had a lot of jewellery when he died. Yes, he did. Whether it was all genuine, I'm not too sure. He used to show people the rings he had. He was quite big onto rings. And he had buttons, I think, on one of his... I'm going to sneeze. Goodness sake, honestly, it's so cold in here. I might have to put a scarf on and a hat. But yes, he used to say that the buttons were real diamond. He said, but I couldn't just come out in the buttons, could I? And then he'd go on, coax me. And he would show people. He used to have fur coats, mink and everything else. But it was the rings. One of them... he said, this is from the Queen of England, because he came over to do a Royal Variety. Well, actually, it wasn't. He bought it to celebrate the fact that he'd actually done a Royal Variety performance. Donnie says, I've got a Harrods pen. You see, I know people who collect the Harrods teddy bears that come out every year. That's a quite nice... yeah, I mean, I don't have anything like that, but I don't have an objection to teddy bears. Jackie says, we went to see the Crown Jewels the other day. We pop in frequently as we have the membership. The collection is staggeringly beautiful, isn't it? I love all the big bowls made out of silver and everything else and the beautiful silver work. But you're right. Getting membership of historic royal palaces is the best bit of money you'll ever spend. If you're looking for something to do, you can go to 5-6 different places as many times every single day. Get in for free. You can get a discount in the shop, a discount in the cafeterias and everything else. Hampton Court, Tower of London, Banqueting House, Kew Palace, and what else? Hampton Court. I'll have to think of them. But yeah, we found out after the news. But I mean, seriously, it's the best value. I always recommend to people join, because you can go there and you look around and you don't have to pay. You can get a family ticket, one for one person or a couple of people, and it'll be the best money you've ever spent. And it will, especially if you're a retired person, you can go out to places because you can get there on public transport for free if you've got one of those nice little cards.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Nice to have your company. Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. 20 minutes past 6 is the time this Wednesday, 8th of September. Today, the final hot day. Today, they've said, well, they did yesterday, 29 degrees. We found out, what they said today? 29 degrees, sunny and a gentle breeze. That seems to be their standard thing, doesn't it? Gentle breeze. Is there really? I've never noticed it before. So, historic royal palaces. Now, I've often said to you that if you're looking, it doesn't matter even if you're a tourist, you can buy one of these things because it's valid for a year if you come back into the country. I mean, I think that it's very good value. If you pay by direct debit, you get 15 months for the price of 12 months. So if you're an individual and you're 16 years and over, it's 59 quid for the year for one person. If it's joint, which is 2 named adults over 16, £89. Family one is 1 named adult and up to 6 children between the ages of 5 and 15, and that's £82. The most expensive is £116 for 2 named adults and up to 6 named children, assuming we've still got large families. And that gives you free and unlimited entry to Hampton Court Palace, Tower of London, Banqueting House, Kensington Palace, Hillsborough Castle and Gardens, plus a range of events. 10% discount on admission into Kew Gardens, because you've got to pay to go into Kew Gardens to get into Kew Palace. 10% discount in the shops, the cafes and the restaurants, and a programme of exclusive behind-the-scenes member events, including going up on the roof at Hampton Court Palace, which is worth seeing because you see what the palace looked like and the bits that have been added on. And you can go every day if you want. There is no limit to how many times you go. You just show your card. And so if there's 2 of you, if it's mummy and daddy, you can have 2 named adults, £89 for the year. And you get all those discounts, and so you can go and have your fish and chip lunch in there, and you just show the card and they knock 10% off. It's as good as that. And in the gift shop, it's a brilliant gift for somebody. If you're thinking, of a gift for somebody else, plus you get the card within 28 days, I think, of actually applying for it. And it's a good idea to learn about the history of this country. If you've never been to Hampton Court Palace, go there. You can spend all day there. There's no limit. I think the only thing you have to pay for is probably the car park at Hampton Court Palace. But in fact, if you're clever, get off the train at Richmond and get the R70, which takes you to Hampton Court Palace, drops you literally over the road, and you just walk through the gates. And great photo opportunity. And you've got the River Thames, and you can get, or failing that, you can get the boat up from Richmond, which will take you to Hampton Court Palace, having to change at Kingston. But it's all very good value. And there's also a train to Hampton Court as well, yeah, to Hampton Court Station from Waterloo. Yeah. We're very well serviced, I've discovered, actually. Very well serviced. And email from Dave and Helen in the Philippines, and says, I had to give Alexa a good talking to this afternoon, morning in the UK. I said, Alexa, play LBC Radio. And she sort of mutinied and said, perhaps you'd like to try some Amazon songs. Nothing worse when they don't understand what you're talking about, do they? Really, it's quite... my favourite is going out there saying, Alexa, play Driving Home for Christmas. That always winds them up. Always winds them up. Always works a treat. Driving home for Christmas. And Steve, I agree about banning single-use carrier bags. The amount of single-use plastic used in dry cleaning is never mentioned, but it goes straight in the bin, says Penny. But how else are you supposed to get your clothes out? You walk across the road with your clothes and they just get filthy dirty again. No, you've got to have that. And also, I don't have a single-use carrier bag because I sometimes go out with them and sort of pop other stuff in there. Like yesterday, I went to buy some little bits and pieces, and I took what? I took a carrier bag with me. Keep smiling at me, and one of those strange sort of things. They did that on Britain's Got Talent. There was a bloke playing the organ, and he had this habit of sort of playing and then smiling at the audience in a peculiar way. And someone went, stop, 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 stop. He said, can you not do that peculiar thing with the smiling? And he said, well, I can cut out the smiling. And he said, yeah, can we hear you singing? And so he's playing this piece of music, and I can't remember what it was, but it didn't have any singing. And so Alicia Dixon goes, are you going to sing soon? He goes, yeah, it's coming soon. And so he then goes into, la 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 bamba. And of course, they all burst into laughter and everything else. It worked really well, actually. But he was one of those people, if you went into music shops years and years ago, there'd always be somebody playing the organ. They'd have an organ. Yeah, they wanted to sell you an organ, and you could take it home, or a piano or something like that. And so sometimes the people we used to have a music shop in Twickenham, been there for years. You know, if you wanted to buy a xylophone, that's where you went to. And it was Denmark Street. You can still go and buy musical instruments here in London, literally just up past Centrepoint, isn't it? Just as if you're heading up to Centrepoint on the right-hand side, Charing Cross Road. And but it'd always be somebody playing an organ. You go into Harrods, and in the music department, there'd be somebody playing an organ. You just think, oh, what if I could play like that? And of course you can't, but you end up buying it because it was good value. What else we got? So the plastic bags gone from Harrods. I think that's terrible, actually. Absolutely terrible. And this porcelain bowl kept on a sideboard for years. It's a 900-year-old Chinese relic. Because the Chinese love buying their own stuff back again, and there is a huge resurgence in buying back. This is a 5-inch tall censer pot. That's not very big, is it? 5 inches. That's not very... Obviously, that's very funny as well. It's in green as well, and it's unmarked, and the elderly owners... It was left sitting there on the dressing table till the elderly owners died. And because it had no markings, it was catalogued as Chinese table jardiniere and given a value of £500 to £800. But bidders realised it was 12th century roux-ware from the Song dynasty, and it sold for £385,000. Bit of a difference, eh? Bit of a difference. The valuer, Jessica Wall, from the Stamford auction room, said the vendors are obviously very happy. Well, I think so too. If you valued it £800 and it got nearly £400,000, I should imagine they were fairly happy. I went through Chiswick the other day, and the Chiswick auction rooms have closed. There used to be auction rooms that had all sorts of things on sale, unless they've moved somewhere else. I was very disappointed, because they've been there for ages and ages, and they featured on a lot of television programmes, and they were very near the bus station. And I remember thinking, oh, where's that? I never went in there. I used to walk past the window, or get on the bus past the window, or drive past the window, and they always had antique furniture in there. And I think it was just called Chiswick Auction House or something. Is it gone? Oh, it's still there. Is it really? Oh, right. So, opens at 10. But it's all empty. All their windows are empty, which is very bizarre. I know they've got the old cinema there, which is an old cinema which has got loads of places in, You got a picture of it? Can you show me a picture, and then I'll tell you if it's the right one. Submit an online valuation. So Chiswick Auction House. Come on. It's hopeless, isn't it? So wait a minute. Oh no, this is not. Oh, which one is it? No, that's closed. There you go. London Auctions enters liquidation. Do you see the black one? London Auction there enters liquidation with vendors left unpaid. Where's that one? I don't remember that one. They are based at Chiswick High Road. Understood have debts of more than 137,000. That's the one I used to go past all the time. That was 2 years ago. Really? Oh, perhaps other people took it over and sort of kept it going. I quite like an auction house. I went there to buy... I didn't go to buy anything, actually. They had one of these auctions. Not in that place, but in another one. And I ended up buying 200 Chinese spoons. OK? They came in a box. I don't know. I got carried away with the moment. And they me, a bit on those. And I paid... Well, some people do. And if they're lucky. And so I bought these Chinese spoons. They came in this sort of lovely cardboard box. And I remember looking at their Chinese patterns all over them. I thought, they're nice. And they were soup spoons. And there was obviously a fault. Because I tried the first one out and the middle of the spoon fell out. So I was left with a spoon that couldn't pick anything up. So I did about 4 or 5 of them and the middles fell out of all of them. So I wasn't even... I began to think maybe I'd bought a job lot of rubbish. I've still got them. I haven't tried the other ones, but all the middles fell out of these things. When eventually I die and they start clearing my place, they're going to have an absolute field day, I should imagine. Shane says, I love it when you talk about different places in London. I look them up on YouTube. So you should. Lindsay says, Steve... Crikey, my Alexa just started playing Driving Home for Christmas. Frightened myself. Hysterical now. Thank you. Sorry about that. I just like doing it, actually. I like doing it. And Oscar says, Steve Allen is the comic book villain counterpart to Nick Abbott? I don't even understand what that means, actually. I'm sure some people are on medication when they write into me in the morning and they understand it, but I don't.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. Steve, I agree with you. The Palace membership cards are amazing value, especially joint membership, says Jane. Myself and a friend had a joint one and it paid for itself within 2 entries for the both of us. Looking forward to getting next one, ZSL. The Zoo membership is good too. Yes, I've been a member of that for ages and ages. And you can go to Whipsnade Zoo, and the London Transport Museum gives you unlimited entry for a year. That's £18 for an adult, and that's very good. That's very good. The London, and they've got a little cafe thing there, which is very nice. So there's loads of places. I mean, to be honest with you, if you can make it cheaper to go round places in London and the palaces. I mean, when we went to Kensington Palace, which is where Diana used to live and where her body came out from, and it's right next to the Kensington Royal Garden Hotel. That's well worth going to. That's very good. They've all got really... These places, you know, where they do food... if you go to these historic royal palaces or something like that, the standard is phenomenal. We went to the Imperial War Museum some time ago, and that's another museum which is good. And years ago, isn't it funny? I used to hate museums. My idea of hell was my father saying, "We're going to the British Museum," or the V&A, and I was thinking, "Oh, love me." Or the Science Museum. The Science Museum was marginally better for us, but in fact, don't pay. I know that they have turnstiles. It's supposed to be free, but what they'll do is they'll try and get you to pay. Just say, I'm going to the shop. OK, that's my trick. You can make a donation if you want, but they've got turnstiles there and everything. So I'm just going to the shop. Go to the shop and then go into the museum. Simple as that. No, because I think, you know, as far as I'm concerned, all my taxes over the years are paid for this kind of thing. I want to, you know, I don't mind tourists paying for it, because we're not bothered about them, are we? Although we quite like to see them back. Phil says, morning, Steve. Just to let you know, I've got you a new listener, because Trucker Phil's son, Sam, is sitting there listening to you, drinking in every word. Yeah. When I did that, I was reminded of the Muppet Christmas Carol, which a friend of mine said to me, you've got to watch a Muppet Christmas Carol, because it's one of the best Christmas films. I mean, it's my friend Ian, and so I watched it, and it's good. It's very good. I like a film like that. But Mrs. Miracle is the one for this year. And Jim Henson now gets a blue plaque from English Heritage. The US puppeteer at his former Hampstead home, the man behind Sesame Street and Fraggle Rock. Although, he's Muppet Christmas Carol, The Muppet Show. He was great. I never met him, but I knew his son. I knew his son because he used to come into LBC. He lived at 50 Downshire Hill, and he bought his North London house after The Muppet Show was commissioned for British television. And the Creature Shop is where the characters from his fantasy classics were created. His son Brian, who's chairman of the board, he used to come into LBC in the early days. We'd go to Stringfellows and we'd all go back to LBC for a cup of tea because it was down the road in Gough Square. Yeah, rock and roll, cup of tea, eh? How about exciting? Which was good. So Phil's son Sam is there. I'm on holiday in Ghana, says Sam, and I'm enjoying your show to the fullest. You keep updating me on what's going on in the UK. I hope that my friend Guled is also listening to you from Imperial Wharf. Well, there you go. So far this morning we've got Ghana, the Philippines, Australia, Japan, south of France, and that's just this morning. Who knows? Oh, and Ireland. Yes, we've had Ireland as well. How we can forget Ireland? I've got no idea. Seeing as I am a St. Patrick's Day baby, 17th of March, 1950, frozen to death. And some people were just wondering, do you have any say, Steve, in Eddie Mayer's Steve Allen soundbite? Sadly not. Sadly, we're always wrong. We've never guessed it in a million years. Not that we've been going for a million years. Steve says, Donny, there's a small group of people who keep a vigil for Diana outside Kensington. Well, she's not coming back. I mean, that's a fact. She's not coming back. I'm not totally convinced she's buried on that island. I don't know why. I've just got this feeling that it was just somewhere that people can go because she was so popular. I know that there are people, also within media who thought she was manipulating and she used to tell the press where she was going and stuff like that. But there's nothing new on that. What do you think Harry's doing, milking as much publicity as he can possibly get? And I wasn't on when she died, no. Dale and I have been out for dinner at a restaurant in Soho, went back, picked up the papers in Earl's Court. We did a little detour, and he would buy all of we'd buy all the tabloids. So I became a tabloid. I couldn't cope with the broadsheets. I mean, there's just not enough room. So we bought the Mirror and News of the World and stuff like that and all the rest of it. They were late on this morning, and the bloke said, oh, something's gone on because the papers are late coming out. Because we would sometimes get there as they were delivering them, and then we'd go and get them. And then we actually found out as we were driving home, because I was listening to LBC, and Tim Crook was telling us about it. And I remember thinking, what? And I'd phoned Dale and I'd said, are you listening to the radio? And he went, yes. I said, put on the television when you actually get in. And so we did. And that's when we realised. And then the headlines came out, Diana dead. And you think, not the headline you would have ever expected to be reading, ever. Steve, enjoying the show this morning. I'm Trucker Phil's son, Sam. Oh, we've got the entire family waiting eagerly for the Gemma Collins slaying session. No, she's pictured in the paper today. She will be mentioned on my Little Bit Extra because she's wearing a swimming costume. I say she's wearing a swimming costume. The fun thing is she's not in her luxury pool at home, in her sort of super-duper house, which is... we've seen it before. She's not really a house person, I'm afraid. Joseph is listening in Bethlehem. That was my favourite tune. Very nice indeed. Bethlehem. Bethlehem, da-da-da-da, over Bethlehem. And that was that went on at the... Which theatre did that go on, actually? I can't remember. Can't remember the show it was. What was the show? No, it wasn't Joseph, no. What the dickens? It was... No. Type in Bethlehem on song. Put in Bethlehem song. It makes it easier. Do you know this is the advantage of having the internet? You can find all sorts of things. It was... Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. But at the moment, while I'm talking, I can't think of what the song was. Bethlehem... No. Yeah, somebody will know. What was it? It was... Oh, wait a minute. Nearly came to me a minute ago. And it's disappeared. Martin Guerre. The show was Martin Guerre. And I thought it was great. But people didn't understand it. So Cameron stopped it and then they redid little bits and pieces so people then understood it. And I thought it was fantastic. Martin Guerre. It was a two-act musical. Claude Michel Schonberg and Alain Boublil. And it was sort of Les Miserables, Miss Saigon. Bulk of the show is sung through with little spoken dialogue. It failed to match the box office success of the two predecessors, but I've still got it. And loosely based on, I think it was sort of the story of Martin Guerre. It closed in 1998 after 675 performances. I loved it. But the song Bethlehem was fantastic. If you find it, try and get it. And another one here. I've been listening to you throughout my travels in Croatia. So we've moved into Croatia territory for the past couple of weeks. I usually dread going home, but you often speak of Richmond, and I'm starting to miss Hampton, says Michael. Yeah. I miss the river. I mean, we have the river, obviously, in Twickenham, and very nice it is too. But Hampton, imagine if you lived at Hampton and you could see the river every day. That would be a bit of a luxury, wouldn't it? Definitely. Summer gave a last glorious gasp yesterday before rain starts moving towards the UK. This is the after effects of Hurricane Ida, which we're going to get. So a yellow warning. Southwest and South Wales from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. today. That's what they've said. I mean, yesterday sunbathers were packing the beach in Brighton. See, I wouldn't enjoy that. I don't mind sitting on the pier, but I don't want to be near people. You don't want people to sort of come up to you and go, have you finished with your deck chair? No, I haven't. No. I'm just about to blow Mililo up, and float out to sea. But the funny thing is, you get people, not many people seem to swim. They paddle along the front of the sea and stuff like that, which is okay. But the Met Office's Dan Harris says the hot and clear weather will break down through the middle of the week as showers and thunderstorms arriving in the southwest before steadily moving north. So you've been told. And you watch. I'll still go, bro, and still people will be getting drenched because they forgot to bring an umbrella. Nobody's got umbrellas anymore. Whereas I'm always buying a little umbrella. I like something that's not too big. If it's too big, you can't walk. So I always buy. Yeah, a golf umbrella is ridiculous because if you end up with sunshine, you've got to walk through the streets of London with a golf umbrella and people think you're mad. So I've got a small one, and I don't mind telling people that because it's I've got one which doesn't have a little round handle on it and one which has. And you push a little button and up it goes. It's amazing, actually. Literally, you sound like, I'm like Mary Poppins, and up it goes and you feel like taking off and going down to Cherry Tree Avenue. But I can't because I've got the latest news headlines now with Simon Conway.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
So poor Mary Poppins nearly broke her ankle as she was coming in on the wire to Cherry Tree Avenue, which reminded us of a story of Tom Cruise, who in fact also had a bit of a disaster. He broke his ankle whilst leaping from one building to the next in Mission Impossible 6. And during that same shot, he continued to run on to finish the stunt because he does all his own stunts. Do you think he's worth a lot of money? Do you think he's sort of... I mean, I was telling the boys that I watched him with James Corden parachuting out of an aeroplane, and James Corden had just screamed his way down, whereas Tom Cruise was very sophisticated. He seems really nice, actually, doesn't he? Everybody always wants photographs with him because he's not blessed with as much height as you would want him to be. So how much is he worth? Well, he's been working in the business for donkey's years. 600 million. The trouble is, though, and whilst that's very laudable, and so he should be worth that because he's been very, very successful, you can't take it with you, can you? You can't take it with you. So, if you've got 600 million, I mean, the time you bought your nice Bel Air mansion and all the rest of it, and you bought your Harry Ramsden sausages in batter from Iceland, little bit of kebab meat, maybe some instant mashed potato. What do you do then? You sit back and wait for the next film to come in. That was the Robin Williams thing. There weren't enough jobs coming in for him. He had bigger outgoings and he had incomings, and that was the problem. I think that sort of added to his depression. Like Robbie Williams was saying, if you're Roger Daltrey, if you're a singer, you want to sing, because if you don't use it, you lose it. And that's the kind of thing that you have to sort of... It's like radio presenters, isn't it? If you're a radio presenter, you want to present on the radio. Sheila Fogarty back with us very, very shortly. She tweeted the other day. I've not seen her for ages. Mainly because I'm not in during the daytime. Makes me sound like Late Boy, doesn't it, really? Sam Queck says having a tough hide helped to brush off criticism for a Question of Sport debut as captain. Why do they keep changing things on the television? What was the matter with Sue Barker on A Question of Sport? I didn't really see that. The former England hockey player became the first female team skipper in the 51 years it's been running on television. Good Lord above. Speaking on Woman's Hour, she said, what I've learnt, and it's been pretty tough, is to have incredibly thick skin. Well, that's, obviously, that's the best thing. Gary Lineker's got a new quiz show, but he's not a quiz show presenter. It doesn't matter, whether people say it's going to be a hit or not. He said what it is. So, in other words, they're going to be asked general knowledge questions trying to win the jackpot of 100,000. In other words, like just about every other quiz on the television, they're all going to be general knowledge questions. What are they going to ask you? Questions about fairy cakes? I don't think so. He says, it's something very different from me. It's there's so much jeopardy, it's brilliant. I mean, but to be honest with you, he's not a presenter of a quiz show. You can't just become a presenter of a quiz show. I mean, this one sounds dreary. It's called Sitting on a Fortune. I mean, sounds balmy already, doesn't it, really? Who cares? Who cares? Mamma Mia tickets are snapped up for Avatars. ABBA fans scrambling to see them on stage. Apparently the ticket system crashed. ABBA Voyage. I love the word voyage. I know it's voyage, but it's voyage. Oh, there was a song about that. In a purpose-built capacity arena in London next May and could go on the road. A purpose-built... haven't they got anywhere to put it? Oh. The band who found fame with Waterloo... and split in 82. They started 74, split in 82. Have a new single out. Views for I Still Have Faith have hit 14.5 million since it was uploaded to YouTube last Thursday. I'm so thrilled for them. I'm so thrilled. And they're building the ABBA arena. They're that rich. And it'll hold 3,000 people. So you'll need to fill that a few times over to get your money back, I should imagine. How amazing. There's a number of people here who have bought tickets. They're very excited. Ian Dale. I had no idea. We went out. Oh, is that it? Oh, my goodness me. Well, there you go. There you go. Where is it? Is it Stratford? Good place to build it. I wouldn't want to go there. Not for me, I'm afraid. I'm a West London boy. We don't do anything that side of London. The Independent, purpose-built stadium, the concerts will take place from the 27th of May for 4 years. All 4 members of ABBA will appear on stage digitally with a 10-piece band for the show. It sounds quite... Listen, it sounds quite exciting. They don't have to appear in it, but they'll have to record their bits so that they can digitally project them, presumably, onto the stage. I think it's going to be amazing. I mean, it'll be holographic, won't it? How exciting. I think that's very exciting. I hope it does really well for them. Well, in fact, it will do very well for them because the ABBA fans are legendary. If they think that's going to run for 4 years... Because I used to know somebody who was in the Crazy Horse show in Paris, which is a lot of topless, and things like that. And the shows over there are scheduled to run for ages and ages. They don't change them on a weekly basis. The Lido in Barcelona, I think the show was scheduled when it first took off, to run for 10 years. That was called Aquila Scala. Aquila Scala. People got nothing on me. I know these things. I know dancers all over the place. I love dancers. I think dancers never get the credit. I was watching earlier on the Riverdance when they were doing it for Ireland's entry, and they brought on Riverdance, and it brought the place down. It absolutely brought the place down. And all they said was Michael Flatley and Jean, can't remember what her name was actually, Jean somebody, but they didn't thank all the dancers, and they were the ones who sort of put the effort in. Michael Flatley was amazing on it, but that literally the plate you could have heard. Oh, it was like an aircraft taking off at the end of that Eurovision Song Contest, because we were always looking for a bit of entertainment while the judges were going, and these are the results, of the jury from Latvia or something like that. And then you got Riverdance out there. Nobody's seen anything like it ever before. And it took off so much so that it made Michael Flatley very, very rich, and all the other people involved. I interviewed everybody who was ever involved with it, from the writers all the way up and down the scale. And it went round the world. It was all over the place. It was just phenomenal. I can't do Irish dancing. I think it's terribly clever. Just involves kicking your legs backwards or something. I don't know. All very energetic. But Flatley's show have played more than 60 million people in 60 different countries. They've grossed more than 1 billion. So you had Riverdance, Lord of the Dance, Feet of Flames and Celtic Tiger. I mean, it really is. And they did a huge one, I think, when the Pope came over to Ireland. And it was just amazing. I watched it. I got quite emotional watching the one from the Eurovision Song Contest, because it builds and builds and it was just absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Queen to axe trees for cars. This is an old story in the Express today. The Queen has given the go-ahead to expand the visitors' car park at Sandringham, causing the loss of more than 100 trees. But Her Majesty's been told she must plant replacements. Yeah, sorry, plant replacements. I don't think so. Personally getting out there with a spade. So it's going to grow the car park from 416 spaces to 600. And some of these trees date back 100 years and they're going to knock them down. I think that's disgraceful. Kings Lynn Council says the new tree should have an instant aesthetic impact. Because last year the Queen introduced parking fees. Honestly, how rich do these people need to be? What do you mean introduce parking fees? Give it to us for free, for goodness sake. Otherwise we won't come and visit. OK, and say hello to Prince Andrew. We won't do that. We'll stand outside there holding a thing with "writ" in big letters on it. Imagine, can't you? Seeing as he scooted up the motorway as fast as his little accelerator would take him. Got to go now. Jean Butler. And I went to see Martin Guerre, Steve. Well, it wasn't quite as good. Went 4 times. I loved it. You see, I loved it. I got to go. Thank you so much indeed for your company today. Last hot day. So me staying in, but sausage and batter on the menu. On today's free Little Bit Extra podcast, Ryland's Ready Steady Cook is dropped, 1 down, about 40 to go. Rebecca Boring Vardy makes the papers again, still not doing anything interesting. And Steph McGovern takes on Laura Whitmore to be TV's most useless interviewer.